Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of our 24-hour fundraiser to benefit the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We started our 24 hours last night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And today we are going until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You heard it, 7 p.m. We got a long day ahead of us, but we've got a lot of information to share. I am the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and yes, I sound a little froggy. So today's host is Sonia B. She will be filling in for me, sharing what she has learned about sickle cell and interviewing our special guest today. We have a few challenges out there. Yes, you can make your checks payable to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and we'll give you the mailing address if you'd like to do a check, but it'd be a little bit faster and easier, and it will count towards today if you could use Zelle 386-795-0965. That's 386-795-0965, or Cash App $Long Sickle. Long Sickle is the Cash App. Our goal is to raise $2,000. So Levi Long Sickle Cell, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so they can continue to advocate for patients that have this disease. We've learned a lot, and we do encourage you to make your donation through PayPal. Levi Long Sickle at gmail.com. Levi Long Sickle at gmail.com. The founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association is Kiana Long Hargret. Today is her birthday. So when she hits the screen, let us please celebrate. Can you imagine working on your birthday? Can you imagine trying to raise funds for your nonprofit on your birthday? She can't even go out and get her free breakfast and birthday lunch and birthday dinner because she is going to be here with us. So I thank each and every one of you for joining us. If you're watching the replay, please put hashtag replay and where you're watching from. And if you are watching us live, please like and subscribe and share. We will keep you updated on our fundraising progress. The total donations that came in last night have not yet arrived. We're just around $100, I believe, but when Ms. Kiana gets here, she will give us an update. Now, if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you very much. Please post this link on your Facebook page. We're having technical difficulties today streaming to Facebook, probably because we were on all night and Facebook is just tired of it. But if you're on YouTube, you can search for Volusia Business Women and you will see the stream. You can also search for Evangelist Angie B. That's B-E-E, like a bumblebee. Evangelist Angie B on YouTube, or search with Live with Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. Please grab those links and post them to help us with our broadcast. We're live this morning on Twitter, Angie B Tour. Find us there. And we're also grateful to have our broadcast sponsor, the Jericho Broadcast Network. We're also live over there. Okay, it is just about time to bring in our host, Sonia B. And not too long after that, our very special guest from Houston, Texas, Sister Candy Green. Yes, she is just as sweet as her name sounds. Welcome to the show, Sonia. Welcome. And I thank you for volunteering to wake up early with us this morning. Thank you for volunteering. I tell you, sometimes a big sister just got to grab a little sister and say, hey, I need you to do this for me. So thank you, Sonia. I do appreciate you. Oh my goodness, I can't hear you, Sonia. Let me see what's going on here. Let me see. Let me see. Is
Oh,
my
sorry.
music too
Excuse
loud?
me. Your
There
music
you.
is loud.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
okay.
eh,
I'm
all
trying to
right.
drown out
Good
how hoarse
morning.
I sound. Good morning.
Oh, okay. It didn't work. It didn't work, but nice try. Nice try. Good morning. Good morning. We are in the second day of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association telethon. I am
Mm-hmm.
your morning host, the female, what's his name?
Jerry Lewis.
Jerry Lewis. I was gonna say Jerry Springer. Oh Lord, neither one should be
Candy
mentioned.
Green is too young to know about the Jerry Lewis
I'm
telethon, so
sure.
she has
I'm
to tell the
sure.
story.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
Jerry Lewis telethon. He was fighting for children with
Muscular dystrophy.
muscular dystrophy. So, as we were growing up, it seemed like always around a holiday,
Labor
Easter
Day.
or it was, oh man, you really have a good memory there. You're 5 years older than me, so I guess you
You know
remember a little
what?
better. But
Let me take it.
so anyway, um Jerry Lewis would come on the screen and he would come with his Rat Pack.
Mm-hmm.
That was Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Was it?
No.
I was gonna say Tony
Dean,
Bennett, but no.
no, no.
I
Anyway,
It was a
I'll
bunch
go
of
Google it.
it was about three older crooners, as they say. I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
Sister Candy doesn't know that word either, but
Yeah.
they were,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, oh, hello Detroit,
Dean
and
Martin. Dean
yeah,
Martin,
Dean
that's him.
Martin, yes, yes,
Mm-hmm.
and they would all come on stage with different goals. They would have different goals every hour, it seemed like,
Mm-hmm.
or every couple of hours. And by the end of that telethon, I tell you, Jerry looked like he needed to be in the chair with one of those muscular dystrophy kids. I mean, he was smoking all through the telethon, just smoking cigarettes on stage. That just seems like something that we would never I mean, we'll never see that again unless it's a rapper. And
And he always had
he
a
would
drink
just,
in his hand.
oh my God, a
It
drink.
wasn't apple
His
juice.
little tie would be all disheveled. His smooth back hair would be, he'd have like one little piece of hair right here, whereas it was nice and smooth, like Superman. And
Yep,
I
yep,
mean, it
yep.
would be something else. So we're in the beginning stage, and I'm sure by about 6:30 this evening, we'll all be with our drinks and a cigarette, and we're just like, "Ah, all right. Let's do it for the kids. Let's do it.
'Cause we got to raise $2,000 today
two
for Levi
thousand
Long
dollars.
Sickle Cell Association. So,
Yes. And
ooh, but that's okay.
today, since I am starting the show, I have a novelty item that I
Mm,
call Safe Sack. And
mm,
I'm looking for all my Michigan State people. Go green, go green, go white. If
mm,
you are a Michigan State person or love Michigan State, these safe sacks are perfect for holding your streaming device or
mm,
your prescription bottle or
mm.
even a object that you may need in those intimate times. As you see,
Yeah.
it is
Mm,
shaped like we'll
mm.
just say a Magnum in case you want to think about ice cream.
Oh,
So
yeah.
these are the designs in Michigan State. If you
Oh.
make a donation today of $10, SafeSack will send you one. And if you make a donation of at least $25, then we will send you two. They are
Mm-hmm.
perfect
Shipping
Christmas
and
gifts.
handling not included. Shipping and handling
Shipping and
not included.
handling not included. That's
Mm-hmm.
correct. They are
Mm-hmm.
perfect Christmas gifts. They come with double-sided tape so that you can
Mm,
stick it to your nightstand
mm.
or to your bed sheet, however you'd like to keep, because we all lose our remotes. We all
Sure
lose
do.
these little Roku
Mm-hmm.
remotes or smart streaming device remotes.
Mm-hmm.
These are the perfect little novelty to have by
Mm,
your bedside to keep up with your prescription bottles, your
mm,
condoms, or
mm-hmm,
your streaming device. And where's
mm.
my college students? All right, go green, go white. And that
Good
is what I am
job,
doing
Connie.
today for sickle cell.
Good job. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
I'm
I would
excited.
love to introduce my guest today. You
Well, I
ready?
got to tell you a little bit about her. So, Labor Day weekend is no longer about the Jerry Lewis telethon. It's about All For You Boutique. That's all with three L's. Ms. Riri, affectionately known as Sharice, she has been doing this fashion show, I think, 7, 8 years minus COVID. And every time she comes in with a new fashion show, the women get more voluptuous and more beautiful, and the men get more tempting. And
Oh,
Candy Green was a model this year, and I took one look at her and I was like, "Oh Jesus!" I mean, so I went and sent her a friend request, and she's got like pictures of some other beautiful woman with all these different wigs on. It's like the many looks of Candy Green. She makes bald look delicious, but she sure know how to make a wig look
wow.
good too. And I
Wow.
wish I had some pictures of her strutting the runway. She did such a good job. And I said, you know what, Candy? I need somebody to come in and represent alopecia awareness, talk a little bit about the fashion show, and ask some questions about sickle cell. And she was like, sure, no problem. And it's Saturday, 9 a.m. in Houston. She got up early and she looked beautiful. So, Candy,
Yes.
welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello,
Welcome.
hello,
Okay.
everybody.
Good morning, Candy. I love that
Good
you're wearing your
morning.
alopecia blue as
Yes,
well. I love that. I love that.
yes, yes, yes,
All
yes.
right. So you had was this your first experience with the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Bazaar?
I did not go to the bazaar, but I was a model in the fashion show, All For You Boutique Fashion Show with Miss Cherie, with Riri. This was my
Okay.
first year doing that fashion show with her. I met her doing a fashion show for Sickle Cell, actually.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
previously, but maybe 2 years ago is how I met Miss Riri, and I modeled something for her in that fashion show. But of course, then I had hair. So when she put two and two together, she was kind of like, "Oh my God, I wouldn't have never thought that that was you." And I was like, "Yeah."
Oh,
But yeah, I actually met
wow.
her doing a fashion show for Sickle Cell here in Houston. Um, so that's kind of how, when she had this fashion show for alopecia, I was like, perfect, perfect. I'm all in. I'm
Oh
all
my
in.
gosh, that is so great. Are
Yeah.
you familiar personally with the sickle cell disease?
Yes, I actually, my mother carries a trait, my father carries a trait. And
Oh wow.
so between them, there were four children. Myself being the oldest, I had one younger sister and two younger brothers. And sickle cell disease took the life of my sister, as well as my brother is still suffering with SC disease. My sister had SS, which is the more severe of sickle cell anemia, and she passed away in 2008 at the age of 29. So
Oh
yes,
my God, I'm
sickle
so
cell is
sorry.
really rampant in my family. I have an aunt that has the trait, a cousin that has the trait. So yeah, very familiar with the disease and how
Oh
it
wow,
affects
but
people.
you do not have the trait.
I do not
Is
have the
that
trait. I
thank
am
God.
anemic, but
And
I do not have the sickle
mhm,
cell disease or trait.
I see. Now, what is the difference between SC and SS?
So SS would be it's a more severe version of sickle cell where I want to say that like the cells are more sickled shape versus
Mhm.
the SC where it's more of a C shape. So like
Yes.
SS causes both cause pain. I'm sure everybody knows that sickle cell disease when you're having pain, it's called a crisis. So when you're having a crisis, both are very severe. It's like a pain that none of us have. It's worse than child labor. I
Mhm.
hear. I don't know personally, but I do hear.
Mhm.
And so it the difference is one is just more severe than the other one. One carries a little bit more weight than the other one. Whereas I can say my sister, she suffered, like, she was told she would never have children, but she had 3 children. So but she also had a hip replacement. But she suffered a lot. Whereas my brother doesn't have as much, pain, I would say, but he does have, severe pain at times. He also has had a hip replacement, but it just affects you at different times in your life, I feel. Whereas my sister, more of her sickle cell disease caught her earlier in life. His is just now starting to, my brother is about, oh Lord, he's gonna kill me. He's 40, I want to say now, maybe 41.
Oh, wow. And it's just now affecting him?
It's just not starting to. He's been hospitalized a lot more now from the disease, and he's lost access to most of all of his veins, so he has a portacath. So yeah, it's very hard to deal with, but he's making it. He's surviving with it. The new medications I feel are helping. I don't know which ones he's taking personally, but I feel like the medicine has evolved from 2008 to now. Because like I said, when my sister was, her medicine was not as good as the medicine that they have now. A lot of the treatments that they have now, they didn't have in 2008. So it's progressing, and I'm glad, because other people are having, longer lives due to the new medications that they have on the market now.
Definitely. We learned yesterday that from the founder, Kiana, that one of the blessings that her association, Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, has been doing for people is blessing them with patches, stem cell patches. That is a new way to help alleviate pain. Though Miss Kiana is not excuse me, though Miss Kiana is not a sufferer of sickle cell, she has arthritis, and she has used the patches, and you put them right on the base of your neck. A sickle cell, a stem cell surgery, we learned yesterday, is $39,000. And so, of course, a lot of people are not able to do that, but the patches are a little more reasonably priced, and she has gotten some donated. And so we're hoping that from this $2,000, because she is a huge advocate of sickle cell, her grandfather is the named founder. Levi Long was her grandfather. And Angie B, I think you can help me with this a little bit. I believe Miss Kiana had some family members. Was it her niece, I believe, that suffered from sickle cell?
Yeah, she has some really wonderful testimonies about relatives that dealt with sickle cell, that knew they had the trait, but the military did not test for sickle cell back then, so they didn't know. And just, and at one point I asked her, why sickle cell? Why not, eyebrow loss prevention, or fingernail fungus? What drives a person to do just that? And she has seen it in her family, and it could be avoided if we just knew our status, if we were just tested, and then we know. The one thing that I love about you, Candy, is that yesterday we talked extensively about when a parent has a trait, another parent has a trait, the statistics out of 4 kids, one could be no trait, another could have a trait, and then another could have full blown. And you sound like one of the ones that. How many siblings do you say you have?
So it's 4 between my mom and my dad. And so myself being the oldest and my younger brother, we don't have the disease or the trait. But the 2 in the middle got the disease. One more severe than the other one. But yes, they both have the disease.
Yeah, she even gave us some graphics that help us. Let me see if this is the right one. Nope, nope, nope. Hold on, hold on.
There
There's
was
a
one with
Yeah,
two
because
little.
it is like a 1 in 4. Yeah.
Yeah,
there it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was it. And
Hmm.
yes, and she discussed with us how there's really no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
We learned that sickle cell originally uh, was spread through malaria and began
Mm,
in Africa. So some people have the misconception that it
Hmm.
is only in the Black community, which that's
No.
just not the case.
No.
mm-hmm.
As we know, there are different points in history where cultures where races get together and unfortunately the
Intermingle.
good and bad are shared through generations.
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
we are
Mm-hmm.
just praying that in our lifetime that some of these diseases can be eliminated.
Hmm.
It's
Right.
very interesting to me how, let's just go with COVID, the pandemic that we've all lived through. I thank God that my sister Angie B has now lived through her first bout with COVID,
Yes,
and
Jesus,
um,
thank you.
yes, although you still sound pretty bad, so I won't make you talk too much. But it is very interesting to me that the that there was a vaccination that came so quickly for
Hmm.
COVID when we still have breast cancer, we
Yes.
still have sickle cell, we still have alopecia. There are so many things that, why are they less important than COVID? And it makes you wonder how that was attacked so quickly. Although
Hmm.
people are still suffering. I did read where Florida just had is now at 9,000 people that have
I
lost
think
their
it's
lives to
90.
COVID.
I think it's
With
90,000. I
90,000.
thought it was
Yeah.
90,000.
with the new
Yeah.
strain of COVID.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And
Yeah.
I'm here in Michigan as we are getting ready to hunker down. Today is the first day of fall. I'm gonna go to a cider mill today, but other than that, I'm gonna have my mask on, even though I'll be outside. We
Right.
we definitely had our times here in Michigan where we went through it with COVID. We lost a great aunt to COVID, and
Hmm.
f- I lost a few um, church members. So we want sickle cell to not be one of these diseases that take our family members. So
Hmm.
Right.
we
Now,
are now
Sonia,
in our, yes, ma'am.
I got something exciting to tell you. We have a new guest waiting to come in. Her name is Shanita Brown. We're
Okay.
going to bring Miss Shanita in, and she's going to tell everybody um, about herself, and she will definitely be able to add to this conversation.
All
Sister
right.
Shanita,
All
I'm
right.
so grateful
Thank
for
you.
you. Thank you for your
Good
time, dear.
morning. Good morning, Shanita.
Good
Oh, we can't
morning.
hear you. Angie B, we can't hear Shanita.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go.
Good morning. Good
Hi, good
morning.
Good
morning. Good
morning.
morning.
I'm Shanita
So,
Brown.
it is very nice to meet you. My name is Sonia B. I am Auntie B's baby sister. She loves to tell people
I
that.
can tell. I
Yeah.
can tell.
Yeah, we sounded like a little bit. We kind of look alike, but yes, I am Sonia B. This is our guest, Miss Candy, and
Hi,
we are
Candy. You're
talking
Hey, how
about
you doing?
beautiful.
now.
You're beautiful.
Yes, I love your earrings, Candy. I meant to tell
Thank
you, are they
Hmm.
shaped like, are
Like a
those?
well, kind of like a diamond,
It is
almost.
like a diamond.
Beautiful.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
I can't
beautiful.
remember where I got it from. I was at a wholesale vendor thing, and I was like, "Oh, I like those." So I just picked
Those
it
are
Yeah,
up.
they're
nice.
nice.
Very,
I love
very
the earrings.
understated, but beautiful. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So tell us about yourself, Miss Brown.
Well, I'm an only girl born and raised in Daytona Beach, Florida. I have
Right.
4 kids, 2 girls and 2 boys. Um, they are my heart. Um, I've been married a long time, Uh, I'm not a sickle cell patient, but I am a stage 4 cancer survivor.
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
Um, yes.
Yes, that is a
So I
blessing.
was I was
Let's get
once
that
bald.
applause.
I was
Mm,
once bald like candy, um,
mm,
because of my treatment. Um,
mhm.
my hair grew back, but then I went bald again. So it's just an up and down cycle when it comes to cancer. But I am blessed.
Yes,
I don't
yes.
let cancer control my life, or I live as if I don't have cancer. But I um, do walks. I
Yeah.
speak with cancer patients. Um, Anything that I can do to help.
Mhm.
I also the owner of Levi on Sickle is a friend of mine. I
Oh,
grew up with her. We went to high school together. So I do volunteer at a lot of her events. I've spoken at her events. I've done hosted some of her events. So I'm very, I like to be in the community and help the community and whatever I can do to assist with people that are struggling with those type of diseases because I do know pain very
yes.
personally, severe pain.
Mm.
So I know exactly what they deal with. I don't have like immediate family that has the disease, but I have cousins, nieces, not my niece, but like great down the line. Um, I have friends that have the trait. Both the mother and the father had the trait,
Mhm.
so the kids
Oh,
had the trait.
yes.
So one of my friends lost her sister to to it. It's just a lot that they deal with, and I understand about that. And that's why I always want to do what I can to help people that's struggling with any type of disease.
Yes.
They're still trying to figure out things with sickle cell, researching everything,
Mhm.
and that's along with cancer as well. So
Right.
it's a lot that needs to be done, a lot of money that needs to be raised, a lot of research, uh, different things like that. That's important. Um, I am a substitute teacher. I love to work with the kids. I do all grades, but I specialize in elementary.
All
Those are my
right.
babies.
No, what grades of elementary? I have a Oh, no, I don't. I was about to say I have an elementary school daughter, but I don't. She just started middle school this year. She is in 6th grade. Oh my goodness. Where
Oh
does the
God.
time go? Oh
Oh,
gosh. Wow. Oh
middle
boy.
school.
So what grades in
I
elementary school do
specialize in K through fifth.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yes, I love K through fifth, and I love to teach them things that they don't actually teach them anymore in school.
Like cursive?
So cursive, cursive.
I mean,
They
my daughter,
also,
I thank God my daughter's 5th grade teacher taught her cursive, and I always wanted to teach her, but
Mhm.
I don't have the patience.
yeah,
I did. Oh my goodness, I was a kindergarten aide. I was the second teacher in the
hmm
room for a kindergarten class at my daughter's school, and this was the first year back after COVID. So these kids were a little older than they were needed to be for
yeah.
kindergarten. Some were 6, some were 7, but they still needed kindergarten. And I think I lasted 3 months. I didn't I didn't have the patience.
It was
What do you mean
tough.
you can't open you can't open you can't
It
open
was
your own
tough coming
applesauce?
back
I
from
don't
COVID.
understand.
Yeah.
It was
Yes,
very tough. And I
it
mean,
was
we
tough.
constantly, "Hey, you call my mommy. I want my mommy here." Some of them even had their own phones. You cannot call your
Yep.
mommy for everything. I'm going to
Right.
peel this orange for you, and you're going to go over there and sit down. So, like I said, about 3 months I lasted. So, I have a great deal of respect for teachers. My twin sister is music education teacher. She actually has been uh, a teacher for more than 20 years, I believe. And my father is also a driver's ed teacher. So I have a
Oh,
great deal of respect for teachers.
now, now that's patience, driver's ed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. My dad is Job for sure because he truly has his patient tone, and you're going to step on the brake, and then you're going to ease out into traffic slowly, put on your light, your turn signal, and I mean he is just he's
I can
all
hear
the way
him now.
through. Yes. Yes, just so patient, and but he will slam on that brake, and I don't care if I'm driving, he'll slam on his brake
Mm.
that's over there on his side. Hey, I've been driving for 40 years. I know what I'm doing, but yes, it is
Now,
quite well.
when I was in school, they made us learn. Actually, third grade, we had to memorize 1 through 12 multiplication. Not in school now. These kids
No,
Mm-mm.
don't know their multiplication. So
no.
I focus on helping them with their multiplication. I'll make out cue cards for them,
Oh wow.
and I'll tell them, take them home, memorize them. You need them memorized because the more once you have them memorized, it'll help you with math throughout the years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Now,
I
when
try
we
to
were
help them with
kids, we
that.
had Schoolhouse Rock on Saturday mornings.
Hmm.
I don't, Candy, I bet you don't. Do you
I,
remember
I'm not
Schoolhouse?
that young. I'm telling you.
I know, I keep on with Candy. I don't think you remember that, do you? But yeah, Schoolhouse Rock was how I learned my threes: 3, 6, 9, 12, 15,
Yes,
18. I mean, and
Yeah,
I
yes,
still
Sesame Street.
remember it. Yeah.
and they
Oh,
need to know them. They
See?
need to know them. And it's important to
okay.
them to get through all grades throughout school.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that they took out of schools. And I love just being there helping them individually because teachers may not get that option because they have 21 to 25 kids in a
Oh
class.
yeah.
How can they
Yes.
help one kid? So they have to stand up to the front of the class and teach, and if you don't get it, how many kids are going to speak up and say they don't
Yes.
get it?
Yeah.
So it's like a lot of kids are just like sitting there. So I like to kind of help them individually and like, you're looking kind of, like you don't understand over there. You're looking kind of confused. Can I help you? And when I go to them like that, they're like, I don't understand, Miss Brown. So I love to do that, and I do that. I used to do it full time. I don't do it full time as much because I am a filmmaker.
Yes, I did
I
see
make
that as your
movies.
captions. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I make
Right.
movies and I'm an actress. So that's what I'm basically doing full time. I love it. I love doing it. It's not what I initially set out to do because I do have my master's in law, but I enjoy it. And, they say in life, you do something you enjoy, like you never work a day in your life.
That's right.
So
Yes.
um, I've had 7 movie premieres so far at
Oh,
different
wow.
theaters.
Congratulations.
So that's
Congratulations.
been
That is
exciting. I
great.
do have one coming up September 30th in Tampa in West Shore, down not downtown, but West Shore in Tampa. It's the AMC 14. So I have one coming out that day. And I do act on my spare time. So I just went up to Miami and did a judge show that'll be on Apple TV, Pluto, Nosy. It's a streaming service, and a few other things. So that was fun as well, acting on that judge show.
Oh,
Being-
is it one of the television judges that we're familiar with?
yeah, it's a huge show. I can't release it yet due to
Oh,
it not
okay.
coming out yet.
Okay.
But
All right.
it'll be
I
out
am
soon.
big on
I
court
will.
shows. I
Yeah,
understand what you yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, well,
So it
you're a
was.
lawyer, so okay. I see. Angie B is. Did you want to say something there,
Yeah, we
sis?
have a
I see
couple
you
of
popped in there.
questions. We have a couple of questions
Okay.
and a couple of comments. One comment I definitely did not want to put on the screen because I ain't want all y'all blushing, but
Oh
they
God.
said, "How you get all them good looking women on screen at the same time?" So look at the blushing, look at the blushing. And so my response to that was they all have a passion for raising awareness and raising funds for sickle cell. So make your
Oh,
donation. Make
Yes.
your donation. Okay. We ain't just here looking cute and sounding cuter.
yes.
Anyway, the other text that came
Yes,
in.
yes, and let's know. Let me jump in for 1 second there, Angie B. We
Go
just
ahead.
want to remind everyone that we are raising for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and our CEO of the Levi Long Association is Miss Kiana. It is her birthday today, her 47th. She may not want me to say that, but it is her birthday today, and we are doing this telethon, hoping to raise $2,000 for sickle cell awareness. The ways to donate are scrolling across your screen: Cash App, $long sickle 07, or Zelle 386-795-0965. And if you put Angie B in the notes and comments section, you'll receive a free gift from the Queen Bee. We also are accepting PayPal. I believe that email address was levilongsickle@gmail.com. And if you still write checks, we also are accepting checks. We are just believing God to raise $2,000 in this 24-hour telethon. If you are watching this as a replay, please put hashtag replay. And we have a few challenges. But Angie B, what other comments did you have besides our compliments that we all received this morning?
Okay, so two or three things. One, if you're watching us on YouTube, please share on your Facebook page. Facebook is having an issue today and will not allow us to stream. So I'm hoping Candy and Shanita and Sonia will share
Yes.
the stream on their Facebook pages. We are live today on YouTube. Search for Volusia Business Women. You'll see us on YouTube. We're also live on Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. That's ANGIEBEE. And we're also live with Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. Now, search for us on Twitter. You'll find Angie B Tour, ANGIEBEETOUTOUR. So if you could please share. I believe Facebook is just mad at us because we've been on the air for consecutively since 7 o'clock p.m. So they just don't want to accept anything else from us. Okay, so the comment that we received today said, "Good morning, happy birthday to Miss Hargret. Thanks for the very informative and teachable webinar yesterday. We have to remember that this really is information, and we hope that what we're sharing is helpful for someone." We also had a question for the teachers. Is sickle cell a topic that can be taught in the schools? And if so, how? Now, before you answer that question, Shanita, I know that in January, we did a 24-hour fundraiser for Levi Long. Kiana wanted to raise $800 to get testing kits so she could test the students at Bethune Cookman University. Okay, that's great because we can imagine it could probably be some shared traits going on in college. But she also shared with us that as young children, sometimes they know their trait. They know if they carry something, but is there anything else that could be taught in the schools, and if so, how? Is that something we need to advocate for? Shanita, I appreciate your response.
Thank you. Um, I believe that with the schools, it's they try to be safe, try to coddle the kids. A lot of things they may not want the kids to know. That's probably why religion was taken out. It's a sensitive subject. Um, sickle cell would be an illness, a disease. Even when I was diagnosed, they rallied together for me. And just the kids, even knowing that their hero, Miss Brown, was sickened, it was hard for them. I feel like they should somehow put it in as far as, like they have sex education.
Mhm.
If they could add that into maybe like a special
Yes.
instruction, something like that for the kids. But like you said, a lot of kids, they know from their parents or from them taking medicine, they know that something is wrong.
Mhm.
But I don't I don't know if the schools will bring something like that so sensitive into the schools. um, that will have to be done through the school board. You know,
Right.
superintendent will have to definitely, bring that to the table and go from there. But it would be good to have an instruction for that, even maybe even cancer. You know, I've been I've taught kids with cancer. It's all sensitive subjects.
Yes.
So, and everything's a process. So
Yes.
people would have to rally together, like you said, and kind of, put a group together and maybe take it to the superintendent and go from there.
It is really a different time that we're in because these kids are different than we were as kids. They
Mhm.
are more knowledgeable because of social media, and they actually understand and can regurgitate what they've learned better than we could as children. I know for myself, children were to be seen, not heard, period.
Mhm.
And these kids now are outspoken, and it's very interesting to me how there are some things that are seen as cute that they share, but we still want to coddle them from real life. It's not cute to me to see a YouTube or a TikTok of a little girl singing WAP, or even some of these
Mhm.
songs that are in the Barbie movie. I really I don't want to get, yeah, do whatever, but
Mhm.
that Barbie movie was not a kid movie. It wasn't. And Barbie was for kids when I was a kid. And how about we have an alopecia Barbie? Why don't we have a Barbie that has cancer? Where's my little cancer thing? I am a huge advocate of breast cancer. I had a very dear friend that lost her battle with breast cancer. Just a few years ago. And also, my grandmother and my great grandmother each lost a breast to cancer. So, for you to say you are a stage 4 survivor, that is such a blessing. And I do think that we, as not only educators, but just as women, should teach our children that there are some things you can't be quiet about. You need to learn about them.
Yes.
And like you said about the social media, a lot of
Mhm.
the kids do know about the social media, and I think that's why they still also try to coddle the kids because
Yeah.
at all the schools, most websites are blocked. You cannot go on their Wi-Fi and use
Mhm.
Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is.
YouTube.
You can't use it.
Right.
So they
That's
do still
right.
try to coddle
That's
the
right.
kids and they do try to protect them from what's out there from social media. And they only do certain things in the schools. And also, when you were saying about the Barbie movie, it was banned in a lot of countries because of what's in the
Mhm.
movie. It was
Mhm.
banned.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen it.
I
So
haven't
I'm
seen
just
it
like,
either. I haven't
I'm
either.
like,
I've seen it, but
what's going on?
Oh.
Why did they ban
Oh,
it?
what did you think of it, Candy? I mean, did
I
you
just
think
didn't
it was
think it was
good?
it was. I watched it. I didn't go to the movies and watch it. I actually watched it on bootleg.
Fire
But
stick.
I don't think it was a good, I don't think it was a good movie at all. I don't. It wasn't kid friendly, like you say.
Hmm.
It was very kind of raunchy like, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend seeing it.
Yeah,
I
I
had
haven't
like
took my grandkids, but you know what? I rushed to take them to see Little Mermaid. So
Yes, especially with Halle Berry, and I do see that.
Holly Bailey.
And it's not. Is it pronounced Halle? I know there's a
Hallie,
difference
It's Halle
between
Bailey.
Haley,
Halle Bailey.
Halle
Halle
Bailey.
Halle
Halle
Bailey.
Bailey.
Bailey. That's okay. I knew that
Chloe,
there was a difference
Chloe and
between
Halle.
Halle and yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Yes, I do
yeah.
see that she is about to come out. Oh my gosh, on Christmas Day. I can't wait. A new version of The Color Purple. I can't
Yeah.
wait. She's gonna be in that. Oh my gosh. I loved The Color Purple. I read the book.
Me
I
too.
love Alice Walker. I saw the movie. I could watch the movie 8,000 times and still do the patty cake and cry. Oh, it's not looking but I love my sister. My sister to me. Okay, we have a question. What type of alopecia does Candy have, and did sickle cell cause your alopecia? Now, I just want to reiterate from what I've learned about Candy that though her parents have the trait, she does not.
I do not. I
Okay,
do
so
not.
I'll let you go on and answer that, Candy. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so yeah, so to piggyback off of Sonia B, I do not have sickle cell. It was my sister and my brother. So no, sickle cell did not cause me alopecia. So the type of alopecia that I suffer from is called CCCA. Now I have it on my phone because the words is kind of So it's centrifugal cicatricial alopecia, all those things. But basically what that
Okay.
is where you lose hair, you start to lose hair in the center. And I don't know if you guys can kind of see, I have like a little, it's like lighter than, the other part of my hair. So the hair starts to leave in the center and it starts to get thin. So eventually I would have this whole George Jefferson thing going on up here because
I
hair
was
grows
gonna say
around
George
here,
Jefferson. I'm glad
but
you said
right, but not here. So it just was I've went to a dermatologist, so that's how I know what kind of alopecia it was. And of course they said, you can do the steroid shots, you can take this medication and it'll make your hair grow. And I was like, I'm probably not going to do either of those things. And then the dermatologist that I actually went to, she said, well, at that time I had on a wig, and she was like, but if you don't want to, your wigs are cute, so she actually said that, and it was kind of like, okay. And so
wow.
I actually I went home and I was like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried everything on the market that said that they would make my hair grow back, and none of it worked, or maybe I just didn't use it to its full capacity. So I'm just not gonna buy any more products. I'm gonna save that money, keep it in my pocket,
That's
and
right.
I'm just gonna go buy a razor and I'm just gonna shave it all off. And that's what happened. Like, I was in the bathroom one day and I said, you know what? I can no longer part my hair in the center without it being like an eyesore. So I said, I'm just gonna cut it off, and that's what I did.
And that, I mean, so many men. You mentioned George Jefferson. I know that my boyfriend also has that chrome dome, as he calls it, in the center, and it's so acceptable for
Mhm.
men. But when it comes to women, then it seems to be so controversial.
Right.
In terms of our crown. You shaved off your crown and glory. No, my
Oh
crown and
yeah.
glory was under the hair, and it still
Right.
is. So
Yeah.
my Angie B, what type of alopecia do you have?
Okay, I'm coming. I'm
I'm
coming.
about to get this
I'm
over.
coming. I'm coming. No,
Uh,
I have. I'm sorry. We had two more questions coming in, and I'm trying to get clarification. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, so I have
I'm
alopecia.
sorry.
No, it's okay. You're good. I have alopecia areata. It's where you lose
Rihanna, yes.
patches of hair, like little circles. It could be a little circle in the back and the front and the side, until all the circles decide they want to meet. I think my brilliant niece, your daughter, had the most wonderful question years ago. Um, because she has no filter. She was gonna ask a question,
Okay.
right? Auntie, why you keep shaving your head? Why you don't just let your hair grow like regular people? And I think she literally folded her arms and stood there looking at me with a look on her face. And I had to, what they call these, Shanita, a teachable moment. I had to say, okay, woosah,
Yes.
let's take a deep breath and just say, okay, my hair grows like your hair, okay? But my body says, "Hey, hair, you're not supposed to be here." So it attacks it. And
Mhm.
all these little demons come out. And I showed her one of the bumps that I get on my scalp. I said, "You see this bump?" She said, "Yeah, it looks like it hurts." I said, "Imagine trying to have it on the back of your head and you can't sleep." And then her arms went down and her mouth fell open like the light bulb was coming on. I said, when those little demons attack my hair, they turn into these painful, irritating, just just horrible. Oh, auntie, I'm so sorry. I said, no, don't be sorry. It just is a way to answer your question. Yes, my hair grows, but my body don't like my hair. So, some people just are meant to have adorable, round, shiny domes like mine.
That's
And
right.
it
Like
was cute because
candies.
over the years she would always say, "Auntie, you going outside with no wig on? What, what?" And so because of her questions, I'm now on a campaign for acceptance.
Yes.
Accept
Right.
me the way I am.
Yes.
If I'm not hurting you, accept. I know they may have a new FDA approved cure, but that don't mean I want to take it. I,
Right.
Right.
I know there may be wigs that would look great on me like candy. Lord have mercy, them wigs. How she? I but
I became a
and
pro at it.
yeah, but I would much rather donate that money to Levi Long sickle cell or
Yes.
to
Yes.
spreading alopecia awareness, or
Mhm.
I'd much rather do that because I know I can rock my bald head now. I'm getting over pneumonia and COVID, so I can't rock nothing today. But Jesus, Jesus. But awareness and acceptance. And I appreciate the person that texted us that question about, sharing it in the classroom. It is tragic what we no longer share in the classroom.
It
It
is.
is tragic the way our students are graduating high school and don't know how to manage their money or save or even know how to volunteer. We're all
Right.
volunteers with Levi Long, and these kids are like, well, what's in it for me?
Right.
And that is frightening because in college, my first year in college, I had a dorm mate who was this tall, beautiful young woman. And when she would go into crisis, the
Mhm.
moans and the screams. I mean, Shanita, I know you're a filmmaker, and they always talk about you got to get a good woman screaming. I don't care. Oh my God, blood curdling. If I
Mhm.
never heard of blood, it was. And I've been in labor. I've been with people while they were in labor, Sonia. I've been there. And there is nothing like the blood curdling scream of someone in crisis. And praise God, her boyfriend, they had been together for years. He came to college with her. And he would come over and help her get warm and under blankets and
Mhm.
warm bath and just try to soothe her. But her crisis would go on for hours.
Mm.
And when we hear Kiana talk about going to the hospital with patients in crisis and trying to expedite their treatment, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, but what I do know is we've been on the air for an hour. I don't want anybody to go. We do have a couple of videos and some news and information that we want to share with each and every one of you. Please don't go anywhere. Please use this time to post and share on your Facebook page. And when we come back, we'll have the birthday girl herself.
Woohoo!
She joining us. Let me go put on some red lipstick right quick. Yeah. You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday, hooray.
Hey, yeah.
It's your birthday, hooray. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday
Hey,
to you.
to you. Yeah. I love it.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
I love it. That was great.
Had to find something that was worthy of the day. Worthy of the day. Kiana,
Yes.
thank you for allowing us to spend your birthday with you. I did my best to find something with some red, and I got my red light on in my little studio. So I got up off my bed of affliction just to tell you how grateful we are for the education that you're providing, Kiana. There's so many people that need to hear from you because we don't know. We only got so many Candy Greens to go around.
Right.
And Candy shared her testimony about losing her sister, and it just there's just not enough of us. And we need you. We need you to survive. We need you to thrive. And folks, we need each of you to make your donations today so we can
Yes.
raise our $2,000. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna let you and Sonya take over. Thanks, Kiana. Love you, girl.
Love you. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday. And I
But good
am
morning to you,
good
Good
and
morning.
morning.
you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are joined now this morning by our birthday girl and founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, Miss Kiana Hargret. We are so blessed by so many things that she taught us yesterday in the beginning of our 24-hour telethon. And we've been sharing those this morning with our guests and also the audience. We just want to remind everyone that we are raising money for sickle cell awareness. Your tax deductible donations may be made via Zelle at 386 795 0965. Also, Cash App, $ Long Sickle. or by PayPal, levilongsickle@gmail.com. Checks may also be made payable to the Levi Long Sickle Cell, and we will provide an postal address if you choose to go by snail mail and writing a check. But we are hoping that everyone will make a donation to this very worthy association. As I said last night, it is the last quarter of the year, so we are getting ready to do our taxes, and those tax deductible donations add up. You can write off up to 50%, I believe, as an individual of your gross income to charitable donations. So if you make a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, that is a 501c3, and you will receive a certificate for your tax purposes. Also, a loving thank you from everyone that you are helping to support. Yes, ma'am, Sister Angie B.
Okay, so somebody wants to know, because they said I missed the beginning. Does Candy have sickle cell? So we want you to share that, Candy.
Okay.
But Kiana, we do have a surprise for you. Shanita Brown is here, so we're gonna bring Shanita in, and then we will, let y'all say hi. And then Candy, could you please share your story again about what you know about sickle cell?
Sure. So sickle cell anemia affected my family in 2008. Well, it's been in my family, but I lost a sister at the age of 29 to sickle cell disease. She suffered from sickle cell, the SS, and I also have a younger brother that has sickle cell SC. How they got sickle cell disease, of course, is through our parents. My father has a trait, and my mother also has a trait. So those two coming together, 1 out of 4 of the children will get sickle cell disease. I, being the oldest, I did not get sickle cell disease, but I am anemic. But my sister and my brother in the middle, they both have the disease, and then my younger brother does not. So my bit of education for sickle cell is, I know people, I've heard this before, when you're dating or if you're looking for a partner to be, to marry, you always want to ask the question, do you have sickle cell or do you have the trait? I was actually married, and my husband had the trait, but none of our children, we have 2 children together, and both of our daughters do not have the trait, but he does carry the trait. And because I do not have the trait, our children do not have the trait as well, but I do have an aunt with the trait as well as a cousin. So that's always the thing when you're dating somebody, do you have sickle cell trait? Because there is a 1 in 4 chance that your children could develop the disease. And it's not a fun disease to have. It is a very painful disease to have. And sometimes it affects families in different ways. It's the hospital bills. It could take the life of a loved one. Like I said, it left my 3 nieces without a mother, my mother without a child, my dad without a child, me without a sister. So it affects people in different ways. So I encourage everyone who's watching to please donate. Please get involved. If you know somebody with sickle cell disease, know that it is a very serious disease, just as well as cancer. And if you have lupus, all of these diseases are very, very bad diseases that affect people's lives in different ways. And if the more information that we can get out about these diseases, I feel like the better the world will be, and everybody will be educated, because we all need that education when dealing with these type of diseases that there are no cures for at the moment.
Right. We do. And knowledge is power. I don't care what you're learning about, whether it's a disease, whether it's how to learn how to write cursive, whatever, having the knowledge gives you the strength to do more for it. And that's why we thank God for Sister Kiana Hargret and her passion for educating about sickle cell, and also beginning this association so that she can help those who are suffering from sickle cell, their families, and everyone that she advocates for. Shanita, did you want to say happy birthday to the birthday girl?
Happy birthday, my friend. She
But I'm
is one of the
sorry.
sweetest, most amazing people that I have ever known or encountered. And I've known her for a long time. She's always had this big heart. When you see her, she's going to be smiling regardless. She is amazing. So for her to be doing something like this, it fits her. It suits her because she is amazing and she cares about people. And I know this for a fact, just listening to her talk about sickle cell and everything. This is her passion, and I'm just glad that she's the one that's doing it.
Hmm.
Thank
I
you so very much. So much. Thank you for taking time out too to come on here and to support me. You've always supported me. We've been friends since, oh my goodness, probably, oh no, over 20 years since we were in school. We were in high school together. And
Oh,
I always admired Shanita. I knew she was going to be awesome when she got older because she was just so talented and so smart while we were younger growing up, you know. And a lot of times, Miss Candy, I thank you so much for sharing. And something I didn't even touch on yesterday in reference to with sickle cell, people living with that disease. You know, when you look good, you feel good even though it attacks the body and it causes pain. When you look good on the outside, you feel good on the inside. And so I always encourage the sickle cell, clients to make sure you dress for the weather. Make sure you dress the part. You can be cute. I got on my socks and my Crocs right now. I'm still cute, but I know the weather has changed and I don't want my feet to be out
yeah.
because it's ready to be fall weather. And I know sickness can get into anybody, but it is a little worse. And so Shanita, my friend Shanita, she has her own clothing line. And so I was just so amazed when I saw the things that she's been doing in her life. Not only does she's an actor, she's an actress, she's a producer, but she also is a clothes designer. And I wanted her to share, please, some of your clothing stuff that you've been doing.
Oh my gosh! Wow, we've been on with Shanita for a while, and we did hear about her filmmaking and being a survivor. Oh, that is beautiful.
This is one of my hoodies. So, you know, we all deal with life. I have here's a gold one, and it's getting chilly, so I have my gold hoodie with the white hoodie with the gold. I also have sweatshirts um, for the cold weather as well. Um,
Oh, what does
and
DLC stand for?
DLC stands for Dice Life Clothing. No matter what life throws at you, you have to roll the dice of life.
Right.
Um,
Oh, I love it.
so
Yeah.
it stands for DLC. I have regular T-shirts. Um, I also make different shirts that can benefit the community. I am Black
All
History.
right.
Um, I have sweatpants, dresses, all different things for the different types of weather. I came up with this clothing line back in 2013. Um, Actually, no, it was 2016. I'm sorry. I was thinking of my daughter and her acting. 2016, because I was at a point where I was struggling. I was just not too long diagnosed in 2015, and I knew that the storm was coming. So, because my doctor had explained to me all the things I would have to go through and deal with in order to survive. So, I was dreaming a lot through that period. You have night terrors. A lot of cancer patients have night terrors. Um, and that's one of my movies. One of the movies is called Dream World because we had a lot of night terrors.
Oh, wow.
So I would love for y'all to see it one day, but it's a great movie. And I thought about, okay, so what's going to be thrown at me now? I've had all these things thrown at me. I was diagnosed, this happened, that happened. Um, I was like, you know what? No matter what is thrown at me, no matter what life throws at me, I'm gonna roll a dice and I'm gonna roll seven and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna get seven for luck. And if you look in the logo, it rolls a seven.
Oh, yes, yes. I love
So
it.
I came up with this line and people love it. I mean, with people, they take things the way they want to take them.
Hmm.
So I take it as I'm dealing with life. I'm handling whatever life is throwing at me. And some people might think, oh, I'm a gambler. I'm getting that shirt because I'm wearing to the casino. You know, so it works both ways for both people, and I love that. I love that either way I can support people, and then I can also have them looking nice. Um, my family supports; they wear it every day, and it's just a great feeling. It's a great feeling. If anybody want to purchase anything, they can cash app uh, Dice Life Clothing. It's just put in the subject line, the size, the color, or send me an email at Dice Life Clothing with your address, and I can ship it out. I ship out within a day or so. Shipping is very fast. I deliver in the Daytona Beach area locally, so I stay busy with it too.
And is that DICELIFE clothing?
Yes.
Okay.
DICE clothing, Dice Life, DICELIFE clothing, CLOTHING at Gmail.
All right. And your Cash App again is
It's
dollar
Dice Life
sign
clothing, $.
DICELIFE clothing. All right. All right. Awesome.
It was some more questions in the chat, Shanita. Are you able to see the chat? If you click on the chat button, it's some questions for you in the chat. Are you
Yeah.
able to see? Like,
Yeah. In the
you have
private
a
chat, we
website?
were asking,
You have a
uh,
website?
can we
Oh,
have your
can yes,
website? How can we purchase?
Sonia,
And also,
yes.
okay.
And also, how can we purchase? Yes, through Cash App and through email. Yes.
All right.
Square, I have everything.
All
Um,
right.
okay.
So it would be wonderful. May we raffle off in this next hour that beautiful white hoodie with the gold dice and the sevens on it? That would be awesome. We're
Yes.
asking our viewers and our listeners if you would love one of these Dice Life hoodies. We are going to raffle that off. Angie B, can we do that?
We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us.
Yes.
Praise,
Amen.
praise
Amen.
the
Yes.
Lord.
Philippians 4:13.
Praise.
Yes,
Praise
our
the
Amen.
Lord.
favorite
Praise the Lord.
scripture.
So yes,
Yes.
what we like to do for the raffle is after you make a donation using one of the payment methods at the bottom of the screen, send us a text message. Um, I'll put in the number right now and send us a text, and then we will put you in the drawing. Yesterday's drawing was fabulous because everybody who sent in a suggestion wanted Kiana to go home with the gift, but
Yeah.
since Kiana and Shanita are friends, we not gonna do it that way. This is gonna be a actual gift that's gonna go out. So um, we're definitely
Yes,
gonna do that.
so that would be awesome if
I
we
got her for her birthday.
yes. Yes. I'm sorry. What did you say,
Okay.
Shanita, about her birthday?
I said I got her for her birthday.
All right, all right. I love it. There's that
Do you
smile.
do one and done? Meaning, so you have that one white one with the gold. Do you make duplicates of the same color, or do you do just one of each color? You do duplicates.
No, I can get red, white, black, whatever.
And then
Awesome.
your hoodies. How much are your hoodies?
The hoodies are 40, the shirts are 25, the sweat pants are 20.
So that's a good gift. You're asking off for
Yeah.
$40. That's a good gift.
Yes, that is such a blessing. Thank you so much for that donation. And I'm
You're
sure that
welcome.
your dear friend, Miss Kiana, will send you a tax deductible certificate so that you can write off that hoodie after
I
our
do
winter
my own
season.
taxes. I'm a tax preparer.
Oh, that's
I'm a
See,
wonderful.
tax preparer.
That is great.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have a couple of questions that have come in. The first question, I guess, is for Candy. Is it's September? I know. Candy, is this alopecia or sickle cell month? So,
Both.
both. Yes, we're
Both.
blue and red. Yes.
Yeah.
And the next question for Candy is, can you tell us more about how you select your wigs? Somebody said they're struggling
They're
with
struggling. Okay.
how to select a wig. Yeah.
So, dang. So, how I got started wearing wigs was because, of course, I started to lose my hair at the top, and I was no longer able to wear a middle part, which I love. Shanita, you're doing a great job of it. But and when I was no longer able to do that, I started to watch YouTube videos, y'all, because y'all know everything is on YouTube. So I started watching more and more YouTube videos, and then I started, okay, let me dibble and dabble a little bit. So I started buying wigs, testing them out, seeing if I like them, learning how to put them on. All this was done via YouTube. I had to learn how to do it myself because I looked at the cost of having someone else do it, and it was just better if I did it myself because it can get really expensive. Oh, look at that. It can get really expensive. So I became a jack of all trades. Like
Oh my God,
every
are these
week
all
I had
you?
a new
These are all
hairstyle.
you?
Yes, every week I
Oh,
had a new hairstyle, and it was because I became a lover of wigs. And then
yes.
all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna drop the wigs for a while. Now, hey, I still have all my wigs now, because it's getting winter time and it's gonna get a little
Yes,
cold.
hey.
It's gonna get a
Yes,
little
yes.
cold. So I do still have all my wigs, but I wear synthetic wigs, I wear human wigs. Um, I'm not gonna put anybody's name out there because they're not paying me to do that. But I shop everywhere for wigs. I just, it just became a talent of mine, and I actually do wigs for my mother. My mother suffers from alopecia as well, but she's in denial. Um, that her hair is leaving, but so she continues to wear the wigs. I've told her, Mom, just let it go. And she was like, I'm not doing it. I want my wig on. So we continue to put wigs on her. And, I've had the opportunity to actually model wigs for companies and actually show how I install wigs for companies via YouTube. So I've been actually blessed to do these things, and I want to continue to do these things, but also I want to embrace my baldness because
Yes.
bald is beautiful now.
Yes, it
At
is.
first I didn't think I could do it, but it's become something about, and I got courage from following groups like, you know. There's a lot of ball groups out there on Facebook. You can kind of search them up, but following these groups, listening to stories, whether it was for personal reasons they cut their hair off, whether they were sick, they cut their hair off, or whether they just wanted to just be bald. Um, I just learned so much from other people, and I was like, you know what, it's my turn. And so I just took the leap of faith, and I just did it. But I'm still wearing my
Yes.
wig, y'all.
Hey, you got to keep that scalp warm.
Yes,
It gets
yes.
cold in Houston at night.
It
I
gets cold in
understand.
Houston, but hey,
But I
Okay, so we
definitely
have our
applaud
we
you.
have our first challenge of this hour. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the challenge is, and this came through the text message, if you are wearing a wig or a weave, we challenge you to make a donation to Levi Long.
Well, I
Levi
mean,
Long.
I guess we see that I wasn't born with purple hair, so
That's a
I
combination
guess.
of the royal blue and the red, Sonia. You're right
Yes,
in there.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I
So
did.
that's
I
the
put it
first challenge.
together. That's
If you're
right,
wearing a
blue and red together.
wig or
All
weave,
right.
make a donation to Levi Long and put it, put in the comments and the notes your email address, and you will get a free gift from Angie B Productions. So please make your donation. Let us know that you did, and your free gift will get emailed to you. So that is the first challenge in this 11 o'clock hour. Thank you,
Right.
thank you, thank you.
I know.
So,
All
Candy,
right.
do you have a website? Because you said you make wigs for people and you model them. So, do you have a website? Like, if others wanted you to make their wigs, like the lady that came on, she
Mhm.
struck. So, do you have a website and do you do tutorials for people
So
that
I
if they're
so
hard?
let me clear something up. I don't make the wigs.
Oh,
I buy them, but I do know how to install them and things of that nature. I haven't got into making wigs. That is a cumbersome process. Because I have made one for myself before, but it's just a cumbersome process. But I do model them, and I can, give a tutorial. I can be found on Instagram at CG on Trend, and also on YouTube at CG. It's CG on Trend on YouTube as well. And I have some videos of me installing units and the products that I use, and things of that nature.
that's awesome. I definitely, my nieces do a little bit with wigs in terms of altering them. I'm not sure that they've gotten to the full joy of making them, but my dear sister Angie B has worn wigs over the years. And let me ask both Shanita and Candy, in terms of wigs that don't have clips, and I know this is probably a stupid question, but I've never been bald, so how do they stay on? Because
Um,
the wigs that I wear, well, obviously this is latch hook, so this is just in there. But the wigs that I wear have clips, and I braid my hair down, and then I stick them in the clips. So how do they stay on when you don't have something to clip it to?
well, I use different products. I use glue. A lot of people are irritated, so you have to make sure that you're not irritated by the glue or the tape, because those combs, those actually irritate my scalp. So I usually cut them out, and I don't use those. So I actually use a adhesive, or I would use like a spray. Like they got to be spray is another
Yeah,
spray that's out on the market.
yeah.
I use that sometimes to adhere my wigs, but I don't like my wigs to stay on longer than a day or two. So I'm usually ready to take it off after a day or two. So,
Right.
because I mean, it's just like it kind of like, all the hair. I love them. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes it can be irritating
Mhm.
because I've always been a girl who I've had hair, but I always rocked it short. So
Yeah,
I've never really been one for all the hair. But I mean, once I got into wearing wigs, I started to like it. And I like the different looks, but it
yeah.
gets irritating after a while. And so after 2 days, I'm ready to take it off. So I
Yes.
don't glue them down to make them last forever. Like my mom, I would say my mom, she likes her wigs to last for like 3 to 4 weeks at a time. And so I make sure that I glue hers down really good. But mine, I'm be ready to take that thing off, child.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't
What
use
about
the
you,
clip.
Um,
Shanita?
I use adhesive. So yeah.
Yeah.
I if I have a wig with a comb, I use wig grips. You have to buy those online. They're wig grips. So what they do is you put a cap on, like a stocking cap, like the
Mhm.
caps men wear, or women wig caps, and for extra protection, I might put two on, and then the wig grip. no matter how you pull, it's not going to come off. Um, I don't use glue because my head is sensitive. When I was bald and I had the combs, I would use extra caps because they help with softening the comb. And the combs can lay flat. They don't have to be dug up in your head. They're flat combs, so they lay flat, and they just never really bothered me. So I would just keep the combs in. So I don't know, when I was bald.
Yeah.
And they're making wigs now with this grip in with a elastic band in them now. So they're able to stay on. If you don't want to use the combs,
Yep.
you can use that elastic
Tighten
band.
it.
And it's just it normally it would stay unless you're doing something, crazy. Usually most of the time they stay on pretty good.
I would
Okay, that's
tighten
good.
it. I would
Yeah.
tighten the band to fit my head, so I wouldn't need the combs. So.
Yeah.
We hear that birthday music.
We got a couple of comments that came in. A couple of people said, "Happy birthday, Kiana! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!" And the birthday challenge is, if you also have a birthday this month, we ask you to make a donation to Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We know there are a lot of nonprofit organizations that could use your support, but let's support Kiana on her birthday and make a donation. Make a donation. Okay, so somebody wants to know about Kiana's upcoming event. So Kiana, we're gonna do like we did yesterday. We're gonna put some stuff up on the screen and let you describe it to us, okay?
This is the actual fight for it. And the title is not Remember. So it's a banquet that's going to be sponsored by the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Your proceeds and your donations is going to actually help this to be an absolute success. The more it's going to be held at the CCE building that's right behind U-Haul on International Speedway, the Bethune-Cookman's Presidential Dining Hall Suite. And it's going to be an all-you-can-eat buffet. And it's going to be a night to remember those that have gone on from sickle cell complications, and those that are still here, we're going to honor those. They never get honored, they never get remembered. So this is going to be their night to remember how special they are and how they mean much. And even though they're battling this illness, they're still important to us. So the single tickets are $25, and a table of 8 is $100. I've sold right now. I have 6 tables sold, and I have 4 more tables totally. No, 5 more tables to sell, because I do have a count, and I have to give that final count to Bethune-Cookman on Tuesday morning, so they'll know how to prepare the food. So go ahead and give those donations. If you would like a table, please, you can cash out the $100. I have everything written down. I send receipts as I get them, so you'll know I have it. And this is also a nonprofit organization banquet, so you can get a nonprofit receipt stating that you did give toward this banquet. So I'm looking forward to it. The attire is all black. There will be a live band there. I don't know if you remember the Spinners, the group called the Spinners. It's an old school group, and so one of the members of the band is an old member of the Spinners, and so he's come back and he has some people with him, and they sound so nice. And so they're going to be the live band performing that night, next Friday, September 29th. And I do still have tickets. And actually, I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. This is a picture of me at my alma mater, Bethune-Cookman University. And it was last year before school started. They had a day where when the students came back, they offered the community partners to come out. And so I was able to reach out to some of the students that were there that had sickle cell, so they would know that they have an advocate in the area. This is a picture in one of my books, and it's a very explanatory picture. It shows what is sickle cell disease. It plainly tells what it is. It shows the human body. It shows how round and whole cells look. It shows how sickle cells look in the body. And so it shows the the shape and describes it, because sickle cell shapes are hard, they're sticky, and they come in a crescent shape. But our whole cells, if you don't have sickle cell, our cells are soft, round, and smooth. And so that's what causes the crises in the body when those hard, sticky cell shapes try to go through the blood vein. This is a more scientific picture, and it's called Consequences of Sickle. It shows within our human body what happens and how it occurs when a cell goes through the body and when the sickle cell goes through, because the operation of a cell is to carry oxygen through different organs of our bodies to stay alive and to stay healthy. So when those cells sickle, they get clumped together and they get stuck. And so the oxygen is not able to get to the parts that it needs. And so that's why they have to hurry up and get into the hospital, hurry up, get an IV so that they can get those cells back shaped circular to continue living. It used to be a long time ago that the lifespan of a person living with sickle cell was in the 30s. Then, then now I know someone who's 66 who's on my team. She's on my board actually with sickle cell, living healthily with sickle cell. She's managing well. And I know a lady that's 90 that has sickle cell. So again, it's how you live while you're living, and it's just taking care of yourself, drinking your fluids, staying hydrated, because a crisis can come at any time for any reason. This is another picture that shows a closer view of how those cells look in our veins. And this is a very good view. It shows how our veins look, and I think this is a 3D picture. And it shows the circular cells, and it shows the sickle cells and how they carry through and they carry the oxygen to our organs. A lot of times people with sickle cell have to get surgery because their organs are to be repaired. I know those that have had to have a hip surgery. They had to have gallbladder surgery because their cells, because they sickle so much, they don't get that oxygen, and so they have to get more attention to their bodies in the form of surgery to help them sustain in this life. This is a picture of a baby. So sickle cell is something that you're born with. And we know that it comes from your parents, your mother and your father. So this is a baby that had a mother and a father that had sickle cell trait, came together, and this baby was born with the disease. And this is a detection of a newborn baby. When they have swollen hands and swollen feet, it's called the hand-foot syndrome. That's a detection of a baby that has sickle cell. And they go into pain. And I was saying yesterday in the telethon, as a mom, there are certain cries we listen for when our babies are hungry, when they're wet, but it's a different cry when they are in pain. And when they have sickle cell, it's a way worse cry. And so this is what that picture details.
Thank you so much, Kiana. It is now time for questions for Kiana. We're going to have a few questions. If anybody backstage, Shanita, Candy, or Sonia, if you have a question, just raise your hand. I can see you. But Kiana, we've got a few questions that have come in that we really want you to address. And the first one, I get it every time I talk to you, and it's so difficult. But the first one is, why would two parents that have the trait decide to have a child? And I would love to bring Candy in as well. She may have something to say about this, but why would two parents with the trait decide to have children? That's the first question.
So it's a three-part question, three-part fold answer the question. So the first part would be the part of not being educated, because I know a lot of times before it wasn't as much education, and some people didn't know they had the trait because after 1988 it wasn't mandated. So if these people were born in the 70s, which I'm sure Candy parents were born probably in the 60s or the 50s, they wouldn't know. They would not know. And so that's one part. Another part would be we can't control who we love. And a part of that is still not education, not knowing, just not knowing. And then the more people know, the more educated they'll become, because they'll learn more as they go on.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I think I was gonna say we can't control who we love, and again, like you said, my mother was born in 1950, so it was mostly, just not being educated. My sister was born in 1978. And so when the diagnosis came about, I don't even think they knew when she was first born that she had sickle cell. I think it took her having to go to the hospital once for whatever reason, and then them doing blood work to say, oh, your daughter has sickle cell. And we're like, what's that? My parents were probably like, what is that? And then it just became, a thing. Now we have to deal with this, daughter. But as she was younger, she didn't have as much pain as when she developed into becoming an adolescent, and then into her teenage years is when it really, really started to affect her a lot. So I feel like you said, it's education. And back then there was not a lot of education. I know now, when you have a child now, because all of my kids were tested at birth, it's something that they do at birth now. But back in the day, they didn't do that.
Two things to piggyback on what Candy just said. In 2006, it was made mandatory for every state, everywhere, to test for sickle cell. So now, and my youngest was born in 2006. My
Mhm.
other was born in 2002, 2004. But me being a lead case manager since 2009, I tested myself. It's a quick test. And my children, I had them tested
Mhm.
because you can ask. And I know here now it's mandated that those that have scholarships for sport, they have to get a sickle cell trait test. And I know the Halifax Hospital here in Daytona Beach offers that test for free. But if you don't live here, you can reach out to your local labs, like LabCorps everywhere, Quest Diagnostics. But when I called them, they said that you have to have a referral from your primary care doctor. A lot of adolescents, a lot of kids they don't go to the doctor unless, they have to get their shots for school or something mandatory, right? And so I asked them if they partner, if they say Levi Long Sickle Cell, can they get a discount? You know, because if they don't get a referral, they have to pay for it. So that's two things. And
That is
one of
incredible. That
yeah,
is incredible. Incredible.
And I remember someone saying earlier about the military. My ex-husband, he did not know he had the sickle cell trait until he went to the military. So like I said, there is a lot of information out there. It's just not given to the people that need it. And it's not put in the areas where people need it. So Kiana, kudos to you for getting it out there at the colleges, because sometimes you have kids that are going to school that don't know what they have, and it's just about the education of it all, and finding out what do I have and where did it come from, and learning more about it. So kudos to you for even starting this foundation. It's great.
Thank you so very much. So that's what I remembered. I remember what I wanted to say. You said your sister, she didn't get it, like it didn't get more complicated until she got older. So one of the important factors of my role is as a case manager. I have more adults on my caseload because as a baby and as a child within sickle cell, those pediatricians really take care of those babies. They really take care of those children. But when they cross over into adulthood, it's a whole different ball. The care is denied. It's just it goes down, it's decreased greatly. And so that's when I step in. My advocacy goes up. And all the time when I go to the hospital, it's for adults.
Mhm.
It's there for the children because the parents are there for the children. The pediatricians don't play about the children, but it's the adults. Even with the national association, sickle cell is not just, local or in the city, in the state. We have a national association in Baltimore, Maryland, and this year they just gave me my welcome letter to become a part of the National Association. I'm so excited for that. So I'm excited. And I call all over. I call different states to find out if they have sickle cell there, how are they doing? Because I want to work with everybody to help make this better for us. And it's looked down because people think it's a black person's disease. So it's racially frowned upon. And that's
Mhm.
one of the first things I say when I educate. It is a myth. It is not a black person's disease. And and actually last year I attended it was a Democratic something. It's called the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune something now, where all the Democrats came. And I was introduced to this millionaire as a person that had my own Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And she said, and I was like, what? She was like, my Caucasian friend, she passed from sickle cell complications. And I said, oh, can you do a video for me? Because people don't believe Caucasians have it, and they do. They really do in the Mediterranean, Western Greece, all over the world is sickle cell, not just in Africa. That's where it was found because of malaria, but it's everywhere. People love everywhere. And that's what keeps me thriving, keep me going, because I know it's so much work to do in this venture.
Now, Kiana, we had another, and Candy, I'm gonna put you backstage so you can
Okay.
take a little break. But Kiana, we had another statement that came in from a viewer, and they said they learned about sickle cell in this last Transformers movie. And I think I text you from the movie theater, Kiana, because in Transformers, the main character's little brother had sickle cell. And it really, aside from the plot, I love the way they represented sickle cell. The mom had to go to work, single parent, had a big brother who had finished the military, and a little brother who had sickle cell. And so when the little brother went to into crisis, the mom would tell the big brother, take him to the hospital. They're going to ask about the bill. Tell him I'm working on it. And there was actually an instance where the head of the hospital said, we cannot treat your little brother until you do something about this balance. And I was like, where is Kiana? This little kid.
What?
This little kid, yeah. So they sent him home, but the big brother learned how to see some of the symptoms in the little brother. Like he fixed him breakfast, and the little brother used his other hand because the one hand was in pain. And this is all in Transformers. How they spread alopecia? I mean, not alopecia. How they spreading sickle cell awareness in Transformers. So the brother was telling the baby brother, you have to let me know when you're hurting so I can put warm compress so I could, do something about it. And I love the way the movie ended with, something wonderful that happened. But I have to admit, we were in the theater, and the Caucasian, the non-melanated woman sitting next to us whispered, like, what's wrong with the boy? And we like, he got sickle cell. And she's like, and you can see her Googling, in the movie theater. It's still so tragic. And the characters in Transformers, they were Hispanic. So it was, I see Shanita. Shanita, I'm bringing you in. I see.
I didn't realize at first that that's what it was, because I did recently see the movie and I was like, they're Hispanic. But I knew that it's not only Black people, because Kiana told me about last year. Remember, you told me about the Caucasian lady that died from it. So I knew that it wasn't only Black people. And when they put that in Transformers, I was like, that is amazing. And I'm glad you brought that up, Angie. I'm so glad, because a lot of people, they didn't catch on. Even the lady said, what is wrong with the boy? Because she didn't understand.
Girl, I was sitting there Transformers like, I know what's going on because Kiana taught me. I know. And the end of the movie just had me in tears. I don't want to, but I was like, oh, yes.
So, as usual, it's amazing. Yes. The Transformers are all amazing. And like, when I was amazed when she told me about the Caucasian lady last year. But I want to ask, are there I can kind of know that there's levels to it, because some people are worse than others, right? When it comes to sickle cell, there's different levels.
So I wouldn't say levels. I would just say when it comes to levels, it'll be the levels of pain.
Oh.
I mean, for instance, a lot of my adult clients, they rather stay home and be in pain rather than go to the hospital and be ridiculed and mistreated and sat in the hospital in the ER for 10 and 12 hours and just looked upon like, you all right. And that is, And I tell her, if you call me and I got to get up and I got to put on clothes, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good for the body. Listen, I remember I remember the girl called me and I said, I'm on my way. I had to get up and put on clothes. And when I got to the hospital, I had already called and was like, what is the problem? Why is she not getting her medicine? A lot of times they treat them as guinea pigs and want to do this. Oh, they see the chart, but they want to try their own thing. Oh, well, let's try this, do this, let's do that. If it says that that person is allergic to anything by mouth and you refuse to give it to them in their IV, I'm coming.
And they don't realize they can make them worse with all that poking and prodding.
And longer. And I get so upset because they're just in pain. It's like nothing. They're not doing anything to help them. And you know, the longer they stay, the more the insurance is paying them.
Right.
It's all about money. When I went to the hospital,
when we were in a meeting and someone called and they were headed to the hospital and you were like, I'm going. You know, it's like you are definitely their superhero.
I don't get it. I don't get it because if you're looking and then see now you have a lot of travel nurses. You have a lot of nurses that are coming from other places. And I had to deal with one. I had to literally go to Halifax, and it's always Halifax. I had to go to Halifax into French Towers, and I had to go, and the lady was from somewhere else, and I had to question her, why was she doing that? Mm-hmm. So then they want to say, well, who are you? I am Kiana, and I have a Sickle Cell Association. I'm an advocate. And so then they have to ask them, do you want me to talk to her? Yes. They're already in pain. Yes. I'll give permission because by law, they can't talk to me. You know, yes. And so then I advocate on their behalf. Sometimes the nurses, they're receiving of me. Sometimes they're not, but I don't care. They don't have to be. As long as they do what they need to do, that's right for the patient. I could care less how they get up to me. They can suck their teeth, roll their eyes, all that. It's okay. As long as they do what they need to do for that patient, I'm good. And that's right.
And that's your advocacy definitely needs the donations, and that is why we're doing this 24-hour telethon until 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this evening. Yes. Please make your donations today via Zelle at 386-795-0965, Cash App, $Long Sickle, or PayPal Levi Long Sickle at gmail.com. Ladies, it has been such a pleasure hanging out with you. Kiana, I hope that you have a wonderful birthday. And I'm hoping that Candy gets a chance to hear about the sickle cell patches, the stem cell patches that you were. Yeah, I did speak about them a little bit this morning. But I am, my darling 11-year-old is up looking at me wondering why I am in here and not making breakfast on a Saturday morning, as if I don't do it every morning for her. So I am going to let you all go. I'm sure that I will jump back in at some point tonight or as the day goes on. Angie, let me know if you need me. And it's been a pleasure, and I am going to be pushing the telethon all day on my social media.
Thank you so much.
So nice to meet you, Sonia.
Nice to meet you as well, Shanita. Nice to meet you, Candy. Kiana, God bless you all, ladies. You are all warriors, marvels, superheroes in your own right. And I thank God for just being able to know you. Angie, love you, sis. Talk to y'all later. Have a great day.
Baby. Bye-bye. Man, I tell you, it's nothing better than having a little sister that'll just do what you tell her to do. Say, hey, I ain't feeling good. I need you to come on and talk with Kiana. She's like, what you gonna talk about? You know what to talk about. Just talk. And so I'm so grateful for her because this was too important to be half stepping. This was too important to not bring in all the big guns, to bring in all the tough questions, to really bring it in. And so Kiana, again, I thank you for allowing our team to do this for you today. Do this for you. Okay, next question is because we were leading up to it with the information about Transformers. The question actually was, has there been anything in the news or on the big screen about sickle cell? And so Shanita, we're gonna have to work on something with that. But Kiana,
oh my gosh, that would be so awesome, Shanita. You know, I would love to play in a movie with you as a producer And oh my God, that would be so awesome. Oh my God. If we do a sickle cell movie. Now I do know I've been seeing a lot more lately. Nas, the rapper Nas,
Mhm.
he's a spokesperson now, and I've seen commercials. I need to share them on my page more. That he's partnered with Aflac, and he's
Oh.
done a commercial, and he's sharing about sickle cell. He's a spokesperson for it. Then
Mhm.
there's a cartoon. I need to keep sharing on my page, especially this month. And it's an African American cartoon that's on YouTube, specifically talking about sickle cell. So it is a
Yeah.
lot of things out there, and I need to share it more so it can get out there. So people that don't know, there are really people that have never heard of those two words, sickle
I
cell.
mean, we would definitely have to collaborate. You would give me all the information I need to write that story.
Yep, yep.
Um, I mean, we would decide on what would be most important to, as far as relaying that message. Like you said, the kids are mainly taken care of. The adults are the ones that are really struggling with it.
Mhm.
Um, maybe we can do like a family with the trait, and you know, the dad is having a lot of issues, or the mom is having a lot of issues. I mean, we can go and collaborate with a lot of different things to get this out to the public, the film industry, um,
And big hit. It will be
you
a big
know,
hit. Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
because
I, I, I,
I can do all the
I
casting.
definitely I definitely want to have Candy in
Yes.
because Candy, we received a text message as we were texting people to say log on, make a donation. Someone in Florida responded and said, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you're doing this because my daughter just lost her boyfriend to sickle cell."
Mm.
And she said, "My poor child was with him when he passed, and it's been all we could do to keep her together." And so I asked if they would come in and say something. She said her daughter is still too raw, and but people need to know. And I know I know for me, I've got three sisters. I don't. I'm the eldest. I don't know what I would do if I lost one. So Candy, your story is going to be powerful in this documentary. We want to have some humor. We want to have some realism, but Candy, we're gonna count you in.
I
Yeah,
would love to.
Shanita,
I
we're
would
gonna
love
work on this with you, and we're gonna get Candy in here too. Yeah, yeah.
And I want some of her weed.
Um,
to.
Kiana,
I would love to.
did you see the picture we put up of her and her wigs, child? She looked like 4, 5 different women.
Yes, it's
Look,
so beautiful.
she
And
looked
every
like that.
species a different personality. It's beautiful.
But with
They
them
were,
lips,
that's so nice.
the only thing that stay the same. But I tell you, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, we got a call coming in, so y'all talk amongst yourselves, and somebody else wants to know how much we've raised so far. So
Oh, yeah, then I got so.
So like with the movie, did you want it to be like a movie or a documentary? Because you know those are two different things. A movie is basically telling the story. Like I told my story in a movie. Um, I didn't use like a documentary with me talking about it. You know, I'm talking to you, Kiana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the price trying to see how much we would raise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So you said, okay, a documentary, I know, is something different than a movie. I think we should
Yeah,
do both. I
it's
think we
very
should do both.
very
I think
different.
we both should do, of course, portray in the movie, portray the actual actions and, behaviors of those that have sickle cell. If you want to do it in different parts, with a hospital scene and
Someone
with
struggling with it.
it's like the steps.
Mm,
When a person is in a crisis, what happens? What are the steps that it takes for them to go in the hospital and to come out, right? And then the documentary should be more so real based.
more information.
Since it have people that are really living with this, people that have
Yeah.
lost loved ones in this. So yeah, we should do. It should be do two different things.
Hmm. Yeah.
Plug up my device before I get that.
Oh God, you and those phones. I can't. She's
So, Candy, I have some questions for you in reference to like, did you all talk about it and when you all found out, that's what it was. That's a real situation in family, That's
Yeah.
a real situation. So did you guys talk about it?
So
You know,
I mean, because my brother and my sister have the disease, my brother still has it. He suffers from SC, which is not as bad as the sickle cell SS that my sister had. But he still, goes to the hospital for weeks at a time. Like I said, it became really, I guess, more of a topic of discussion the more she got sick. The more, and then it just became, oh, she's just in the hospital. Oh, she had you. We know why she's in the hospital because, like, my sister would go to the hospital weeks at a time, and it came to the point where they knew her there. Like, she had her own room. When she got to the hospital, this is where we're gonna put her. And everybody on the floor knew her. Everybody, and they knew what she was going through. So I feel like the hospital that they went to is because my brother has it's the same way when he goes. Everybody knows him there because they go so frequently. And I think it kind of just became a thing in the family, like, oh, Connie's in the hospital. Oh, we know why she's there. It never was this gonna be her last time in the hospital because she always got out. It's like we always got her back. And so it was just kind of like one of those things that just like happened. I can remember like it was yesterday. But it was just one of those things. It was kind of like she went to the hospital and it was like, we're going to admit her because they always admit the patients with sickle cell disease. After, like you said, after they sit in the ER for like 3 hours, they always admit them. And then I think this time when she was admitted, it was like, okay, she's in the hospital. We know, I knew how to call her at the hospital. But this one particular time, it was kind of just like, I couldn't reach her. Like, for whatever reason, I couldn't reach her this time. And it was like, either when I did call, she wasn't in the room, or it was just like she was just unreachable. And then it was like it was a Saturday, and we just got the phone. We got the phone call, and then I was just kind of like, wait, who did what? It's kind of one of those moments like, no, she's not. I got to see this for myself. And then when we went up there, it was like her room, same room she's always in when she goes to the hospital. And it was just kind of like, this is really happening. Like, it really took her life. Like, this disease really took her life. So I think that's when it became, and at the time, I'm going to be 100% clear. At the time, we didn't have, she didn't have insurance. So it is kind of, she was on SSI. Because Social Security, you can't work with the disease. You can work, but it's very difficult for you to work because no job wants you to take off weeks and weeks at a time, just because you're in the hospital. So it's a little bit, it was hard to work. So she didn't have insurance. So it was a learning experience for my family, indeed. Because after that, everybody got insurance now. My brother has insurance now, and it just became one of those things. Like, it was just so it hit so hard. So we didn't even know what to do at the moment. It was kind of like, okay, how are we gonna bury her? How are we gonna do this? Who's gonna help? And the Sickle Cell Foundation that we have here in Houston, I think they donated $200 to her, and then of course Social Security donated maybe $50, however much they give. But it's just those are the things that patients need to be educated on. Like my grandmother used to say, get your affairs in order. You have this disease. Not saying that it's going to take you today, it's not going to take you tomorrow, but have those affairs in order, because if you don't, it is very hard on the families. It is very difficult. Nobody wants to lose a loved one, but it is very hard on families when you have patients who don't, take care of their business ahead of time. And that, I think, was a wake-up call for my family, in knowing that this disease is real.
And that's a good question. That's a real good question. Kiana, are there companies that will insure people with sickle cell?
So I went through this year with New York Life. So that's what I was trying to find out because a lot of people they don't get insurance. They
Mhm.
say, even though they've been, and that's something, right? Because they're born
Yeah.
with it. So
Hmm.
if you have it when you're born, how can you possibly get it? So you can. It is very expensive. It is very expensive. So I did speak to New York Life myself because I kept trying because I wanted to make sure my clients had something. So their parents don't have to go do GoFundMe, don't have to beg and ask for money to bury them. So New York Life is a company that does insure those that have this disease.
I want you to try Liberty National. They're now Globe Life. Try Liberty National, um, and see if they insure people with sickle cell.
So that'll be my homework.
Okay,
I
try them
appreciate
because I think it's very important when you're born with the disease. And do you know the life expectancy of it, or it varies,
it.
or
It has
It,
greatly
it,
increased. I
yeah.
was saying earlier, I know someone who's my one of my clients. She's the vice president of my board in Orlando. She's 66 and she has sickle cell disease.
you're
She's
not
living
putting
with
my
this
name on
disease.
there, are you? So
No,
what
hold on.
determines
Hold,
whether they um when they pass? What determines if there's no level?
So my first client that I lost, she was from Daytona Beach. His name is Trinity Rain. And I
Kiana, I'm sorry to disturb you. We have a caller that has called in. Their daughter has a sickle cell trait, and the daughter is an adult, has never had any issues with it, but kind of curious. How do we find out where the trait came from? Mother, father? Is there like, I know you have a test for that one person, but is there like a genealogy test to say,
so
hey,
yesterday when I was saying there was two types of tests, and I didn't need to talk about the genealogy test. So the first one is the small straight test. The second one is more extenuous. It does include blood work, and that's the genealogy test. That, but another way they can find out before waiting for all that there is to talk to their family, ask their family members, because and it's so important to know your. Let me tell you, I'm still learning on my dad's side. I had never met my father's family. If you see me on Facebook and you follow me, you know I'm so heavy now because I didn't know my father's family. I didn't know my great uncle had a trait and his wife had a trait. They had 17 children and three died with complications from sickle cell. Now I have 14 of those 17 cousins. I didn't know that. I didn't even know it ran in my family. I didn't even know until this week. I have so many relatives here in Daytona because of my dad's side of the family. It's so important that you know who you are and know who your family is. Even if you're adopted, it's important that you know who your family is. I used to pray, Lord, please show me who my family is because I knew my dad was different because me and my sisters we looked different. So the Lord blessed me to know my family. And now to know my family, all I want to know is the history. You know, what do they have? My aunts have breast cancer. So now I'm sorry, they had breast cancer. They both had their breasts removed. So now when I get my mammogram, because of that, it's in my history, I have to go through a more extensive test than just a plain mammogram. Now they got to do all these other tests because it's in my history line. It doesn't mean I have to receive it. It doesn't mean that I was going to get it, but it's so important to know.
Yeah.
It's so important to be educated on it. So that person, they need to contact their. So apparently, it's not in their mom's side because I don't think, I think it's on her dad's side. And whoever she can get in touch with to talk to them, if it's her aunt, her dad's siblings, or anybody who's alive, their cousins, somebody can tell them that, yep, they have the trait. She'll find out that that trait is on that side.
And then that's like with anything, diabetes, lupus, cancer. It's important to know your family's history.
And
You know,
sometimes it can do like it can skip a generation.
yeah, like
It can
lupus
skip a
skips. They say
generation.
lupus skips,
Hmm.
and like you were saying earlier, Candy, about when you're dating somebody, you ask them, do they have sickle cell trait? I mean, to be honest, you should ask about cancer.
Hmm.
Is my child gonna get cancer? Is my child gonna be a diabetic? Is my child gonna have lupus? It's important with all those very, very harsh illnesses. Like all of them run in my family except breast cancer, like diabetes, high blood pressure. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I'm just like, gosh, mom, why did you have kids with that man? Like, and I love my daddy to death. I love my daddy to death. I'm a daddy's girl. I love him to death. But
Yeah.
in his family, everybody has illnesses.
It's
Oh
something.
wow.
And I'm just like, okay, if I don't get this one, I'm gonna get this one. You know, like what? Like, and I got 5 brothers. I'm the only girl. And the only one that got sick.
Wow.
The only one. I'm the only girl, and I got 5 brothers.
Wow.
And I'm talking about on my mom's side, you know, and you know, most of us got the same daddy. And I'm just saying, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, you got to ask a person, give them a health screening when you
Yep.
meet them.
You-
Like, because you
practically
want
you
your
do.
child to be happy and not suffer.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad. But, you know, like, I encourage people, even though it's sad, it's harsh, I encourage people through my life to say, look, in order to survive, I need hope, faith, and the will to live.
That's right.
And I am a living miracle, testimony, and I am so blessed. And I teach, well, I talk to adults, because you can't really teach adults, to live their life, to have faith, to have confidence, to have, okay, I still have a life to live. I can't just give up, because you know most people give up
Mm-hmm.
because they're scared. And it's okay to be scared, but also have that faith, have that hope, and have that will to live.
Yeah.
And I never once thought I was gonna die. And that's crazy, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
For somebody to tell you you got stage 4 cancer, and you're just like, okay, what I need to do to get rid of this mess? Because I got a life to live over here.
Yeah.
For real. I got a life to live. I don't know what they talking about, but I got a life to live. And you know, people think, oh, she looked good, she doing good. You know, never judge a book by its cover. But I
Mhm.
feel like this, like Kiana said, when you look good, you feel good. And it may not always be physical, but up here, it'll give you the courage to go day by day. Just going day by day, what's important. So that's why I spend my time talking to people, you know, giving them that courage, that strength, you know, even friends. I have friends that mothers dealing with it, and I'm just like, just be there for your mom. Just talk to your mom. Give her that, you know, that assurance.
Mhm.
You know, mom, I know you're scared, but just think about your faith. And like 3 times she's had clear scans. And because she changed the way she thought. Because cancer feeds off stress, sugar, different things like that. You stressed out, okay, it's gonna eat you alive. Stop stressing over it. Stop stressing over things you have no control over.
That's right.
You have no control. So just don't stress over it. Just live. I just want people to live, you know. That's all. I just know I'm blessed, and complaining ain't gonna do no good. So I try not to. That's just it.
And
You
thank
know.
you so much for sharing. Because you never know how much your sharing can help. You too. Thank
Mhm.
you for sharing. Sharing is caring. And it
Oh,
shows that you want other people to hear your testimony so they can be helped and blessed. A lot of times people won't answer. But when you share, they can get answers that they have for questions in themselves. And thank you
right,
all so much for sharing.
right.
Mhm.
I agree. Life is short enough.
Okay, Kiana, we've got some donations that are coming in. I will be putting them up on the screen, but you've got a special guest that's just logged on, Mr. Terrell Duckworth. He is an entrepreneur, and I believe he has a couple of questions about sickle cell. So, um, Candy, I'm gonna put you backstage so you could take a little bit of a break. And Kiana, I appreciate you again for spending your birthday with us. But this is Terrell Duckworth. You guys ask him about his business, and like I said, I'm pretty sure he has a couple questions about sickle cell. Hey, Terrell.
Hey, how y'all doing, ladies?
Good morning to you.
Hey, thank you, thank you. I definitely appreciate it. I was actually trying to pull the information up. I probably should have called my brother because he's the one that actually is the center behind it. My nephew passed away in 2013 at a young age. Didn't even make it to the age of 11. He battled with sickle cell, and I was trying to find out more information to provide more content for the call. So I apologize for not having it for you for this call. And I know my brother is. It's one thing to. There's no age you could lose your child, and it's kind of it's acceptable. But to lose them at that age, it really hurts you, right? I looked at his casket one time, I couldn't look anymore because he had such a high spirit that my brother would tell me he was sick, and obviously I wasn't there those times he went to the hospital, and I wouldn't have known it, right? Wouldn't have known it. So God obviously chose the right child to choose to be able to have that type of situation. Because most children, they probably mentally would have been done well before they stepped their 6 feet in the ground. So I guess so I'm definitely understanding, right? Not as familiar as I probably should be with sickle cell, but my question for you, or for y'all, is how long have y'all been like battling, fighting it, and what's your next goal you're trying to achieve? Because we're always trying to raise money for a cause, but what is your next goal you're trying to achieve? So that's my question. 2 questions, I guess.
Okay, so for me, the first answer is so I don't have the actual disease, but I'm an advocate for it. I fight on behalf of those that do. My children's uncle has the disease, and my cousins on my dad's side, they lost 3 siblings with from the disease, and then a lot of them have the trait. And so
Mhm.
they're still going in and out of the hospital, just not as much because they have the trait. But my goal is with me getting money in for this, is to keep on doing what I'm doing, because as a
Okay.
nonprofit organization, it's not like I'm clocking in and I'm getting state funding and I'm getting funds from the state. I am a nonprofit organization where I'm able to solicit funds, and thankfully, I have a actual letter from the Department of Agriculture that's
Hmm.
up to date that states I can receive solicitations up to $1 million by law. And so my goal is not only to just get the advocacy out here to all over the world. My plan and my goal is to be able to go to Africa. My goal and my plan is to be able, I've been to New York last year. I have clients in New York. I want to go to Connecticut. I have clients in Connecticut. And also I want to put people in position to carry this on, not just me, but I had interns from Bethune-Cookman here in Daytona that were my alma mater. I've actually, when I did there, as they were my interns, I taught them this lesson. I taught them about sickle cell and what to say when they go out in the community. One of them received a job in Orlando as the outreach coordinator for sickle cell. So she's continuing on what I want to happen, put jobs in place for people to do this because it's so necessary. So that's my goal.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Anybody else want to answer?
I don't have sickle cell. I don't have sickle cell. I'm actually a volunteer. I like to volunteer with her. Anything that I can do to help sickle cell recipients, people struggling with it, family members, anything that I can do to help. I volunteer my time. Um, I'm just an advocate, just whatever I can do to help. I'm
Okay.
actually stage 4 cancer survivor. So I know pain all
Whoa.
well. I know pain all well. So I like to come in and help and let people know about pain, and I don't have sickle cell, but I know about pain.
That's
So
right. That's right. And hey, praise God. I'm glad to hear a survivor story. We need more of them. We need more of them.
I was diagnosed in 2015, stage 4. I'm a
Mm,
walking miracle.
Yes.
you are. I had a
Walking
friend that
miracle.
passed away, my old supervisor. He retired from the military, and it was like right after retired, he got the news,
Oh
and and
wow.
uh, and he got sick. I went to visit him, and then we went and hung out at the park. It was because he thought it was good to go. And then a week later, I was talking at his funeral, at a military funeral for him. Actually, they asked me to deliver the pastoral, I guess,
Eulogy.
eulogy for him, and I was surprised. I'm like, I'm not a pastor. What y'all talking about? Oh my goodness! But
I'm pretty sure he appreciate that. And
hmm
and then
yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
because
Oh no, I appreciate that, and y'all have some powerful stories yourself. I know that Angie B, what she was referring to, I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with Legal Shield at all. If that name rings a bell at all
I
for
have
y'all.
heard of it. I have heard of it.
Okay, okay. Have you seen
Mhm.
anything from it, like a presentation, a video, or anything?
um I may have. I may have.
Okay, all right. So it sounds little shaky. It's okay. I give you that credit.
Because it might have been a while ago.
Oh, okay. All right. So obviously, I'm not going to take over your platform, but what I will say is what I share with people. One of the things we tell people, you don't have to be passionate about doing what we do, but that
Yes.
passion and the money you generate can actually fuel what you're really going after, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point of raising funds, right? And the way I look at it is, I'm protecting. You can protect families and support your cause and build what you want to build financially. So it's a win-win-win, depending upon how you want to look at it, right?
Right.
And maybe somewhere down in the future, if y'all are interested, I could show you the information, show you what it is, because sometimes people need a cause to fight behind, meaning they'll do it more often. And then they're helping themselves because if you're talking about this, obviously we know we're talking about we need to get our legal affairs in order, meaning i.e. our will, your living will,
Mhm.
healthcare power of attorney.
Mhm.
With just that
Mhm.
alone, those things are provided. If you remember, those are provided for free. Don't cost you a dime.
So
And
they're
so we're
provided legal shield.
mhm.
We
Yes.
Really?
need to talk because a lot of my clients need to know this, especially those that have family members who are not helping them and they're adults and they need to help
Mhm.
themselves more. I definitely need to talk to you because you need to do a workshop, sir. So we can do a workshop for this, especially for those that are ill and don't know.
And did you hear me
Yes.
talking about that earlier about
Yep.
life
hmm
insurance?
Yep.
It's
That's so
Yes.
important.
important. Yep.
It's
It's
important.
yeah. But no, go
We
ahead.
need to do a workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do because here's the thing. These are the building block foundations. And because I was just talking to one of my fellow associates, and I said, "Hey, I know you're gonna be involved for a month. You got your will done. Well, I'm working on it." And she was like, "Well, I'm not sure what I want to do." I said, "Let me tell you what doesn't give you time. I want you to have that same speech when you're in your casket. You cannot wait, right? Death does not wait." So we got to stop making excuses. We'll go out and spend money on Xbox, PlayStation, hair, rims, you name it, but we won't do what's
You talking
important.
right.
Our
And I
priorities
made
are
so
messed
many
up.
excuses. I made so many excuses when I was younger. And when I was
hmm
diagnosed, I had no life insurance.
hmm
Who's going to insure me with no life insurance? Right?
Mm,
And I
exactly.
I hit the pavement. I hit the
hmm
pavement until I found someone that was going to insure me.
See?
And that's why I told her she needs to check with my company because for them to insure me,
Right.
You know, they'll insure anybody. Like
Exactly.
I mean, the people that she advocates for needs to have life insurance. I know it's hard to pay for. I understand. But
But here's
some
the thing:
stuff,
even if you don't get a lot, right? Just
right?
let me tell you like this: just
Um,
enough to let's be real. Let's have enough to at least bury us, so we start doing chicken dinners, right?
yeah,
Because we need to close the kitchen, right?
yeah,
Because if we keep taking money from each other, this is why we can't get ahead because we don't want to do the proactive thing. Well, if I
right.
paid 10, 15, $20, $30, $50 for a life insurance, I can't go out to the club. Well, guess what? Let me tell you something. Then guess what? We're gonna go to the club when you pass away. That we ain't going to your funeral. We're gonna go to the club because that's what you wanted
And
to do. Look, we got to start being adults about this. Stop playing games. Like you said, before you get that news. Because like you said, now that you got the news, not now you might have had 100 companies. Now you down to five. Five in a prayer, right? Why are we waiting? Stop. We say
stop.
I'll do anything for our loved ones. Prove it. Because that when I
Yes.
do my presentation over Zoom, that's why I tell people, prove how much you care about your family. Get this
Right.
membership because that's all you're talking about. The rest of the stuff I get, you may not need, but you cannot walk past and say, "Oh, I don't know if I need a." No, we need to get our priorities in aligned. So
Don't want
we're going
nobody
to
go funding trying to bury me.
thank you.
Mm-mm.
Look, people do GoFundMe just trying to buy a car. Come on, you know you ain't got no money to bury you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, like really, people need to really focus on securing their burial. I mean,
hmm
even if you can get a little more to pay your bills that you owe, but at least make sure you're able to bury yourself. You don't want to put that
Right.
on your family. I had to pay 10,000 to bury a family member out of my
Mm,
pocket. And
it's
it crushed
sad.
me because that
Yes.
was all I had at the time, you know, because you get excited when you're saving up money. You
hmm
know what I'm saying? You got me a little cushion. Next thing you know, bam. And I had to because that person was close to me. Nobody else was gonna
Right.
do it. And I
Exactly.
thought they had insurance because that's what their spouse made me think.
Oh, and people's pockets somehow get tight when it comes that time frame. I thought you was gonna do it. I thought you was gonna do it. Come on, man.
Somebody's asking a question: are sickle cell treatments covered by insurance? Good question, Tiana.
I'm sorry, say it again. I'm
Are
putting this
sickle
money together. All the donations I want to make sure I don't miss any. I'm sending them to Miss Angie B as they come in. I'm sorry.
are sickle
Oh, the
cell
question is, are sickle
treatments?
cell treatments covered by insurance?
That's a good question.
Yes, but not the surgery for them to not have it anymore. The treatments that they go through at their doctor's offices, like the blood transfusions and all those hospital
Mhm.
visits, yes. And if there's anyone that's watching and you have sickle cell, apply for disability. It has been mandated by federal government that sickle cell is a disability. Apply. You know
So
you
there
can't clock in and
isn't
out all the time. You're
surgery.
going to get fired because you can't stay at your job because you're in pain. Apply.
So there's a surgery for them to not have sickle cell.
Yes, and it's the stem cell treatment.
That's
Wow.
amazing.
But
That's
there's
amazing.
stipulations, of course. There's stipulations, just like a kidney.
Oh yeah.
When you want to get a kidney, you have to be a match.
Mhm.
The stem
Right.
cell treatment is the same way. It has to be
So
a
it's like
match
a
of a
list.
sibling that has the
hmm
same mother and father and don't have the traits. And that's
So
not common in
okay.
our culture for the children to have the same two parents. That's one. And then the second thing is the surgery itself is 39,000. And I don't know how it is with insurance, but I do know two children that have gone through it. The one young lady, she's an adult. And I met her before she went through the surgery. And it was a difference. I talked about it last night. Her personality
hmm
was totally different. Before she had it, she was okay. She was nice. Now that she's had the surgery, she doesn't have sickle cell anymore. She's living her best life. She doesn't want me to call her. She doesn't want me to say anything to her. Maybe she wants to forget she ever had it. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
But she
That's
don't want to talk about it. She
understandable.
told me don't call her.
Putting it in
So
the
I'm like,
past.
and then yeah.
Mhm.
And I know a child that just went through that. You go to Gainesville to Shands Hospital. The child that I know that just went through it,
Mhm.
and so he doesn't have sickle cell
Mhm.
anymore.
I didn't know.
You said
Yes.
Gaines. You
Now
said
I
Gaines
was
Hospital,
introduced
Gainesville.
to
Bill.
Yes, in Gainesville, yes, Shands Hospital. That's where
Because I
they'll
live in because I
transfer
live
you
in
to.
Jacksonville. I live in Jacksonville.
Okay,
I'm
and
a
then
prior
in
military.
Jacksonville, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one of the best hospitals. So I knew
Yeah,
it
my
had to be.
we're familiar with Gainesville because my wife she went down there for a recent because she's prior military also, so that's not
Mhm.
far from us. It's about an hour and a half from us. That's why I'm asking
Yeah.
these
Right.
questions.
Well, my
But go
family's
ahead.
from Gainesville.
Oh, awesome. What were you saying,
Yeah.
Miss Kiana?
Oh, I was saying that also I was introduced to something called stem cell patches. And so I recommend that for everybody. I have one. I meant to bring it from over in my bag. But at my banquet next Friday, the
Hmm.
lady is gonna be there with a table display with actual stem cell patches. And I use it because I have arthritis. I don't have sickle cell. I don't have thank y'all. I don't have anything else, but I have arthritis and my joints hurt. So
Mm,
you put it right here at the right here at the top where your spinal cord starts.
right.
You put it there. You can wear it for 12 hours. There's so many testimonies. Some people that have MS wear it. One lady, her foot was like this, folded. She's
Hmm.
worn it now. She can ride a bicycle.
Oh wow.
But
What?
what the pharmaceutical companies don't want us to know and share that the pills that they prescribe for us, they're worse. They hinder your
Hmm.
body. They don't help you. Then you have side effects. You have to take another pill for the side effect, and that makes you worse. But
Mhm.
everybody was born with stem cells. We were born with
Hmm.
it. And as we
Right.
get older, just like anything else, they change.
Hmm.
Our bodies change. I was just sharing last night. I used to do back bends. I used to race. I used to do jump hurdles. I can't do that. I turned 47 today. I'm almost half 100. I can't do it anymore. I wish I could do a back bend. I wish I could do a back flip, but then I have to go to the hospital. I would have to go to the hospital. They would have to put me in. They would have to put me in the hospital because I would do damage to this body. You hear me? But with everything, there's change. As time transpires, changes occur, right?
Yeah.
Our
Yep.
mind changes. We don't
Yes.
remember as much. I'm sitting here writing stuff down that you all are saying because I can't just remember unless I ask the Holy Spirit to
Man.
remind me. But I have to write stuff down. So the stem cell patches, all they do is reactivate our stem cells that are in our bodies already. And it helps heal.
Mm.
Our body heals itself. There are foods here in America that allows us to be healed. I
Yeah.
remember when
Right.
I had my first baby. I'm from Alabama. You know, in Alabama they do like the old school stuff. And so I
Hmm.
breastfed all my children. But for my milk to leave, I'm like, well, how is it gonna leave? It's just I'm engorged. I'm like, help me, somebody. So my family said, put cabbage greens on your breast, and you do, and it dries up your milk.
Yep.
Heard
That's how
that.
my milk went
My
I've
away,
heard that.
and that's true.
my wife had my wife had to do that because we had twins. Before we answer this question, my wife had because we have twins, right? And
Okay.
she had no problem with the twins, right? Like she. Let me tell you this. I didn't know this. I didn't know you could sell your milk, and I wish we could have because those stand up freezers. She filled up the stand up freezer and had extra. And someone's like, "Do you know that you could have sold?" Now we're trying to make money off our kids, but
No,
it's
I didn't
about
know that
knowledge,
either. You
right?
told me something new. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
I knew that. Yeah.
Yes, right. But when she had our youngest, it wasn't. She had like to get those knots, and it was so bad. We sat in the movies for 30 minutes. We had to leave, and she constantly, like you said, put that cabbage on her breast and had to do what she had to do to get it to dry out because it was not working with our youngest child. So I am totally with you on that. I don't know if you want to answer this question. Somebody's doing a chat.
Yeah. You have a question.
It's for Candy.
Yeah.
It's for Candy.
Yes.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Okay, so it says, did your family have financial help with your sister? Like I said, she was saying that you can file for disability. Yes, my sister was on SSI, which is the Social Security, so she was considered disabled, and I think we got $200. And again, like the gentleman was saying, I'm sorry, I don't know your name again, but insurance is key because we had to collect funds, we had to raise money, we didn't do GoFundMe, but we did have some dinners sold, and we had buckets put in this establishment and this establishment in
Mm.
order to bury my sister, and you don't want that. Like that is not what you want, because that was not an easy process. I mean, we were taking money out. We took up collections from the family. And today's funerals, well, like I said, that was in 2008. I think her funeral may have been about $10,000. So you don't want to have to do that. You want to make sure that you have insurance. And like we didn't get that much assistance from we probably got like $50 from SSI. We received a donation from the Sickle Cell Foundation here in Houston, and that was it. Everything else was on us.
Mm. And that's all we need to be aware, because you need to understand the process. Because even if you don't have it, if your family don't have it, you don't know which way your life or your body's going to turn. So you can be better prepared. So we can slow down and speed up, right? Because there are a lot of things happening in life, and we worried about all the material things, but we need to slow down and pay attention to these things and get ourselves prepared. Because 10 out of 10 of us going to leave, whether it's through disease or due to natural causes. And you're right. We need to slow down and get ourselves together. Did any more questions come in? I don't know if I've seen any more questions in there. Well, I will be making my donation once we hang up this Zoom. Don't worry, I got y'all. I ain't gonna leave you hanging. I guess I'll ask a question since we had a silent moment. So as far as for I know I'm pretty sure there's different foundations out there as far as for a charity situation on the charity front. But my question is, how widespread is the current organization that we're kind of promoting right now? Is it through all states? Is it limited to the East Coast, West Coast, or is it regional? How far widespread does anybody know that this foundation's right now?
Kiana.
Oh, I don't think she knows she muted.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question for me, sir?
No problem. What I was saying was, there's obviously probably multiple organizations trying to fight this same cause. I was saying, as far as with this foundation, is it all throughout the United States? Is it regional? Is it to one or two states? How far widespread is the organization?
So we're all called CBOs, community-based organization. And so what I did was, well, let me answer your question first. So we have a national office, which is in Baltimore, Maryland. And up under those different regions, it's not divided like that. It's people can have their own sickle cell association as long as you abide by the rules and the guidelines of the rules. So this is the rule. I've learned in the state of Florida, you cannot have, like, for instance, myself. I'm the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I can't put myself in a place 50 miles of another office. That's a rule, right? So gotcha. I do have 3 cities in Orlando, but I don't do what they do. They do the advocacy and everything in their area. I just do case management for those that have the sickle cell. I can't do advocacy and go and do the same thing they do, because that's against the policy. That's against the rules.
Okay.
So that's the rule. Then, as a CBO, a community-based organization, you can have your own rules. Like for me, I get fussed at because I have clients calling me saying, one just called me, I'm homeless, I don't have any money. So I'll take money from me and I'll cash out their money to eat with or to get a hotel room. But really, that's not what we're supposed to do. That if you look at the law, and Shanita, she will fuss at me about stuff like that. I will neglect myself to help somebody else, and that's a bad habit that I have. And I'm asking the Lord to help me as I get closer to 50. That I have a board now. I didn't have a board before. It was just Kiana. Okay. I was making decisions for my organization. If you all donated money to me and somebody needed something, I would give the money to them. But with a board, there are rules set in place. Things have to get voted on. And I think it sucks, but it is what it is. So that's what it is. So like for me, and so I found favor. I found favor with a funeral home. If one of my clients die who does not have insurance, I know I can go to that funeral home and they will bury my client for me for free. because I
Oh
have
wow.
favor and found favor with that funeral home, right? Everybody don't do stuff like that. They don't do stuff like that. They tell their clients they have stuff in place so you don't have to get on the corner and shake a jug and say, please give here. Because that's
Mm,
just the reality of it. But
right.
again, every CBO is different. And I just learned in the state of Florida, it's like over 50 of us here. But you don't hear about them because everybody don't do a
No.
telethon. I was going live
Right.
doing newscastings. Like we get emails that tell us updated information on the different medicines, on the different
Hmm.
doctors that are coming out. So I would go live and share that with everyone so people would know what's going on around them. I stopped doing that and I need to get back into that so that people will know what's really going on in this sickle cell world. And maybe more people will understand what is really going on. I learned that because people have small organizations, they get their little funds and that's what they do. But that's what it is with CBOs, community based organizations. We all have our
Hmm.
own little organizations and then we help who we can help. I put it upon myself to have 10 counties
Mm.
because in Daytona Beach, I was the lead case manager at the last sickle cell organization we had, and I was only for West Volusia, East Volusia, which is one county, and Flagler.
Mhm.
But when the person that was over the organization resigned, it left a gap. And so I Googled. Not only here was lacking, the counties north of me don't have anybody until you get to by Jacksonville. So that left Volusia County, that left
Mhm.
Flagler County, which is 30 miles north, that left Putnam County, which is 45 miles north, that left St. Johns County, which is 55 miles north. So I said, well, then let me get it all, and I could just start trying to put people in position so that we can get advocacy around here. Because that's what
Right.
is needed. That's what is needed.
Okay.
I hope I
All
answered your
right.
question.
No. You answered it and then some. So I'm hoping that folks are listening. Look, I hope folks are listening in because some people want to get involved and they don't know if you need
Let's go
help.
then. I welcome it. I
Right.
welcome it.
Right, because some people just don't know. They don't know how to get involved. Because that was the next thing I was going to say. And you started going into it. Maybe share where you need help at, what they can do. Because some people think, well, it might be overwhelming. I don't know everything about it. So maybe break down like, hey, maybe you could just do paperwork. Maybe you could take phone calls. Maybe you could do this. So are there things that you can use or holes that you can fill? So I'll turn it over to you so you can share that. Because as people are listening, they need to know.
We are going to thanks,
Yes.
Brother Terrell. Thanks so much, Kiana. I know we've got a couple more questions that I'll be bringing, but we got to take a quick break, and I want to check on Candy because she was here at 10 a.m. and I didn't mean for her to stay all day. So, Candy, if you're ready to go and have some closing comments, let us know. Or how you feeling? You
I'm
hanging in
good.
there?
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing me on this platform to speak about sickle cell, which is near and dear to my own heart. Thank you to Kiana for doing the work that you do in your city. Shanita, I look forward to working with you soon. And Angie B and Terrell, nice to meet you as well. And Angie B, thank you so much for bringing me here to talk about and to tell my story. It's definitely something that, like I said, is near dear to my heart. My sister, I do want to leave with this. My sister, when she was going through her disease, she wrote so many poems, and y'all, this has been a work in progress. But I am in the process, and I'm gonna say 2024. I want to put all of her poems in a book and eventually get that out. And I have a title and everything. I'm not going to share, but eventually I want to get that out. And if I can work with you,
Candy, I would be honored to work with you because
if I can work
I know
with
I
you,
don't
baby.
sound like it now, but I narrate audiobooks and I love poems.
Yes,
That's the
she
closest
wrote
that I
so
can-
many. If I showed you that folder, it was so many. And a lot of them talk about pain. A lot of them talk about things that we have no idea. We didn't even know she was going through
Oh my
mentally.
God.
So
Wow.
I really do want to get that out and share that, and maybe make the proceeds go to a sickle cell foundation,
Wonderful.
and also to her children and her grandchildren, because she has grandchildren now that
Oh,
she never got a chance to
wow.
meet. So yes, I want to do this, and hopefully I can bring this to fruition in 2024. That's one of my goals. I just have to get it all done. So
Thank you.
I can work
Thank
with
you.
Kiana, Angie B, Ladies, I just appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to be here today and to share my story with you guys. But
thank you, sweetie.
been a
All
pleasure.
right, you enjoy,
Mwah.
and if you're still here, we'll be here till 7 p.m. So if you want to pop back in, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much, Candy. I appreciate you. I do. Okay, Shanita, I want you to take a little break. Terrell, please don't go anywhere. I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute. Kiana, I know you've been tabulating the totals. So while you add things up, we're going to take a little music video break because we know we need these music videos to keep us going. And then when we get back, we'll try to hear a little bit about where we are on the thermometer.
Run it up, kid.
Wanna, see I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? God told me go, I'm sliding. You just something crazy, Joe Biden. Tell me what up, not an option. You don't want no problems. Already won by a landslide. Throw your meat bound like my hands tied. Been under my feet, got my cap tired. And I ain't stepping off like a landmine. It's up and it's stuck like it's Enoch. Cause they hung y'all from that treetop. They splintered his hand and his feet up. But the rock steady, this beat pop. Rose on that tomb out that cemetery. Came through like who wrote this obituary. Devil big man, why you looking scary? Can't see my God like he wizard killer. Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
Say I won't hit up the club with Glow Nation. Tell them all put on Stomp by Kirk Frank. Low saving that we headed to the radio station. Got power with us, since we creating they whole place. Kanye West ain't the only one rapping about Jesus. Go to rolling louder with these sarcasm out all the demons. In the middle of my set, and I'm really from the West. Throwing money in the air, but I really ain't impressed. I got jewels on my crown, now I'm shining big time. Living for the Lord, you don't know when the end time is. Devil sitting at a table with demons, they big plotting. What we gonna do with Miles? You know he a big problem. Hell's most wanted, got my poster on the wall. I done been in war, bullet holes in the wall. But I got heaven armies sliding through whenever I call. Why when I tell the world about what he did and what I saw.
Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
They won't make your church sneeze, cause God really can. Glow Nation, they been on top, we call them ceiling fans. I've been trying to get it, press go, we call it praise advance. Don't try to doubt with Jesus can, he's more than a man. Stunning on the I've been shooting shots like he told me. I've been leaning back like I'm Kobe. Darkness can't hold me, still seeking Christ, watching him mold me. Know that these trials, they gon' grow me. I'm still holy stepping, I got holes in my socks. Big weapon, no guessing, got glow, don't need rocks. From heaven, still revving, big sword, don't need glocks. Straight guessing, ain't question, praise Christ, don't make bops. Still on attack, I've been keeping division with all living, don't pivot division. Looking to get what the world giving, don't play. Don't care what they gon' say. God's plan, this ain't my way. Where we gon' stay?
Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? First, why won't I?
On April 1st, 2023, our Father woke me up to begin this writing. As my computer awoke from sleep mode, a Facebook memory popped up. At first, I didn't want to read it and fall down that rabbit hole of clicking and reading and clicking and scrolling. I had spent March 31st in the ebbs and flows of life, receiving great news and experiencing greater stress. During my waking hours, I longed for a peaceful night of rest, and last night did not disappoint. Now I see how God has allowed me to begin my healing from the grief. A marriage separation is a precarious place to be. On one hand, you miss the good times you shared with another. On the other hand, you find yourself traveling the cycles of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, as defined by a psychiatrist in 1969. This next part of my story made me smile, laugh, and rejoice over the memory. It made me see just how far I have come with my healing towards acceptance. The Winds of Change by Evangelist Angie B. You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life, Jesus Christ. God came in the flesh once He comes again. How long will His people keep rejecting Him? How much more does He have to endure while y'all testing Him? Why don't you rest in Him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on they wait, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and He will show you the way. Call on His name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and He's Jesus Christ. Yes, now that you feeling me, yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, it shouldn't be your new shit. He made me brand new, and so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what I got to, and you ain't gonna stop me. What you think I'ma stop now? Dude, he's on top now. You just a Christ hater, you better stop hating. I keep on patiently waiting, cause I'ma take it from Satan. You better watch what you're saying to me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The devil think he's slick, and you know he really is. Slick enough that he can trick 95% of Christians I know don't even know they rolling with him like they was homies. Meanwhile, Christ is the one they claiming to represent, but he the one that's getting left out the game while they busy picking devils on their team. Can't believe what I've been seeing. They don't wanna hear it, but they gon' feel it when it all flip. Don't say I didn't tell it like it is, and still I won't quit. I'ma keep on going till I can't no more, till I'm dying on that cross and it's finished. I'ma let y'all know what the saith the Lord, and you can call it what you want, but I just really wanna know who's really down for the cause, ready to die for the Lord. Is it about what you want? Is it about what he's done? This ain't about just hanging out and having fun. You must be kidding me. How many more gotta die for y'all to see he came to live in me? Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah.
A Mother's Heart, an anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forth. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology. Bold, beautiful, and bald.
I know because God is by my side. He is by my side. I know that everything will be alright. It will be. When I'm feeling down, when I'm all alone, I know I can call on you. I know that everything will be okay. He will pull me through you. You see, there's nothing that my God can't do. If He made a way for me out of the way, He can do the same for you. You gotta put your trust in Him, or else your light will dim. You can shine from within, even when the stars forget to shine. Even when the stars forget to shine, I know that everything will be alright. Everything, I know because God is by my side. He's by my side. I know that everything will be alright. You gotta put your trust in Him, or else your light will dim. You can search from within. He pulled me out of darkness. He made a way for me. He pulled me out of darkness. He made a way for me. He made a way for me. He pulled me out of darkness. He made a way for me. Made a way for me. He made a way for me. Made a way for me. Even when the stars forget to shine. Even when the stars forget to shine. I know that everything will be alright. I know because God is by my side. He is by my side. I know that everything will be alright. It will be alright. It will be alright. It will be alright. With God by my side. Made a way for me. He pulled me out of darkness. He made a way for me. With God Hold on, hold on. There's so much inside of you. Just try to dig deep. All that potential you're hiding, lost in the beauty they see. You're a gem, so shine bright. It's your light the world needs. Close your eyes and set free. Stay strong and hold on. Memories they seem to last for so long. Hold on, my dear darling. A change is going to come. I will lead you to righteousness, but you just have to stay strong. I know at times it can be, so try my hand. But baby girl, don't give up. Just stay strong. Hold on. Hold on.
Two, three, four, five. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still don't know a lot about the disease. However, I have had my daughter tested because her father passed away when she was about 2 years old, and I don't know if that was a trait that he carried. I know that I don't carry the trait, but I also know that the different strains of sickle cell can show up even without there being generational traits. My suggestion is for you to look into the area that you live in and see if there is a sickle cell anemia center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
Hey, hey, hey. So I came back on so I can tell you guys. First of all, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for everyone that has given, whether it was $1, whether it was $5, $10, $20, anything you've given will go towards this awesome cause. This is a cause that is not in vain. This organization helps many, many people all over, not just the city of Daytona, not just the state of Florida, but all over. And that's why I didn't want to name it something that would have me stuck in a certain area. I wanted to be international. And I was in New York last year. I can't wait to go to Africa and bring you all with me so I can go live so you all can see just what this organization does out of the state of Florida. So I came back on so I can tell you all the grand total of the amount we raised. We do have a goal, and our goal is $2,000. We'll be on this weekend and next weekend because next weekend is the last weekend in September, and September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And then we're going into October, which everyone knows is cancer awareness. So sickle cell to me is not talked about enough. So that's why I have to keep talking about it. So everything that I've received, I made sure I given it to my Miss Angie B. And so let me write these numbers down. I don't know if she can do it fast with her calculator. I'm writing it down. And that's from today and yesterday so far. I don't have my glasses on. Yesterday is my birthday. I'm so excited to be doing this, a cause on my birthday. I'm almost half 100. I'm 47 on today. Let's see. Did I okay, they're from yesterday. So I have the totals from today. Now let me look for the ones from yesterday. Miss Angel B, I know you're there in the background, but do you have the totals from yesterday so I can just add it to today?
I think it was a little under 100, maybe like 96.
For yesterday?
Yes, I think that's
okay,
what.
then I could just add that to today. That's perfect. Okay, so we're at 261. To my math. And I know Shanita's good at math. Shanita's so smart. Oh my gosh, she's so smart. I always admire her in school. So we have 261 to my math. Yes. From today and yesterday. Whew. And that's with Zelle. Let me look right quick on Zelle real quick and on Cash App real quick before. Let me see if anything else on Cash App. Okay, I don't see anything on Cash App. Let me look on Zelle real quick.
Now I know you're headed out to an event with the mayor. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So there's an organization in a community in Midtown who actually had their grand opening the same day I had mine, and it's the Midtown Cafe. So today they're doing an unveiling of a skeptical art, some art. I think it's going to be on the wall in the backyard. A lot of people have not been there, and it's a beautiful place. I had my birthday party there last year. So this time last year, I have a birthday party there. And today they're having a mural. That's what it is, a mural. Thank you, Lord. A mural that they'll be showing and sharing with everyone. So that's today. Thank you, Miss Angie B, who's letting me go there for a little second on my birthday, and then I'm just gonna peekaboo. And then the mayor said the first 15 people that go there get a $15 free meal, so I'm definitely going to get that. Okay, so I found it. Nothing else is in sale. So that's our total right now, 261, and it's still early. It's never too late to give, and it's never, no amount is not a nice amount. Every amount counts. Every amount helps. So again, I say thank you to those that have given. Thank you to those that will be giving still today, tonight. Whenever you give, I thank you kindly for that.
And they can still give just because the sickle cell month will be over. There's always a need.
Yes, always.
And, yep. Because I'm a nonprofit. I'm in good standing. You can Google me. You'll see I have a letter from the Department of Agriculture. I can receive up to $1 million in donations. And I will be reaching out because I'm going to reach out to Gary Yeomans because someone is going to donate me a vehicle. They're going to give me a vehicle so I can transport these students. I mean, your clients.
Absolutely.
I was a teacher.
Absolutely. Okay, Kiana, we're going to let you head on out. You pop back in when you come back.
Okay.
Shanita, I appreciate you for holding it down for us this morning, Shanita. Come on back when you get a second. And right now, we're going to air some of the original programming from our January fundraiser. I'm going to do some of that until you get back. So, see you soon, dear. See you soon.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like. Sickle cell is an inherited disease caused by a defect in a gene. A person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Angie B, and I am buzzing in my beehive. I'm so excited because it's almost time. It is almost time for the sixth.
They fell in love, got together. Then I don't have to ask.
Ms. Griffin is here from Daytona Beach, and she's going to bring a very important topic to us. So that will take place on Friday from 10 to noon. Then from noon to 3, we're going to have the all white beach and ocean photo shoot along with some networking at the Tiki Bar. We do have some very special guests that are coming in that want to do some networking with us. So then Friday evening, we got the all white pool party. And then Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., we've got the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. And so I want to back up a little bit to Friday from 10 to noon because I said we've got some workshop presenters. So just about now, I'm going to bring one of our presenters in. Ms. Griffin is coming and she's going to introduce everyone to her. And she's going to let us all know a little bit about what she's going to talk about. Hey, Ms. Griffin, are you ready to come on in and say hi to everybody? Hello, 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 dear.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a guest this evening.
I truly appreciate it because I met you again. I know we've met before, but I met you again at the Volusia Business Women Networking Session. You came and joined us at the library, and I thought I knew something about sickle cell, but I didn't know nothing until you. I mean, I didn't. So tell everybody your name and where you live and what's got you most interested and involved right about now.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Kiana Griffin. For those that don't know me, there aren't too many people that don't know me because I never meet a stranger. And I reside currently in Daytona Beach, Florida, the world's most famous beach.
Mhm.
And I'm excited for this venture that I have taken responsibility for. And that is the responsibility of being an advocate and an educator for sickle cell.
Mm. Why sickle cell? Why not an advocate or an educator for lupus or thyroidism or what drew you to the topic of sickle cell?
So actually, I was looking for something else to do other than teaching in 2009. And as I was looking for another job, I saw case manager for sickle cell for Volusia County / Flagler County in Daytona Beach. So
Wow.
I had never been a case manager. I had never even heard of sickle cell. I knew it was
Wow.
something that I wanted to do. And so I said, I'm going to get that job.
Good for
And
you.
I saw the ad, I called and I set up an interview. I went and I interviewed and I got the position, not knowing
Wow.
how that decision was going to have an effect on my entire life.
Because it's all in you. It's all, I mean, even the color of your shirt. I mean, it's just, it's just, oh my goodness. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, what is the definition of sickle cell anemia?
Sickle cell anemia is an inherited blood disorder or disease.
Hmm.
That is the scientific definition for it.
Inherited. I wonder, I know that I have passed some things along to my children. And it's like, oh, I'm so ashamed. Oh, I should have known better. I cannot imagine what parents go through when they see their child in crisis and they know they how can you comfort them?
So the best way to comfort someone that has sickle cell is definitely by educating them to not continue that disparity in their family because it is genetic and it is
Right.
inherited. It does trickle down through genetics and in the families. So the best thing to do is for them to be educated. And then the ironic thing is I learned it hit home for me. I didn't know how closely it hit home for me. My children's uncle has the actual anemia, and my great uncle, he had 3 children to die from complications for sickle cell, and I learned that this year.
That's right. You mentioned that at the library. Oh my goodness. Mm, mm,
I just
mm,
it hit home for me. It did, but that just
mm.
how the more gusto and desire to run for this challenge in this battle for people that have to live with this every day.
Every day, every day. So somebody asked me, why are you having a workshop on sickle cell? Usually our Friday morning workshops teach us how to put on our eyebrows or do a turban twist or put on magnetic eyelashes. Sickle cell has nothing to do with alopecia, or does it? Or and so my response to them was, why not? Anytime we are gathered together, we need to be sharing this information, because like you said, you didn't know before you got the job, and then you didn't know how it affected your family. There could be something that we could help to educate somebody about. So that's
Def-
why you're coming. That's why I invited you. It was so heavy on my heart. I said, I gotta have Miss Griffin come out. I got to. I got to.
And I totally agree. I remember today, I did another segment earlier, and the ladies are asking me. One from was from the Department of Health, one was from Bethune Cookman, and I was telling them about the event coming up because a videographer was going to come and video me while I did the workshop, and
Good.
so they were saying, "How are you gonna like? What does that have to do?" with it? And I said, I can relate sickle cell to anything.
Anything and anybody.
Absolutely. Because with your organization and your workshop and your um, program this weekend, it's something that you have to deal with. It's something that you have to live with. Those that are challenged with this
Mhm.
disparity, the same thing with the realm of sickle cell. It's a challenge. You live with it. You are victorious in it, and you move forward with it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right. And it's all about awareness and understanding. Now,
Yes.
when we were at the library, I remember you saying something about how you had to be an advocate for people when they show up in the emergency room. And I don't want you to do your whole presentation now, because I want people to still come and meet you and see you on Friday. But can you tell us what you think is needed in the hospital system so that there will no longer be a need for an advocate?
Yes. So I was in a part of a symposium this year. It was a sickle cell symposium where I learned from those from Minnesota and from Washington, D.C., New Jersey, all over the world. And so, one thing that a young lady taught us was in her area, they do something called 30-30-30 rule. Means when you come to the hospital, they have 30 minutes to bring you in, 30 minutes to give you your IV, 30 minutes to give you your pain meds. That cancels me out right there. Then I don't have to advocate if they follow the 30,
Right.
and that is it right there.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Who's keeping track of the 30? But I get it. It is the effort. It is
Yeah.
definitely the effort. Definitely the effort. If there's something you could say to a person who falls in love with somebody, and then they find out they got a trait, and this one find out they got a trait. Is it just don't have children, or what do you say to them?
I would never tell anyone not to have children. I would never do that. But what I will do is um, encourage them to know everything they're getting in themselves into, everything that is in front of them, in reference to them making that decision, because that's a decision they will have to make. Not only make, but have to live with.
Yeah.
It's that when people don't know, and my children's grandmother, I interviewed her on live, Facebook Live this year in my community health fair. She didn't know that her husband, who was in the service, had a trait.
Because the service didn't test for it?
They did not test for it. In her family, because it was so well known, her grandmother, her aunts, they all made sure, and they told her and warned her, you make sure you know who you settling down with, who you having children with. Do not talk to anyone that has the trait. So he didn't know. And because he didn't know, they fell in love, got together. Their first child had full-blown sickle cell anemia. She was devastated. She even expressed her devastation on the recording, how she was screaming out loud in hospital because she couldn't understand why her baby kept hollering. He wouldn't stop hollering.
Oh.
And that's when she found out he had sickle cell anemia. And the sad part is, I've witnessed a nurse tell one of my clients that who was pregnant in the hospital. And so the doctors told her, you know, when she got pregnant again, to abort the baby. And guess what? Because she did not, and because she trusted God, that baby didn't have anything, the trait or the anemia. So we can never play God. We can never play, you know, being something that we weren't created to be. Only we were created to be people. People that are able to learn, people are able to be educated, people are able to reciprocate the education that we learn. So when you learn it, you reciprocate it and you share with others.
So 2 parents with a trait could have a child with full blown, could have a child with a trait, could have a child that has no trait. No, I mean, they could still have multiple children, but not all of them have the sickle cell anemia.
And I went that because I met a lady who all 3 of her children had sickle cell disease. She's lost 2 of them. She has 1 more left. And they died at early ages. The 2 girls, they passed away. Her last daughter, which was the baby, she was 16. I think she was 16. And so he has left. And of course, it's a challenge for him because all 3 of her, I cannot imagine.
I can't. Lord help. I tell you. But we keep spreading awareness, and we're going to continue to do that. I am honored to know that you're coming to the weekend retreat, that you'll be with us poolside at the Akatiki Best Western on Friday, September 16th from 10 to noon. I just feel in my spirit that you're going to have information that somebody needs to know about. Somebody needs to hear. And we gonna pray over it. We gonna pray over it, that those seeds will be planted in fertile ground, because the more we know, the better we can do.
Yes.
Oh my word. Thank you so much. Thank you. Listen, I got a couple more questions for you if you hang in there with me for just a minute. I just have to I just have to let everybody know we have a new book out. So we'll be right back. New from Inspired, the Alopecia Awareness Special Edition. Visit laderopress.com. 9 brave souls share their alopecia journey in this Confinement Chronicles Special Edition. Online everywhere. Hashtag I refuse to stop being me. The Alopecia Awareness Edition, encouraging testimonies, Birth out of the 2020 pandemic. Stories written and compiled by Angie B. and Barty Productions. Published by Ladero Press. Inspired. Reading for the whole person.
When it seemed like the world had stopped, as if our normal would never be again. Confinement Chronicles.
Still, there were those who held fast to hope. These are their stories. From teachers to dads to nurses on the front line. They have chronicled their messages of hope. Confinement Chronicles, now available. Order today on Amazon, also available in audiobook or at laderopress.com. Okay, let's bring Ms. Griffith back right quick so we can hear more about some of your advocacy. Am I saying it right? Advocate work. Yes, yes. And you say you're with Volusia and Flagler counties, correct?
Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, and Putnam counties.
What? How do they expect you to?
So the goal is to build offices and to give people jobs in those areas.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. That's good. Well, I tell you, I'm going to put it out there. Angie B Productions is very interested in helping you to spread awareness and find the resources that you need for those people. I'm not even going to call them patients, for those people. Okay?
The warriors.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Warriors.
That's cool. Now, do you guys have a color? I know Alopecia's color is royal blue. Do you have a awareness month yet? For
our color is crimson red, black, yes. And our month is September, the month we're in right now. This is September. This is National Sickle Cell Awareness Month.
There we go. There we go. All right. We're going to be right there.
Greetings, I'm Larita, host of So What's the Problem TV show. It airs Thursdays at
It's mine to feel. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Piercing your body, making you sweat. Piercing your mind, making you forget. Piercing your ears, making you deaf. Piercing your heart, wishing you left. And yet, you still are here. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. My moan grows louder and louder. My moan opens my soul like a flower. My moan is my weakness and my power. My moan brightens the darkness in the hour. My moan is heavy, yet leaves me light. My moan is utter agony and sheer delight. My moan erases my wrongs and paints my rights. My moan moves freely in the night. My moan releases my stress. My moan has some light. My moan is my passion, and my moan is my faith. My moan is
Hey everybody, I'm Bart T, and we're coming to California. Now we're going to have the pound cake challenge once again. My belly is not satisfied, and I'm searching. I'm searching for judges.
The difference in the world for the middle and the last. Are you the firstborn child in your family? I was, and that blessing continues to resonate in my life throughout my life. Psychologists have revealed that the birth order among siblings can affect their personalities throughout life. Jocelyn Vu from American Baby wrote an article for Parents magazine and revealed this important statement. The firstborn child enjoys ruling the roost, but must deal with parents' great expectations. This was revealed in an entertaining video on parents.com. I am the firstborn of 4 daughters, and I can relate to that statement. When you are the first, you continue to be the first throughout your life. I'm the first contributor to this blog, and I pray that this article has lived up to the publisher's expectations. Were you the first to go to college in your family? What kind of pressure was that? Gotta pass these standardized tests. Gotta pay these application fees. Gotta decide on a major. Gotta get accepted to a good school. Gotta get a scholarship. Gotta ask for more money. Gotta get a job. Let me be the first to tell you that when you are the first in your family to do something and you put your trust in God to lead you, you will experience the ultimate glorious gotta. Let me spell it out for you. Gotta, Gotta, stands for God orchestrated those times, always. When you are the first to do something, you can set a standard that all others will follow. So let God lead you first. My first scripture introduction in this blog comes from the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 133. Here it says, "Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me." Now that's in the King James Version. Or, as it is revealed in my favorite New Living Translation, it says, "Direct my footsteps according to your word. Let no sin rule over me." When you are traveling to a new destination, do you have your GPS navigating the way for you? What about a map? Yes, some folks still use maps, compasses, and even the placement of the stars in the sky to guide them. However, when you are facing a new living situation or a new job or even a new relationship, what guides you to that first destination? Have you asked the Holy Spirit to guide you? Jesus told the disciples that he would leave them a comforter to be with them after his departure. But what about Jesus? He was the first to allow God to guide him, and he set that example for us all as well. When you are the first, there are all sorts of opinions, comments, scrutiny, and challenges that go along with that status. Jesus was the first person that I ever heard of to be crucified. People had been put to death in that manner long before Jesus died in that manner, but because of his sacrifice, I learned all about that torturous method of execution. The Obamas were the first African American leaders to work and live in the White House, yet I bet you that there were other first families that were blessed to have African ancestral genes in their bloodline. Sometimes you are the first in a situation to grow, evolve, or lead your family to a better destination. You are the first to get that job that leads your family out of living in the projects. You are the first with an illness that teaches you a lesson of personal care. You pass that lesson along to your children, therefore breaking the generational curses of illnesses. You are the first to have a grandchild for both sides of the family, and you are the first to submit during a life lesson in order to receive love. When you are the first, you can cause stability in a situation. As you are driving down the road, are you the first to be a defensive driver or are you the aggressive one? Are you the one to start an argument or the first to apologize and forgive? Are you the first in your relationship to ask for sex or are you the first to encourage abstinence and wait for marriage? Are you the first to wake in the morning and set the atmosphere of your home, giving glory to the living God? Are you the first? My husband and I wrote our very first book together, and it debuts on August 1st, 2017. It is entitled, In the Beginning, There Was God, Me, and You, the true love story that only God could have written. God gave us life through the first of his creations, Adam. Jesus redeemed us from death through the first and the only required sacrifice of his life. Now God has given me the first true vessel in my husband that allows me to give and receive love. When we met 4 years ago, my husband was not trying to get married again. He was enjoying the life of a bachelor after his divorce. I was never going to submit to another man ever again after surviving 2 failed marriages. We were not the first spouses for each other, but we are the first married lovers and leaders in our situations that God has ordained us to be. I want to thank Denise Walker for this opportunity to be the first to contribute to this blog. I thank my Lord and Savior, through the power of the Holy Spirit, for giving me guidance in this writing. And I thank my husband for tolerating my hot flashes. When you are the first daughter in a family that's having hormonal changes, well, that is a different story. I thank each of you that were the first to purchase our book online, available at laderopress.com, LADEROPRESS.com. And I hope that you're downloading the book on Smashwords as well. There will be book sales throughout Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. And we have a few anticipated readers from Africa that are waiting to receive the book. Will you be the first in your family to own a copy of the book? Have you listened to your copy of the audiobook yet? Visit thequeenbee.com to order your digital download. www.daqueenbee.com to order your audiobook. Angie B Productions specializes in producing audiobooks for authors, and our audiobook project was so much fun to produce for each of you. We can't wait for you to hear it. Be the first to invite Barty and I to speak at your marriage conference or singles retreat, and we hope to see you at the next book festival. As we continue to travel with the tour that Angie B presents, we are led by God to bring concerts, workshops, book signings, and the love of the Lord through His preached word to communities and families everywhere. When you are the first to travel down a road, your footsteps can leave a path for another to follow. I pray that this reading opens your eyes to possibilities of achieving the life that God desires for you and sets your ears to hear from God. Share this article, share this word, stay in touch, and be blessed. This devotional blog was written for Hope in Christ Ministries, composed and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like. Sickle cell is an inherited disease caused by a defect in a gene. person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states: eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Hello, do you remember me? Yeah. Do you remember me? I'm not the girl that I used to be. I always say yes, no, was it tough for me? You never know who's really free. Always being tested, the enemy or me. I fight alone, the enemy is me. Always in my mind, crisscross release. Mirror image of the girl that's standing right in front of me. Mentality. Mentality. Hello. Mentality. Hello. It's mentality. We're all puppets in this little social game, hoping and wishing, hoping and praying. No, we won't be your next tragedy. We got the most high above me. Gotta learn to let it go. So much control. Lift your hands up. Come fight with me. Mentality. You're amazing. Hair, skin, eyes. Don't listen to the lies. Don't paralyze your mind. Don't overthink. Just be a little clearer. You're amazing. Just look in the mirror. So strong, ambitious, a queen. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve. Regardless of any insecurities, you can do it. Just do it for you. Do it for you. Stay strong, you too. You got it, you're gonna pull through. I've been there, them insecurities, they don't go away unless you really dig deep. Queen bee, mommy mission, I'm on the road. Here's the better days, you gotta let them know. Mentality. Mentality. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I'm not that girl that I used to be. Do you remember me? Do you? Sun shining bright, ablaze my life. Take this pain away. Sun shining bright, ablaze my life. Insecurities wash away. Sunshine, take my pain away. Insecurities wash away. Sunshine. You gotta dig, I'm not that girl anymore. You gotta dig deep. It's rooted in me. You gotta dig, I'm not who I dig deep. Check out the melody. Wash away. Check out the insecurities. It's washed away. Check out the melody. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality.
DJ Shaheem on the track. 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 DJ Shaheem on the track.
Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YUP program.
Hi, my name is Jalen. I live in Michigan, and yep, I'm an author.
YUP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yup.I'mAnAuthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yup, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yup, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB and Barty Productions.
Good evening. This is Kiana Griffin with the Levi Sickle Cell Association. I am the CEO, and I'm happy to be here today. I'm grateful for Mrs. Angie B and Miss Laretha Simon for this opportunity to be on. And we're talking about sickle cell on this evening. So we have some comments and we have some questions. And so my goal is to answer them to the best of my knowledge, my research, and my ability. So the first statement is, I heard about sickle cell in the 1970s, but I haven't heard anything more. So the main goal for me as an advocate is to get sickle cell out more in the community to be talked about. You guys probably have heard more so about cancer. You may even heard more about lupus, but sickle cell is a hushed disease and it's not talked about as much, which needs to be. So I can honestly say since the 1970s, it has not been really out there, but let's make it about sickle cell and put it out there so it can be talked about because it is a very serious and inherited disease. So let's go to the next question. Why would a person have a child if they already have the trait? Irresponsible. So the first thing we don't use our opinions to dictate how a person should and could not respond to having a family. So if a person has a trait, a lot of times I found out in this field, they did not know it. Even close to home, my children's uncle, he was born with the disease. His mom knew, and she had been taught by her family to specifically not talk to anyone with the trait. But her husband, who had been to the military, still not tested because after 1988, it was not a mandated test. He had not been tested. And so when her baby was born, which is my children's uncle, he was crying and he had the symptoms as a baby would. Swollen hands, swollen feet, excessive crying. And when she took the baby back to check him, that's when they found out that he had the actual disease. And she screamed hysterically because she had been taught and it was instilled in her that you don't get with someone that has the trait. And a lot of times people don't know that they have the trait. And so, no, I would not say it's irresponsible. What I would say is a lot of education that needs to be out. The reason we're having our marathon is so that I can give the trait test to those, especially in the college years, that are not parents yet, so they would absolutely know if they have the trait or not. Let's go to the next question. They told me my daughter had the trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it. So that comes with education. When a person has a trait, you don't have the excessive symptoms that a person has with the disease, but your cells are not as hydrated, meaning the person will be tired more so than a person that doesn't have anything. The person will need more rest, but they won't be in and out of the hospital. So when it comes to what no one says, we have to self-educate ourselves. No matter what we don't know, we need to make sure that we do know. And I know in reference to the trait, there is a lot of information. You're welcome to reach out to me to get information on what to do when your child has the trait. Next question, please. Is sickle cell on the rise? I thought it was cured and gone. Yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. I personally can say that the FSCDR, the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease Research Organization in Hollywood, Florida, has brought their clinic duplicated to our area. It will be in New Smyrna Beach at the health department, in which I will be running the clinic. So yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. My goal is to put advocacy in every area that there's no advocacy. And in reference to, I thought it was cured and gone, sickle cell will never be gone because it's an inherited blood disease. Persons are born with it. And yes, there is a cure, in which is through stem cell treatment. Next question, please. Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Definitely. Sickle cell is a definite disability. Yes, and I encourage those that have it to definitely apply for disability, whether it's a child or an adult, because it is definitely on the list. Next question, please. Tell us more about stem cell treatment. How can I get it for my child? So stem cell treatment is a real serious treatment. And the way you can get help for it or information about it is you go to your primary care doctor and you ask them for a referral to go to a specialist, just like you would when you will need surgery. And it is an actual procedure in like surgery. And when you get the referral, you talk to the specialist, but it's just not like that. You have to have someone that's a match. And just like it is with kidneys, You have to have someone in your family that's a match that does not have the sickle cell disease or trait. And the way you get it for your child is you first start off by asking your primary care doctor, and then you get a referral to the specialist. And then that specialist, more than likely in our area, you will get referred to Shands in Gainesville or even possibly in Orlando. So if you have any more questions in reference to that, I would also like to give more information depending on the specific questions for it. But it is a cure and it is help out here. Any more questions? Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Yes, definitely apply for disability because it is definitely out there. And actually, I remember going to Tallahassee and speaking to legislators from different areas in the state of Florida who let me know personally that sickle cell is not going anywhere. And now there are two representatives that are not like us. They are like others, another descent, and they're fighting in the state house of representatives to get more money and more funding because now they see that it's not a black only disease. There are Caucasians that have the actual trait and the disease because love does not choose who gets it and who doesn't. People come together and they match up all the time, and without knowledge and education of their background, that's how sickle cell continues to spread. Next question, please. What is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.? So there are different types of sickle cell, and then I want to explain or just state SS, SC, sickle beta plus, and it all is a part of the gene mutation because we know that sickle cell is formatted in our bloodstream, and that's how a person is born with it. So the different types of sickle cell is according to the types of it's according with DNA and with the blood types in our streams. A lot of people don't understand that we have different blood types within our blood levels, and that's really scientific. So I had to Google it to make sure I found the right question answer for you guys. So the sickle cell disease is caused by a mutation in the beta globin gene. So when you hear stuff like globin, that's really like our blood. And then our genes, that's a part of our characteristics and our makeup. When I go out to do education, I always explain we get our makeup and our characteristics from our parents. Everybody has a mother and a father, no matter where you go. And you get your nose, your eyes, your lips. Every formation that we have comes from our parents. So in the beta globin gene, it's in our blood makeup. And so this can result in an abnormal hemoglobin called sickle hemoglobin or HB. And the different types of sickle cell disease that are on the rise based on whether they're hemoglobin beta S gene, which is probably Spanish or another language to you all because this is all scientific and it deals with our bloodstreams. So there it comes from the gene mutation, which is our different genes that we have. And I hope I answered that question to the best of you all liking. And for me personally, Kiana Griffin, I would like to publicly thank Commissioner Barbara Gertman for believing in me and inspiring me to press on in spite of everything that's trying to go against sickle cell these days. I thank the city of Daytona Beach and Mayor Derek Henry for all of the communities that surround us. Thank you for your contribution to me, Commissioner Reed. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say that, Commissioner Reed, for her donation to me for $5,000. I appreciate you greatly. I also want to thank the Women's Symposium organization for recognizing me on last year for my hard work in the community, Bethune-Cookman University, which is also an alma mater. Thank you to Mrs. Joyce Cusack, who her son Alan was one of my clients, and all of the sickle cell organizations all over the entire world. Thank you also to the FSCDR, which is the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease and Research under Dr. LeBronte Hall. They're responsible for us having a clinic in our area, and I'm excited because that will lessen the mistreatment and the in and out of the hospital visits for our sickle cell families and individuals. I want to especially thank my sickle cell individuals and families, Mr. Ethan Johnson and the staff at the health department, and Akesia especially as well. Special thanks to my production and promotions team at Angie B and Barty Productions, Lolo Social Media Promotions, Business with a Heart, and Angie B Productions. I greatly thank you guys. If you can see at the bottom, you will see the ways to reach out to me. You can also see ways to donate. Oh, and I cannot neglect to say I thank the Jacksonville Jaguars so very, very much for an opportunity to come there and raise awareness as I'm working, and I have a travel team with me, and we go to the games, and I'm grateful from my heart for the Jacksonville Jaguars for that opportunity. I am currently covering Volusia counties, east and west, Flagler County, St. Johns County, Putnam counties, and as of today, I will have a discussion on Thursday to finalize me having the responsibility of Tri-County Sickle Cell, which is also in Orlando, which will cover Osceola, Orange, and Osceola, Orange, and I'm missing one, and Seminole counties. So as you can see, I have my plate full, and Sickle Cell is not going anywhere. And I'm grateful for this opportunity, grateful for just the press on my heart to run this race. I am a human rights advocate. I'm a sickle cell advocate, and I stand for the right and the treatment of sickle cell individuals all over. I have clients in New York, Connecticut, anywhere there's no advocacy, I make myself an advocate. And I thank you so much for your time this evening. Please stay tuned because we will be having a 24-hour telethon January 28th, 10 a.m. until January 29th, 10 a.m. If you would like a part of your business or organization to be spoken about or talked about within this segment, please let me know. Reach out. You'll see more advertisement all this week and all next week up to the time we will have our 24-hour telethon. You can donate funds because we're doing sickle cell treatment information. We're doing also getting ready to do sickle cell testing. I need to do trait testing. And for me to be able to do trait testing, the kit for 100 tests is $772. I've done it before, but now I need your help to go ahead and submit donations so that I can go ahead and get this again. The way right now you can get tested for your trait is through your primary care doctor. You will have to get a referral to go to either LabCorp or Quest Diagnostics, and then you still have to pay for the test. But if you go through me and my organization, it is free. I do the test, and it's a simple prick to the finger. You will get your results in a few minutes, close to almost like the COVID test. So I've done it before for Bethune-Cookman athletes years ago. So now it's time for more trait testing to be done. I greatly appreciate you all for your time tonight. Thank you so much for those that have been in this with me, have been encouraging me, praying for me in the background, talking to me, letting me know that, they're with me. And I can't thank you enough. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And let's continue to advocate for sickle cell everywhere.
So happy to be here this day, this month. I went to Bethune-Cookman University. It was Bethune-Cookman College when I did enter to learn and I departed to serve. And when I departed to serve, I went in to be a nurse. So I changed my major to being a teacher. I didn't want to be held hostage, so I did teach when I came out. But it was just something tugging on my heart that it was just something else that needed to be done. So I looked in the penny saver where you can always find a job, and I saw that there was a ad for a case manager for the Volusia County, Flagler County Sickle Cell. So I said, I'm getting that job, and I applied. I never done case management in my life. I applied, I had 108 cases, people to help, And I fell in love with the business. I fell in love with the position. I fell in love with helping. Sickle cell is a disease that's hushed too much for me. So many people have sickle cell, but they're not heard about, they're not heard from. And so my goal and my passion in life, I know this now, is to make sure that sickle cell people that have it know that their lives absolutely matter. Okay, I'll give you the example. Me sitting here, and those of you all that do not have sickle cell at all, our cells in our bodies are round and they're whole. And with our cells traveling, and our cells has the responsibility within our human bodies. And so they transport oxygen to and from our organs. Those that have sickle cell, whatever the case may be, their oxygen leaves that cell and it turns to this shape. And with those shapes trying to go through the blood vessels, small as they are, they start to clump. And when they clump, that causes pain, which causes the person to go into something called a crisis. So it's a major deal when a person goes into a crisis and has to go to the emergency room, has to get an IV, so their bodies can come back from this cell shape to this cell shape, and they can continue on their lives. This is happening over and over every day, month, every year, and they have to learn to adapt and live in this body like that. So the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, we offer case management, we offer community services, advocacy, and I follow the AIM concept, A-I-M-E. I advocate, I inspire, I motivate, and I educate in reference to sickle cell and how to live, how to adapt, and how to maintain in the body that has sickle cell. So with any nonprofit organization, the challenge is finances. Being that I am a nonprofit organization, you're able to give, you're able to donate, you're able to get it as a tax write-off. And not only do I have a nonprofit 501c3 letter to date, but I also have a letter from the Department of Agriculture where I'm able to receive up to $1 million in donations. So that is the challenge for me right now, is maintaining funding. And if you would like to donate, you can donate by Zelle, you can donate by Cash App, you can donate by cash, you can donate by check. And it's all going to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. With the funding, transportation for our clients. A lot of our clients, they need rides to and from doctor's appointments, to and from hospitals, to and from the grocery store, or just to maintain their lives. I know you might say, oh, well, it's a boat train, you can ride the bus. But can you imagine you on the boat train and you go into a crisis, and then that you have to literally, the bus has to stop and they have to get an ambulance. So with transportation, I do transport my clients to and from their actual appointments, to the doctor's offices. Food, helping them maintain food in their homes. If their prescriptions are over their insurance needs, co-pay for that. What else? School is starting. A lot of my clients do have children. So thank God for the book bag giveaways. Shout out to all of you all that were able to help and give in our communities. But guess what? We have the fall, then we have the spring term. So school supplies, clothing, shoes, anything that can be given to our clients is very necessary. I want you all to know that sickle cell is not only for Black people. Sickle cell is not only for people of color at all. Sickle cell goes worldwide. It affects every culture and every race in some way. So for you all to know this, sickle cell lives matter. They are very important, and they have a voice.
My name is Ricky Robinson. I got 2 girls that I'm raising. I went to culinary school. Did that for a few years. Now I work at a restaurant. And anything to deal with my girls, I'm for it. Running around, laughing with them. That's what my day pretty much is with my kids. And other than that, I'm watching football, something like that. I've been feeling ill. It had been raining like maybe 2 or 3 days straight, and my joints was bothering me. I didn't go to the hospital right then because I thought I could, wait it out. Maybe a week after that, my legs kind of gave out on me, and I ended up in the hospital. I mean, I wasn't able to complete school because I was in and out of the hospital. As far as my living situations, couldn't work, being in and out of the hospital. And just, I just had to deal with it. Just had to keep moving. Patience. I've seen it too many times where doctors and nurses come in there and they just don't do their job right because they have no patience. If they can have patience, it'll go a long way.
Lieutenant Jr. During one time in soccer, I got overheated, and then I remember that I had sickle cell. I tell them that I get hot easily, and that most times when we're outside, walking from class to class, I tell them that I'm really hot. Don't worry, just be hydrated, stay safe.
I was born and raised in Daytona Beach, Florida. I graduated from Mainland High School. I have a son, Kyle. He's 12 years old, and I have a daughter, Anna. He has sickle cell disease, and she has the trait. And I work and pretty much take care of them, all about them. They wanted to test me when I was pregnant by doing an amniocentesis, which is they take a needle and they get some of the amniotic sac or the fluid or the DNA from the baby, but it can put you at a high risk of having a miscarriage. And then I asked him, I said, okay, well, if I do it, I said, what would be the risk? He told me the risk, and he was like, well, it'll determine whether you wanted to keep the child or not. And I was like, well, regardless if my child has sickle cell, I'm not gonna abort it. So I waited. So once he was born, they drew his blood, and then I believe they called me with the results. And I think I started crying because I felt bad. Because, I was young, I didn't really know how his life would be with it. And then now knowing that he's, living just fine and we're doing everything that we can to make sure that he stays healthy, I wouldn't change it for the world. With the disease, they have full-blown sickle cells, so their blood cells are shaped like a crescent. They don't have whole blood cells, which is hard for the oxygen to transfer throughout their body properly. and it can cause them to go into a crisis, which is them being in pain and stuff like that. Compared to disease, you're not as likely to get admitted to the hospital or have pain. You almost kind of live like a normal life. You just have to be careful who you decide to have relations with and have kids with, because then in the result, you can come out with a kid that has sickle cell disease. It's really not that much of a difference. I noticed with my son, he doesn't really like to be outside in the sun too much because he starts to get overheated, which is why I try to make sure he stays hydrated as much as possible. Compared to my daughter, she can stay out there pretty much almost as long as she wants, but for the most part, they just like being in the house in the AC. I treat them the same. I really don't treat them any different. He's had 2 surgeries. He had an umbilical hernia repair, and he also had his tonsils removed. So whenever he has any type of major surgery, he always has to be admitted overnight because they want to monitor him. They give him a blood transfusion before, just in case, once he's done with surgery or in surgery, if he loses too much blood. But for the most part, he's done well with both surgeries, and I'm just thankful that he hasn't had to go through that experience like how I know some people that have gone through it. Because as a parent, you feel helpless. And then you almost kind of feel like at fault because it's a result of you. Like you gave it to them. But I just make sure I do everything I can to make sure that he stays healthy and he's good.
On April 1st, 2023, our Father woke me up to begin this writing. As my computer awoke from sleep mode, a Facebook memory popped up. At first, I didn't want to read it and fall down that rabbit hole of clicking and reading and clicking and scrolling. I had spent March 31st in the ebbs and flows of life, receiving great news and experiencing greater stress. During my waking hours, I longed for a peaceful night of rest, and last night did not disappoint. Now I see how God has allowed me to begin my healing from the grief. A marriage separation is a precarious place to be. On one hand, you miss the good times you shared with another. On the other hand, you find yourself traveling the cycles of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, as defined by a psychiatrist in 1969. This next part of my story made me smile, laugh, and rejoice over the memory. It made me see just how far I have come with my healing towards acceptance. The Winds of Change by Evangelist Angie B. Hello, 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 and welcome to the start of our 24 hours of sickle cell awareness and fundraising for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association based in Volusia County, Florida. This organization has the goal to knock out sickle cell anemia. I am the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I got my guard dog Atlas in the background, keeping me company. Our hosts this evening are Kiana and Sonia B. They will be joining us in just a moment. We have special guests that will be popping in and out throughout the evening, and we have these special announcements for you that are now on the screen. September 29th, 2023, from 6 to 9:30 p.m., the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association presents A Night to Remember at the Michael and Libby Johnson Center for Civic Engagement at Bethune-Cookman University. If you'd like more information, send a text to the number that you're soon going to see scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and we will get everything to you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support. And please keep in mind, we will be with you for 24 hours in one form or another. Coming to the screen right now is our host, Kiana Long Hargret, and her special co-host this evening, Sonia B. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good
Hello.
evening.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Kiana. Welcome back.
How are you? Yes, there's a few difficulties.
Just a few.
Minor. But it's good to see you today. How was your day?
My day was great. How was yours?
It was long. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
long.
I'm sure.
Been a good day. It's been a good day.
Good. This has definitely been a great day for me. I was speaking with one of my friends who was talking about how she is beginning as she gets older to appreciate the small things in life. And my day started with my neighbor calling me and saying, I made some sourdough bagels. I would love for you to just come and get some. And I said, okay, I'll be right over. I came over and got them and tried to give her a donation for her nonprofit, and she wouldn't accept it. She just wanted to bless me with those, and that just started my day great because they are delicious. They were great with my coffee. It just started the day on a great time.
There's a book I saw the title. I didn't read the book, and it's called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff.
Oh, yes. I've never read that book, but my mom used to have that book along with so many others that I remember. And sometimes I see people with sweatshirts that say that. And yeah, it's a great mantra to just always remember. I remember Oprah used to have a segment called Remember Your Spirit, where she just wanted people to remember the things that really touched them and made them happy, even if it made them sad. Just remember your spirit. And yeah, I agree with that, not sweating the small stuff. I don't always do it because I can go crazy about the smallest thing, but I try my best not to.
And I think as humans, that happens to all of us. The best of us, the least of us, the greatest of us. It happens because we're human beings and we're in a human body. We go through human experiences, and that's what it is. It's another thing that says you may forget the person's name,
but you won't forget how they made you feel.
How they made you feel, and that is so true. That is so true.
Yes,
that is so true. And welcome everybody to the telethon of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And please join us. And before we go ahead and continue to speak and talk, I'm going to open us up with prayer. Lord, we thank you so much for this day. I thank you for this Friday in the month of September. I thank you for this telethon. I thank you so much for Queen Angie B. I thank you for how you watched over her, taking care of her body, touched her, oh God, even now. I thank you so much for my co-host here with me. Thank you so much for togetherness. Thank you for unity. Thank you so much for this organization. Bless it, oh God. Everyone that's dealing with this illness in the name of sickle cell, bless them, touch them right now. Even those that are in the hospital right now. Give the doctors patience with them. Allow them to be at ease, oh God, and touch their bodies right now in the name of Jesus. Bless this telethon that monies can come to proceed and to continue this organization to continue to flourish. In your mighty name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
So my name
So,
is
Miss
Kiana.
Kiana.
I was going to just introduce
Yes.
myself to somebody. If you are just tuning in, this is the
Mhm.
telethon of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and I'm Kiana Long Hargret, and I'm the CEO and the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And my co-host, she's going to introduce herself.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sonia B. Many of you may know my extraordinary sister, our producer, Angie B. She and I are actually blood sisters, and I am thrilled to be invited as a co-host on this telethon again this year. I guest hosted last year for a few hours, I believe, with our dear friend Larissa, and it's just been a blessing to me. I didn't know a lot about sickle cell, even though here in Michigan, I reside in Michigan, and we have a sickle cell anemia center that literally was in walking distance from my childhood home. We used to walk past it when we would go to church for choir rehearsal or anything. And I just never really knew what it was. I knew that it was something that was passed down from your parents or from different generations. I just didn't know how it affected your body. And last year I learned a few things about sickle cell. And so I definitely touch and agree with you, Miss Kiana, about praying for everyone who is suffering from this disease. And I just hope that everyone realizes it's not a small thing. It definitely is a small cell, but that small cell can change your life in a way that you, you never could have imagined.
Yes, it can affect greatly from the smallest person to the so that's
Yes.
why my concept is AIM. I added another A since last year. It was just AIME. So I just
Mhm.
added another A because it's so many myths out there. So it's still advocacy, awareness is what I added.
Yes.
Inspiration, motivation, and education. All of those play a part in going around and talking to those that are living with this disease and those that don't know anything about it.
Yes. Yes. I admit, I was, when I first learned about sickle cell, it was from T-Boz, um, one of the musicians I grew up with.
Oh wow.
And well,
TLC?
I didn't, yes, not I didn't,
Oh,
I didn't grow up. I mean, she TLC was a part of my musical foundation, is what I
me
mean.
too.
I wish
I love
I could say that I knew her,
that.
but
Right for you.
but yes, T-Boz did an interview one time
Oh wow.
saying how she had sickle cell and that she was in so much pain sometimes before she came out on the stage, and she would either have to perform through it, or sometimes she would have to delay for a moment to get past that pain. And that's what made me start looking into sickle cell, because TLC, I'm sure if you recall, well, I mean, it's not like they're gone, but they are extraordinary dancers. And so for someone to say that they have joint pain and they are extraordinary dancers like that, it was something that I really wanted to explore more. That was my first to learning about sickle cell. Oh,
So we have a special guest who
There
is,
we
yes, who's in the background, who would like to come on and ask questions. So I wanted to welcome Memorable Expressions to the show. Let's give her a hand as she comes. Hey,
How you
oh,
doing?
it's so good to see you. Good. You
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jenny Denise Haywood. I am the owner of Memorable Expression 360 Photo Booth. We're here to capture all those special moments, make memories, memories, and memories. I do birthdays, corporate events. So, yes, I make memories for my clients. And I do have a few questions. I too don't know a lot about sickle cell. As I was growing up, I heard a lot of people that had it, but I don't know much about it. But I do have a question. If sickle cell traits is not an illness, why are people being tested for it?
So it is an illness. I don't know who said it's not an illness. So it is actually an inherited disease. That's the
Okay,
correct term. It's an inherited disease that can only be transpired from a mom and a dad having the trait of sickle
okay, got you. Okay.
cell. So that's why, oh, I'm sorry. Just the end. The other part of your question is, so after 1988, it wasn't a mandated test.
Okay.
Literally in 2006, it just became a mandated test all over the United States, all over the world, actually. So now you have to get tested for it. And it's amazing because you would think with all of the technology that we have, all of the new doctors and new surgeons and new people that we have learning so many things, that this would be just something of, something simple, but it's not. I have a friend who she's in her 40s, like me. We went to college together. She literally just found out she had sickle cell. Out of all the things in her, she had found out, the doctor said she had this, she had that, and this and that. She literally reached out to me at the beginning of the year and said, they told me I have sickle cell. I don't know anything about it. And that is so weird. And she's originally from Atlanta. And so I know in Atlanta, they do have a lot of good technology, good
Yeah.
doctors.
Mm-hmm.
My first client is originally from Atlanta. He passed away. He was my very first sickle cell client, Trinity Range. And I know they had good doctors. And some of the doctors in Georgia wanted to meet me because of my gusto and my drive for this. But it's amazing to me that they still haven't, but of course not, because guess what? They're not finite. They're human beings. They're
Yeah.
people just like we are. They go to school, they do a dissertation, they become a doctor, and they're not finite. They're not perfect. So of course, I just answered my own question. That's why they don't know, and they won't know because they're not God.
Gotcha. Okay. And the next question is, are people of African descent the only group affected?
Absolutely not. So the history of sickle cell, it derives from Sahara Africa. And in 1910, a client, well, I say a client, but it was a patient that was crying out in pain. So the doctor had the assistant to look into a microscope and look at his cells to see why was he hurting so bad. And they saw two shapes. One that was like this, a round shape, and one that was like this. They had never seen that before. So Dr. James B. Herrick in 1910, he named that cell shaped like this a sickle cell. And because it was found in Africa, that is the myth of why that people say it's the only African or African American disease or black person's disease. It's all over the world. It's in the Mediterranean, it's in Asia, it's everywhere. I've met Caucasians that have the disease because love is spread all over the world. We're not prone to just one type of culture. When you love someone, you love. And so people have come together, made children, and that's why the education part is so important, to educate, to let people know you have to know your status. And then with that, my children's grandmother, she was raised up in their family, they have the trait. She knew without a shadow of doubt, do not talk to any guy that has the trait because sickle cell runs in the family. Well, her husband was in the service and he didn't get tested. And so when she had her knee baby, which is the baby before the last baby, she didn't understand why he was crying in the hospital. And when she did a live for me last year, she went to the hospital to find out why was her baby crying. His hands were swollen, his feet were swollen, because that's the indication for babies with sickle cell.
Wow.
And when they tested him, she screamed because she knows what a child goes through. She was raised up around it. And the doctors sadly told her, do not have any more children.
You don't control who someone loves. Her and her husband had another baby, and the doctors told her to abort the baby. She said, I was not going to abort my baby. She had the baby, and I won't say the name, it's my children's aunt, and that aunt has nothing, no traits, no anything. So the numbers are not head on. Of course, the statistics say we're 1 in 4 chance. I've met a mother who had 3 children. All 3 of them had the disease, and 2 of them have already passed away.
Wow.
So the numbers are not head on or dead on. They're not perfect. They're just numbers for statistical purposes to show you a chance. And a chance is a gamble. It's not
Yeah.
exact.
Yes.
That's a chance. But the most important thing is education and detection. So being detected with the trait test is what we're trying to do now.
Yeah. Okay. One last question. Is there a cure for sickle cell?
Yes, there is. And so the cure is through stem cell treatment. It's an actual procedure. The procedure is $39,000. And so with that procedure, you have to have a match just like kidneys. You have to have a match of more so a sibling in your family that has the same mother and father that does not have the trait at all. How common is that? First of all, for in our culture, a lot of times the children don't have the same 2 parents.
Yeah.
So that's one that's almost like a count out. Then you have to, it's the $39,000. You have to, go with that with the hospital. And then the third thing is that sibling cannot have the trait. Now, the 2 I just gave you the example of, the uncle and the aunt of my children, I told the uncle about it. And the sister was a perfect person to do it because she doesn't have anything, right? But he said he didn't want to put her through that. She has 2 children. And it's like almost recuperating. We know as mothers, when you have a baby, when you recuperate, you have to sit down, you have to wait out the time. And so that would be a lot. So he said he would not do it. He would just let it be. And a lot of times our sickle cell individuals just learn to cope. They have to cope in the emergency room in pain. They have to cope. It's just so sad. They taught themselves to cope with so much pain. The threshold is so high because of what they endure in their lives.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Questions?
Thank you.
That's very interesting. The $39,000 for a stem cell. So is it painful to have stem cells removed?
I would think they would, just like any other surgery, of course, being adhesion. I think I'm saying it correctly. I know anesthesia, put to sleep. And actually, I know a young lady who has gone through that process. And she's actually sickle cell free. But
Wow.
she doesn't want to talk to anyone. She doesn't want to share her story. So mentally, I don't know what it has done to her. I don't know. It turned from me meeting her and, before the procedure, and she was really nice, to after the procedure, she was like, don't call me anymore. Maybe she doesn't want to think about it. Maybe she doesn't want to relive it. I was going through it in my mindset. What could possibly occur that she didn't want to share the story? I don't know. I can't say. But that's just me assuming and guessing.
Yeah.
But I did go attend a health fair in Deltona. And this lady is going to be at my banquet. And they have stem cell patches. Stem cell patches, and they're not that expensive because I can purchase them and I can give them out as like examples. And I put one on. I don't have sickle cell, but I have arthritis. So what these stem cell patches do, they're out that round. I did have some to share, but I gave them out because people are really in pain. I knew I had one. I have one. When we're gonna break, I'll grab it. It's a round patch, no medicine in it. It's just a patch, and it has, when you put it, you attach it right here at the tip of your spinal. It reactivates your stem cells to heal your own body.
Wow.
So in the pharmaceutical realm, they want us to take all this medication, which gives us side effects. And that side effect, it gives another side effect. And by the time you finish, you'll have dementia, you have Alzheimer's because you've taken so many pills and it has activated so many things in your brain stems. People don't understand that. That's how you get those illnesses, from all those medications. And with our culture, because we were underneath from slavery up until, we were eating things that were not healthy for us. But that's all we had back then. And it trickled up in our families. I'm from Alabama, so I know how to cook collard greens. I've gotten away from the smoked ham hock and all that stuff because it's not healthy for you. So I do the turkey necks because that's healthier. And with us eating properly, that's even with sickle cell people. Anyone eating properly has a great effect on our bodies and our lasting.
Yes.
It's just with sickle cell people, because their cells go from whole to sickle, it's worse for them. But for us, we can get the same diabetes, high blood pressure. We can get the same unhealthy illnesses. And for us, we also need to watch our diets. So I learned we all were born with stem cells. As we get older, things change. My walk is different. With arthritis, my walk is different. I'll be 47 tomorrow, and I can't run track like I used to at Mainland. I was in the paper for runners. I love running. I was running hurdles. And of course, as we get older, our bodies change.
Yes.
We can work a job, and I did CNA for 20 years, lifting patients. My right shoulder, I messed up my rotator cuff. But I trust God for my healing, and He healed me. I didn't have to have surgery. The doctor said, "Oh, just have surgery." That's their MO. Have surgery. I'm overweight. Thankfully, I lost 9 pounds. You know what the doctor said? "Oh, just go. Let's have the sleeve." I'm not doing that, because I know if I change my habits, because I love seafood, I love chicken. I did change it from so much fried chicken. But if I work on changing my habits and I work on bettering myself, then I can get away from all these illnesses and all this pain in my body. So
the frustrating thing about that, though, Sister Kiana, is when you are trying to do things better for yourself, like organic foods or healthier foods, they're more expensive. And that's where we as a community often drop the ball. It's easier to go get a $5 Happy Meal than to spend $20 for the same amount of chicken or the same amount of nourishment. And it's a sad thing that just to look for longevity in your health, it comes from different things that sometimes we don't have the resources to get. So that stem cell patch sounds great. I know it's not a substitute for eating well or exercising and things like that, but it definitely sounds like a way to get people to be a little more healthy, even if they can't put the fried chicken down like I can.
Like my mother. And we're from Alabama too. So
what part?
From Demopolis, Selma, Alabama. I graduated from Selma, Alabama.
Okay, and I'm originally from the city of Montgomery, the capital.
I have 3 brothers there.
Oh, okay.
A small world.
Yes.
All right. It looks like we are going to what happened to our producer? So I know that our guest was at the Beauty Bazaar last weekend, it's my understanding. How did you enjoy it?
I loved it every moment. Yes, ma'am. It was
that your first one?
Last year I went as a guest. This year I came as a vendor. My 360 photo booth was there. Yes.
Oh, I'm sure everyone enjoyed that. Yes. Oh my gosh, I've been on the 360 one time with my daughter, and we just had such a great time.
Make those memories. Yes,
yes. There's nothing like any type of memory that has to do with photos. It's just a wonderful thing. It is.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah. How did you learn about the Alopecia Beauty Bazaar?
Miss Angie B. She's amazing. Yes.
She is something else. So I've known her for a little while. Angie B is my sister. She's 5 years older than me. Yes, she is. Yes.
Now, oral expressions. I wanted to ask you, how much is it for an event? Because I'm having my banquet next Friday, and I would love for you to come, because we're honoring those that have sickle cell, and we're remembering those that are no longer with us that endured the fight, and they went on, but they were strong soldiers that they were here. And I would more than love for you to come, and I'm hoping someone who's watching can possibly donate the funds for you to be able to come, because I know this will be so memorable. I have babies that have just been born. They're probably a little bit older to come outside, that will be there, that will be honored, because sickle cell clients, they don't get honored. Yes. They don't, and their lives are so different.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what are your prices?
Okay, I have a 2 hour rental for $400, 3 hour rental for $550, 4 hour rental for $700. And you have to do like $100 deposit, which goes toward your booking fee.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you offer any type of discount for nonprofits? Because the Levi Long Association is a
Yes.
501(c)(3). We're getting close to the end of the year. You need those tax write-offs.
Yes, ma'am, I do. When I do it, I give like a $20 off of your selected package.
Amen. All right. Well, we definitely are believing God that some of our supporters this evening will dig in their pockets and, give a little bit that can go towards that 360, because that is always such a fun, memorable way to enjoy the evening and to keep
Yes,
pictures and
ma'am.
video. That
Yes, ma'am.
it's so great to see people. They're just going around, and that those
Just,
videos, those
just
are
have
great.
fun. Just have fun
Yes,
with your memory.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But I would definitely look at my calendar and I will get with Miss Angie B about it. Yes, ma'am.
That sounds good to me.
So, Miss Kiana, do we have a lot of guests this evening, or are we
So
just
I love surprises. So just
okay?
this person came on, I don't want to be like scheduled or timed or rehearsed. I just like to just happenstance.
Yeah.
So Miss Angie B knows the lineup. She's just gonna bring them as they come in. We're just gonna have open conversation as they come.
All right. Sounds great. Well, memorable expressions. Are you also a photographer? Do you or is your business solely the 360 at this point?
The Soul 360. Yes, ma'am.
It's
God bless.
awesome.
God blessed me with my 360 booth last year, October the 10th. And so October the 10th of this year be 1 year. God's
Yes.
grace.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
ma'am. Yes,
How's
ma'am.
it been? How's it been? Do you have a
Awesome.
lot of? Okay, that's
I
great.
mean, I have ups and downs, but I
Any
treat
That's every
yes
business.
any business.
any business. Yes, ma'am. I'm thankful to
That's,
God for any up, down, Yes.
yes,
And I
yes,
because you love it. When you love something, it doesn't
I
matter.
love
The ups are ups and the downs seem like ups. Because when
yes,
you love what you're doing, it doesn't matter. Like me, I love what I do. Like, oh my goodness, I love helping people. I love taking care of people. It's like I get excited doing this versus clocking in on a job. Like I'd
it.
rather just do this and go around the world teaching about sickle cell, going to different countries,
Mhm.
advocating on behalf of people. And I'm grateful because I was just sharing with someone today. I'm here in Daytona, but I've called and advocated for someone in North Carolina. I've
Yeah.
advocated for someone in New York. I literally called the hospital and advocated for them in from Daytona, and the hospital is in New York.
Wow.
wow.
That's something I love to
Amazing.
do.
Yes. I know for Memorial Day, I wanted to share I like sharing my blessing that God have granted me. And so Memorial Day, this young gentleman, he been in the military. Oh my God, he retired. I forgot what it was. But anyway, he ended up passing away. And so that was a picture or video that him and his family took. His son flew home from I can't remember what country he came back from, but he hadn't been home for like about 5 years. And so I was able to capture that moment for them. And he passed
Oh,
away by 2 to 3 weeks ago. And so his wife came to me and told me, she said that was memories. They would cherish that for the rest of their lives.
yes.
Yes. So
Oh,
memories, memories, memories. Yeah.
yes, yes. Oh, that is beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, it was a question. It says, are sickle cell and alopecia related diseases? So of course, when I don't know, I don't guess, I Google. And so I
Mhm.
Googled how are alopecia and sickle cell illnesses related. And so what Google told me was um, something in alopecia is the lower hair cortisol is among patients, and that's
Mhm.
in those that have sickle cell. So they do lose their hair. They do lose their hair because they have so much
Wow.
medication. Do you know that people with sickle cell, as they're young children, they get morphine as early as babies? They
Wow.
get a small dosage. And so that's why their body has a high threshold and they have to get that strong pain medicine because they come as babies getting medicine like that. So when a doctor looks at them and says, "Oh, you're looking for drugs," well, the drugs that you put me on, the drugs that you attach my body to, that's the same drug I need to keep out of this pain.
Yeah. Yes. Wow.
So it is closely related. Closely related. Yes. That's
Very
the
interesting.
closely related. Yes.
Wow.
Kiana, we're going to do a slideshow. We would love for you to tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on the screen once the pictures go up.
Okay, so this is the Levi Long Sickle Cells fundraising event, and it's called A Night to Remember.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Oh man, it's been 27 years and I can't believe it. I'm still in love with this thing called teaching and learning. I mean, I never knew what type of impact that I would have on children's lives, but for that, I just want to say, thank God, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. Step into the room at last. Every student that I teach gon' pass. Yeah, we had a 1 to 23 ratio, but it doesn't matter. I'm committed. You could do the tricky math. How we gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Coming out the gate swinging, fighting for my students and I'm believing. Ain't no meaning, money, mo, no rock, paper, scissors or a glow. The real ones engage at the door. Hit it with an anticipatory hook. Always intentional, so you know they had to look. I'm committed 180 days, and all my teacher friends, man, they feel the same way. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. You can do lesson plans all weekend. Teach a lesson, hope the lesson is speaking. To the youth, making sure that it's children proof. I got the formula. What is it? You wanna get it? Pursue. How you gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Gotta engage at the beginning. They gon' emulate your energy, so watch what you're sending. It could be the end before you get started. Miss whatever you do, don't put the standards before the heart. A gradual release will fall apart. Understand it by design. Backwards planted, that's a vibe, y'all. That's a vibe, y'all. If you know it, then you know it, that's a vibe, y'all. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, where you at? California, New Jersey, Ohio, I'm a teacher. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, I'm a teacher. Virginia, Illinois, and Georgia, I'm a teacher. Louisiana and Maryland, Texas, New York, I'm a teacher. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever ever wanted to become?
A teacher.
Guess what made a difference in my life?
A teacher.
If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say,
I'm a teacher.
I am a
teacher.
All I ever wanted to become.
A teacher.
Guess what made a difference in my life?
A teacher.
If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say,
I'm a teacher.
And I'm the student.
It's me, everybody, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And we are here in our 24-hour fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I'm thrilled to be presenting this fundraiser today, which is the day that the Lord has made. We are rejoicing and we're glad in it. We're also glad that Kiana Long Hargret is celebrating her birthday today, and she's spending time with us with her little tiara on her head. She's so cute, so cute. I'll be bringing her on in just a little bit. We want to thank the people that have already made donations to help us spread awareness. September not only is Alopecia Awareness Month, but September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And we feel that it is so important to share both. It is so important to share both. Now, earlier today, we had questions. Does sickle cell bring alopecia and back and forth? No more than cancer brings chickenpox. It just, I'm not a medical professional, but I do know that there are things that happen and support needs to be given either way. You can look at your child and say, well, it's just chickenpox, but that child is still miserable, okay? You can look at someone and say, oh, you had skin cancer. That's no big deal. I know somebody who lost a breast to cancer. It's still a big deal when you get a diagnosis that really needs to be eradicated, honestly. Cancer is cancer, and no matter the degree of it, it is still worth a prayer. With sickle cell, we know that there's been a lot of misinformation that has gone out. People think it's a disease that only African Americans get. People feel like if you just don't have children, you'll be fine and dandy. It's just so many many aspects of ignorance that are spread about this disease. And there's one thing that I truly admire about Kiana is she will absolutely provide truth and statistics to alleviate the misinformation. She will travel as an advocate to be with a patient or even call long distance or be somewhere long distance. And she's not on anybody's payroll. She does this because of your donations. Can you imagine being in the hospital in pain and all alone and no one really believing that you need help? Well, those are the types of patients that Kiana is able to advocate for. And so this weekend and next weekend, we want to raise $2,000 to not only help Kiana continue to secure testing kits, but to be able to transport patients when they are in crisis. And so I am thrilled to be here in the studio today. I got Atlas, the wonder dog, in the background, my emotional support puppy. He's here, making sure I take a nap. And I just want to open up with prayer because God has done an amazing work in my life since I met Kiana. I tell you, I have learned through Kiana that there is a time to press and there is a time to rest. And I have learned from Kiana that our health is, of course, in the hands of the Lord. However, we can be our own advocate to say, well, what is this medicine for? And what is this going to do? And what are those side effects? And ask questions. Don't just jump to conclusions. Get a second opinion. Don't just go have surgery just because they said that's what you need. I've learned from Kiana that faith without works is dead. Yes, we know that because the word tells us that. But faith that if he gave you an assignment, he's going to give you the provisions for it. And this weekend is one of the ways that we are collecting provisions. So if you don't mind, just bow your head and close your eyes, and we're going to pray. And Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this hour. We thank you for this effort. We thank you for those that have given, those that will continue to give, those that had questions, and those that will continue to ask. Lord, we thank you for life, health, and strength in our bodies. We thank you for the research that is currently going on in the field of sickle cell. We thank you for our illustrious leader, Kiana. We ask that you multiply her gifts and talents so that her mission, which has been assigned by you, will continue to go forth no matter what. Lord, we love you, and we are grateful to be used by you in this season and the next. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen, 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 amen. Couple quick shout outs. Thanks to DJ Shaheem for the background tracks. I do appreciate you, Shaheem. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to all of the music ministry leaders that sent their music videos. I know that our co-host earlier today, Sonia B, she loves to chat about the Jerry Lewis telethon and how Jerry Lewis would come out with the Rat Pack, Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr., and they would sing and dance and entertain and crack jokes. They just keep the whole show moving. So the show wasn't always about begging for money. It was good quality, free entertainment going on. And so we don't have a Rat Pack for this one. We don't have Dean Martin or Sammy Davis Jr. or Jerry Lewis. And even if we played them on YouTube, then Facebook may block us. And so we were able to reach out to some music ministers in holy hip hop, Christian, and gospel rap music. And they gave us permission to air their music videos as our entertainment. So I am very grateful for that. So no more delays, no more reasons to question, and no more wondering. I'm wondering. No more of that. No more of that. After today's episode, you should be about as well versed in sickle cell awareness as you could be. So we're going to bring in Kiana. Hello, my darling. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for being here.
Have this, and so you understand my passion and my heart. So I was just like, can we do it? And it was just like so last minute. I'm a last minute person.
Well, yeah.
I'm very what is it, starts with a C. Something.
Spontaneous.
I think yes, spontaneous.
And you're very obedient to God. When God says do it, you don't.
If he want me to turn around, where we gonna want me to turn around at? Because I'm turning around. So much taking off the time, even though your body is the percentage of health that it is. Thank you so much.
We're healing. We're healing. We're healing. I appreciate the gaps and the naps. I do appreciate that, and I'm grateful that it was something spontaneous because it allowed me to say, okay, it's time to get up and go. Yeah. It's time to get up and get to working. So tell us about the event that you just went to, the anniversary event.
Yes, I just went to the art fest. It was really nice. Actually, I posted pictures, I posted videos. I got on 360. I did it two different times on the 360. I took pictures with Memorable. She was here last night with us. And so I took pictures with her and she
Memor-
did
Memorable expressions, yes. Hmm.
expressions. I took pictures with her and I got on the 360. It was so nice. And I love it. Oh my goodness. I love how her setup is. It's just so professional. I love it. And so it doesn't end until 10 o'clock tonight. So I am going to go back. The dinner will not be served until 6 o'clock, but I was able to exhibit all of the different art areas. We have so much talent here that we don't know. It was a man who was he goes to the Church of God. I didn't even know he was an artist. I did not know until today. And I know when I go to the church to volunteer to help serve, dish out dinners and, help with that, I know he's there. But on the other hand, I didn't know he was an artist until today. So we find out things just by being around people, talking to people, listening to people. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. So it was a lot of different entrepreneurs there. And I love entrepreneurs. It was one lady there she's making me a shirt right now. She brought all of her materials to literally do shirts right there. And so she's making me one now. She's gonna make me one that says CEO of the Levi Sickle Cell Association. So I'm so excited. I can't wait to go back. But after we finish, that'll be some more time I get to spend for my birthday. So she asked me memorable expressions. She said, "What is
Memorable
your birthday?"
expression.
And I said, "I
Yes.
came back this morning, and you
Aw.
all yet." Then I went back home to do the telethon, and so I'm back
Yeah.
here now. And so I
Yeah.
here went back there, and it was really nice. They had a DJ, they had the music going. The music was really nice. It was old school music, and when I say old school, I'm talking about our age music. They had the Fresh Prince, the theme song from the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Um,
Oh.
yeah, it was nice. They had music that you can understand and you can relate to. What was the guy? Let me clear my throat. I
Oh,
can't.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Dougie Fresh.
Like Bismarcky, you got what I
Yeah,
mean. He's just a friend.
yeah.
Something that I can relate to because Bismarcky came to Bethune Cookman. I saw him at Bethune Cookman.
But
Yes, in
see,
the night. So
it's so important because hip hop is celebrating their 50th year. Nobody
okay.
thought hip hop would survive, and now 50 years later, so that is really good. That we don't always have to do old school because hip hop is already 50. Already 50. I know you had a day, but
Good.
I'd like to play a little game with you that a couple of people suggested because somebody said, "Does Kiana know anything about anything other than sickle cell?" And I said, "Oh, of course she does." She,
Talk for 20 years.
I
A lot of
know,
stuff. But that's a good question when you don't really know me. That's a good
right,
question. No
right.
question is a dumb question. I tell students that all the time. No question is a dumb question.
All right, so we're gonna first start with single parent tips. Now, this was something that we did on one of our Moms in Ministry broadcasts, and I promised I need you on the show one time. And the tips say that you are never ready to be a parent. There is never going to be a great financial time. You need to apply for WIC, which is Women, Infants, and Children. Apply for that while you're pregnant. Always think about the future. Apply for child support. You did not conceive this child by yourself, and the support is for the child. So you're doing the child a disservice when you do not apply. Do you have any single parent tips to add to this list?
Yeah. Glad you asked me that. I
Mm.
would say definitely. Let's go back. When you say child support, honestly, if you and the dad stay together, and if it's hard for him to find a job or he's not working, and you receive benefits, you can add him to your case.
to
don't know. You
what
can
kind
ask
of
the
things?
baby's
With
father
food
to your
stamps.
DCF case. Yes.
Girl.
And my best friend was like, why don't you tell everybody? Because me, I became a single parent. I was 25 though. I was a little older than my classmates who were getting ready to start working on older children in their lives. But what I learned was not only can you add the dad to your case, they'll receive the free dentist. They'll be a part of your case. And with them in your case, so One Stop and DCF are connected. So when you get the benefits from DCF, One Stop says, well, since you're receiving these benefits, then you have to do this. Guess what? I received my CNA training through One Stop. I received relocation assistance through One Stop. They moved me into 3 different houses. It's so many benefits. I really need to do a talk show about the things that these single moms can receive. And so America makes you think, well, as a single mom, you got to get rid of the guy and do it by yourself. No, you don't. Keep the daddy. Let him know that he can receive the benefits because I put my children's dad. He had the access to the free dental, free medical. Exactly. As long as we were together, and he was I put him on my DCF case, and he was able to receive those benefits along with having to adhere to the rules of One Stop. He gets the open opportunity to get job benefits, free scholarship money. All that came. Yes.
Okay.
Parents don't know that. And I do need to do a segment on that. When I come on your segment, I'm going to have that information plus the phone numbers to call.
Okay.
The person to ask for at One Stop Career Center. And I've called. It's One Stop Career Centers all over the world.
Yeah.
It may be named something different, but it's a One Stop Career Center all over the world. Because I've helped young ladies to receive the assistance in Alabama, here, even in Jacksonville, different cities and different states. So it's plenty of help out there. I know, even with childcare, I paid $6 a week for childcare.
Wow.
Yes, and I was able to teach after my children came up a little bit. I was able to teach at school where my children were attending the daycares because I didn't really know anybody here.
Yeah. I need you as a guest. I need you as a guest on Moms in Ministry. Yes, because that.
Yes, all that is important. Breastfed all my kids. They're never sick. They didn't get my what is it? The COVID shot. What is it?
The RSV.
They didn't get any of that. Any of that. And my children they're healthy. They don't go to the hospital. They don't get sick at all.
I went to the breastfed my children so long. When you were talking about putting cabbage on to help dry yourself, they dried me out. When they finished, I was finished. It just they didn't want any more, and that was it. So I am grateful for those tips.
My youngest, who was standing behind me looking, because he was watching the live when I went away. He's like, I saw live. So he was the longest child that I breastfed for 2 years. And I think the only reason I took him out my breast was I got remarried. And my husband was like, absolutely not. Wait, he is coming.
My mother used to look at my youngest like, is she coming for dessert? She just got off the table. What's going on? I'm like, hey, if this is the only job I got, that's what I'll do. So yeah, there's a lot. So I'll send you the information so you can be a part of the Moms in Ministry. It's a outreach ministry that is based on the book of Titus, where it says the older mothers are to teach the younger mothers, not too much wine and keep your house together and everything. And so we realize that some people don't want to listen to their parents, but they may listen to what somebody else on the internet said. So we gonna give them
so true.
We're gonna give them what they need to know. Okay. So the next question, I did not get a chance to type it up, but the next question came from our earlier segment when they were talking about life insurance policies and having to sell dinners and get donations to have funerals. And a question came and said, Kiana talked to a funeral home to get a free funeral. How did she do that? can I do that in my area? And so, could you give us?
All about favors. So my ex-husband, still works for a funeral home here. And because I'm a community connector, he's friends with a lot of funeral homes. And actually, he's just taking on the fact of buying a limousine and buying a hearse himself to contract with funeral homes, right? So before he had favor, he introduced me to one of the little towns here in Florida about doing funerals. So I introduced myself to him, and when I asked him could he do a service for the child, he said yes. And so I said, okay, because I'm a Levi Long Sickle Cell Association owner, and sometimes they don't have money, so he'll work it out to where he can do it. Because what it does, it gives it not only patronization to
Mhm.
that it's giving back, but it's also recognition of an African American owned funeral home doing something other than charging so much for a funeral. And I don't know why his heart was touched. For me talking, all I did was ask. I
Mm.
just
So
but
your bottom line is, in your
get it.
community,
Yes.
all you need to do is ask. All you need to do is ask.
Do to help. Maybe, go to the funeral, maybe take the flowers out to help become like a partner with them, help them out. People believe in the barter system. I strongly believe in the barter system. You scratch my back, I'm scratching yours. Do this for me, I do this for you. So the barter system should be really good in our neck of the woods, in our neighborhood.
Okay, that is wonderful. Okay, now we want to appeal to those organizations that really, I don't want to offend anybody, but those organizations that really had an increase in their business during COVID. Okay, funeral homes had an increase in their business during COVID. Florists had an increase in their business during COVID. I know that some of us like to release doves and balloons and everything else. So let's be creative, figure out who may not be offended, who may not be hurt, and just ask like Kiana did. Because even if we can help one family a year, that's a true blessing. A true blessing. True blessing. Okay, so the next comment came when you said you're going to get somebody to donate a vehicle to Levi Long so you can stop putting these patients in your personal car. That's good. That's good. Can you give us a list, maybe just off top of your head, of the things that you could use that would be helpful to you? A box of ink pens, the diabetic testing kit. Just give us some ideas of things that you can use so that if there's someone watching and they really cannot do a cash donation, they may have something that you've listed. I know you were talking about the building and some other things, but give me a list of things that you think you need for Levi Long.
I would say definitely pens, definitely paper, notepads. I still write. I'm old fashioned. Put things in my phone, but guess what? I still go back to my calendar where I've written down things. Definitely, paper clips, things going on, on the desk. I have a stapler, but of course staples. And it's funny because when I go to Dollar Tree, I'm always looking for things for the office. I'm always looking for things. If it's anything like a stamp, I can get a personalized stamp. I'm looking for a stamp. Just anything that can help in the office space.
Okay. Then the next question is, tell us about the board of directors. Do you need any more board members? Do you need any more interns? What other types of warm bodies could you use?
And so my goal is this. I have a board in Orlando and those three counties. And so I have to find out from my best friend who worked for IRS for 14 years and ask her, because it would be nice to have a board in every area because they can represent their own areas. A board in Putnam County, they'll represent Putnam County. They'll be in control of that. When things go wrong, they know people in that area know who to come to. people in Orlando, they know who to come to because the board members, we had our brunch last week, so they're there. So I wanted a set of board members in different areas for to represent Levi Long Sickle Cell Orlando area, Levi Long Sickle Cell Putnam area. So every area I put my advocacy, I would like board members in those areas. So I'll have Flagler County, that's Palm Coast. If it's someone that wants to be a part of the board there, St. Augustine, that's St. Johns County. So each county I represent, I would love to have a set of board members there. Of course, I would be the CEO of the organization, but the board members are there in place for those people that live there. They know exactly who to, because I can't go everywhere. I can't just one person. I
You
can't
can.
go everywhere. It'd be nice, but I can't.
Well, I'm going to represent that Pastor Mary Hope from It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry in St. Augustine, Florida. I'm going to nominate her or one of her co-laborers to help get things established in St. Augustine, because I'll be there on the 1st and the 3rd of the month. So maybe we can take a couple minutes after service to
And that's nice even for people to come out to the church and have a, meet with you all, get to know the people that already live there.
Right.
Yes, that'd be perfect. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that.
All of these came from some of the messages from the viewers, and they just really want to be able to help, and we understand, we truly do, especially when you mentioned about the vehicle donation. We had someone who actually is on strike with the UAW to say it wasn't a bad comment, but it wasn't a real nice one. It was like, well, good luck getting anybody to donate a car. We can't even get our salaries straight. And I get that. I get that not everybody can financially help, but I do know maybe there's a retired English teacher that can help proofread, or there's someone who studied graphic design that can help with the flyers or the website, or anything, in any little video, I know I'm going to be recruiting some people soon, so we can start work on your documentary. We're gonna be working on that. Tell everybody what your thought process is for the documentary. What do you want it to look like?
So, and that's actually Shanita and we spoke about it earlier in reference to, and what was the other lady's name?
Was that Candy? Who lost her sister? Yes.
Write things down. But we were talking about it earlier in reference to documentaries and movies. So for me, the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association documentary will be about how did Levi Long Sickle Cell Association get started? Like, where did it come from? How did it, thrive? What was the motivation behind it? Why? Why that name? Where did it come from? What was the motivation behind the name, the passion for sickle cell? You don't have it, so why do you have such a passion for it?
Right.
So it will explain a lot of questions that have been asked and answered, but it will just display it in a production form.
That's going to be good. Okay, so we got one more quick portion of the question and answer segment, and then we're going to take a quick break. Now, you know that we have the YEP program, the Youth Entrepreneurial Author Program, where we have young people write a chapter, and their chapter becomes an anthology. It becomes a book. Okay. And you know that earlier we were asking Shanita, do they teach about sickle cell in the school? And do you remember what she said? It was kind of like, needs to be taught like in PE or health or something.
Okay. So I do remember when I was in the school board, I was taught here in Volusia County Schools and Flagler County Schools, but I remember it's a part of science and biology. I do remember. It's not a lot. It's not a lengthy lesson. It's simple, and it's just something. And I remember sending my PowerPoint because I have a PowerPoint presentation about sickle cell. I sent it to some of the science teachers in Volusia County in their science classes so they could show some of the students. I also sent it to the African American organization in Palm Coast. So I'm trying to get it out there more so people can display it. And I'm going to send it on my page today so people can play it and watch it.
Okay, well, we want to help spread sickle cell awareness among the youth that are enrolling for the next YEP writing program. So with every semester, they get to write about something that they want to write about, you know, be it a video game or a superhero. And they also get to write about something that is educational. And we're going to ask them to write about sickle cell. Do you know anybody? What do you know about it? What have you learned? And we think that introducing that topic to them will not only help spread awareness, but we think they'll be more inclined to introduce it during a science project or some other opportunity.
Oh my gosh, that'd be a perfect science project. I've not seen anyone do it yet.
Right.
And you 3D pictures that we saw. Those big 3D pictures with those, they can use like red jelly beans and they can really. Oh, that'd be an awesome science project for someone to do.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break, learn more about the YEP program. If anyone in the audience has a student in their life, please have them to enroll. We'll tell you more about enrollment later on. And we're going to keep the payment methods up on the screen so that you can continue to donate to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We'll be right back, everybody. Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YEP program.
Hi, I'm Sandra B. I live in Michigan. And yep, I'm an author.
YEP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yepI'mAnAuthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yep, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yep, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
What y'all talking about? Y'all will leave Mr. Larry alone because Mr. Larry a legend in his own world, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? So this is what Mr. Larry all about. See, I'm about my cars. See, I'm flexing with everything. I don't need no God. See what I'm saying? I don't need no God because I got these houses, I got these cars, I'm doing everything. Hey, girl, how you doing over there? You all right over there? Woo! Wow! Girl, I'll pour some syrup on you, girl. Y'all know what y'all talking about. See, this Mr. Larry, we're right here. I don't need no God. I don't know what y'all talking about. Hey, boy. Hey, look, you don't know what you're talking about over there, boy. I'm telling you, I don't need no God. Mr. Larry is all about Mr. Larry. I got this money, I got everything I need. Well, that's what I'm talking about right here, Mr. Larry. Well, ain't no joke. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Hey, I got to go. I ain't worried about you, man. I got to go. Mr. Larry in the house. Mr. Larry in the house. Mr. Larry in the house. I don't want to take my shades off. I might blind y'all.
Luke Genius.
I'm feeling drippy, it's the anointing on me and in me. Saved by the blood, covered in this love, time to level up, so let's get it. Oh, you like how I kick it? A host of angels stay with me, bitch. Real so off in the building, doing my praise dance, not the roof off of this ceiling. This song here for your spirit, you and your children. Move out the way, yeah, clear some space, cause the Holy Spirit gon' feel it. Get what you need, don't miss it. Yeah, I'm fully committed, stand in the gap and show you how to walk this walk, be saved and still be lit.
God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect? God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect?
God give me my flex. I ain't stressed, I'm blessed. He ordered my steps, so I ain't pressed. And I ain't got a finesse. God give me my flex. I'm feeling groovy, let's get it poppin'. I'm with the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, we ain't stopping.
God gave me my flex, I keep it a buck. Jogging my spirit, I run amok. Lit my flame, carry the torch. Been through the fire, come through with no scorch. Flex, it's about God, not about me. Jesus Christ, yes, he set me free. Stretched on the cross for me. Walk on dry ground, overcome our seas. Gave me my flex, put me up on my feet. Was a drop pass, but so incomplete. Health to the bones, his words are so sweet. Cushion my soul while calling no seat. Not the same now, not a lame now. In my lane now, move up now. Not ashamed now, not a game now. Flex only in his name now. God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect? God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect?
God give me my flex. I ain't stressed, I'm blessed. He ordered my steps, so I ain't pressed. And I ain't got a finesse. God give me my flex. I'm feeling groovy, let's get it poppin'. I'm with the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, we ain't stopping.
It was cool that he fresh swag, drip sauce, now on to the flex. Fits tight, smell good, dreams come true in my day.
Big stepper, water walking, heavy stepping, what's next? Get out the way, yeah, on delay, ain't no delay, I'm blessed.
Tap into the source, I flex. Genesis, the revelation, I flex. No cap, this beat slap. Caught up in the spirit, I flex.
Self-esteem through the roof, I flex. I've been redeemed, living proof, I flex. Righteousness all across my chest, I grow and glow, that's a real big flex.
God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect? God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect?
God give me my flex. I ain't stressed, I'm blessed. He ordered my steps, so I ain't pressed. And I ain't got a finesse. God give me my flex. I'm feeling groovy, let's get it poppin'. I'm with the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, we ain't stopping.
God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect? God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect?
God give me my flex. I ain't stressed, I'm blessed. He ordered my steps, so I ain't pressed. And I ain't got a finesse. God give me my flex. I'm feeling groovy, let's get it poppin'. I'm with the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, we ain't stopping. With the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, JS. You got you one.
I guess God is my flex. All right.
Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect? God gave me my flex. Ain't no telling what's next. Give him my praise, he's stacking my deck. I'm blessed and good, so what do you expect?
God give me my flex. I ain't stressed, I'm blessed. He ordered my steps, so I ain't pressed. And I ain't got a finesse. God give me my flex. I'm feeling groovy, let's get it poppin'. I'm with the gang, you know how we rock it. Win, we ain't stopping.
Our legs weak,
how can we stand? There has to be something more to this life. There has to be a more fulfilling plan. The rest for the weary and burdened in a dry land. We need an answer to fill this vacancy. Show us the plan and fill this emptiness in me.
My soul cries, my soul. The heartbeat of humanity is searching for some sanity, something to fill this emptiness, this vacancy, this vanity. We chasing after everything our eyes can see, running after things that just don't satisfy our needs, needing love and a reason to live. God came and gave his son our sins, he paid the bill, but we riding in the darkness like the three blind mice. Our souls crying out, man, we tired of this life. I'm realizing that the only satisfaction is in the Christ that came, and I'm tired of seeing pain in people's eyes, chasing after lies, fortune and fame, walking there playing with life like chance. This ain't a game. Vanity, all insanity, filling it with things, but the emptiness remains. We play church, but no change. We gotta be real with God and stop playing games. We can't remain the same. You're the cure that I'm needing. I ask you, redeem me, lead me, teach me. You gotta walk me through. Show me the ways to get closer to you. Your presence is the air I breathe, the reason I'm still alive. The essence of your love, it brings a supernatural high. It's the essence of your love, I sing, I'ma do it till I die. I go home with this thing, it's you for which I try. As the deer pants for water, my soul longs for you, Father. My tears are my supplier. Evil's desire opens fire. The enemy had me in a trance, prisoner of war. Fell for counterfeit romance with sins that I explored. Given a second chance for you, a vacancy restored. Baptized, was a girl gone wild, now I'm a girl gone wise. That's why cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul. Jesus, man, he died on the cross. You don't hear my pain. We gotta reach the lost. God's soul, he's crying out to humanity, searching for a lover that will love him for eternity. So he's on a journey to ignite our yearning. Our hearts set aflame with such passionate burning. Victory comes in the presence of a great king that loves and turn our bodies into great things. So my soul will sing, worthy is the Lamb, Lord the great I am. Here I come and here I am. My passion sets the tone as I enter into his throne. With praises, more praises until I'm consumed in this song. God love letter 66 in the book. Got me so hooked, my God, I'm so shook. He wrote to us like Noah in the notebook. Our souls long for his presence like the fish bones through the brook. Our soul cries for love. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries for you. As the deer pants for the water, my soul longs for you. As the body dies without water, my soul dies without you.
It's me, everybody. the Queen Bee evangelist, Angie B, and we are in the final few hours of our fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We've been able to share some information today through interviews and through music videos and just through some reflections. But I think the images that we've been able to share on the screen have been the most powerful. Earlier in our 24-hour broadcast, Kiana described what these images were, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes just to bring them back up on the screen, because sometimes it takes a couple of minutes to really get a clue as to what you're looking at. And this picture right here has just been in my dreams, in my nightmares, and on my heart. Kiana described how this is a picture of a baby with sickle cell, and it's just so sad. We don't do this to frighten you or upset you or just to beg for your money. We do this literally because, like this image says, the battle is real. And Kiana, I told Kiana last year when I interviewed her that I don't ever wish for anybody not to have a job anymore, but I wish Kiana did not have a job anymore. I wish there was no longer a need for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. So we thank you for your support. Our goal today and this weekend is to raise $2,000 to help spread awareness and raise funds virtually. And with your help, we can do that. We're going to be bringing Kiana back in just a few minutes. It looks like Shanita Brown has returned, and I'm excited for that. Maybe in about 2 more minutes, we'll bring them in for another quick conversation. And we are taking your questions. If you'd like to text your questions to us, I will put that number up on the screen in just a minute. But this song right here has kind of been my theme song for situations that we're proclaiming to be over with. We want sickle cell to be over. And so this music video is from Eddie Puyal, the artist formerly known as Raw Servant. And it's over. And as soon as it's over, we'll have Kiana and Shanita back.
So when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Our Father who art in heaven, it's time for me to share my confession. Been burnt by the flames and I learned my lesson. Took all the pain and death without question. Cause no matter what I did or I didn't do, I can never throw shade or put it on you. My choices were my choices, but I made it out, so I gotta say thank you. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So when I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around. Cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Think it's tough, but I had enough, yeah. Shots fired, man, I call you bluff. I'm in it to win it, what a start, I'm gonna finish, no question. When I say it's over, meant that, and I don't talk my game, I live that. I'm on another level, never settle, never has that. Better call the reverend, cause the sermon gonna need that. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So when I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over.
And now, everybody, I'd like to welcome Kiana Long Hargret and Shanita Brown back to the show. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Welcome back, you.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
How was your?
So I had a question for Shanita.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for sharing. And being that next month is October, Cancer Awareness Month, I would like for you to share some things that a person that has that deals with cancer or has to have had to deal with it. Give me something that you experienced, and I'm going to tell you how it relates to sickle cell, because illnesses relate to one another.
Right.
And I want to show the people how cancer and sickle cell are remotely connected. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I've learned people that have cancer, they get treated way better on a different scale than those that have sickle cell. Even to the point of this year when I was advocating at the hospital, and I was complaining because they had my client in the ER for so long, the lady says, well, why didn't you ask to have them put in the special waiting room? And I said, what special waiting room? She says, we have a special waiting room that we put our cancer patients in. And I said, well, how do we know that? No one ever said that. And that's why I wanted to let the people know October is a very important month. I don't take it away from cancer awareness, but we cannot skip over September at all, because it's a very important month as well.
Actually, October is breast cancer awareness.
Right.
So, because there's like lots of different cancers.
Right.
October represents pink, which is breast cancer. There is no special waiting room, and they do not treat us better. I think they treat children better.
Okay.
But adults with cancer, they don't treat us better.
Okay.
I've never witnessed any special treatment. I've never seen any special treatment when it comes to being in the waiting room or even going to the emergency room with issues that we might have. Some experiences with the cancer, I would say, is just the side effects from treatment. Not really being able to eat. I just recommend find what works for you, because with the treatment, it gives us a metallic taste, or either no taste. It's different for everyone. but we get to the point to where we don't want to eat, or we can only eat certain things. So I would just try everything. So I knew exactly what I was able to tolerate, because you have to eat, of course, you have to drink water, but people don't realize how hard it is to eat. It's really hard when it comes down to the side effects from the treatment. Also, pain. The pain is excruciating. There's so many different medications out there to kind of help with the pain, but when you get to some levels and stages, you can't nothing fully helps with the pain. So I would recommend stretching, walking, um, just to kind of alleviate that extra pain that's left from the medication that your doctor may prescribe for you to take, um, to kind of help with that lacking pain, because we do have that lacking pain. It's never completely gone. And you do have to, most importantly, try to change your mindset. You have to, you can't think negative. You can't feel sorry for yourself, because I noticed that saying why me is the same as why not me. Why am I different? Why should I feel like it shouldn't be me? So don't stress yourself out asking the question, why me? Just find ways to make yourself feel better. Um, do things that you like to do if you're able to do them, because not everything you're able to do. You might not be able to dance anymore, but you can listen to music. you know you might not be able to run anymore, but you can walk. You got to take baby steps when it comes to any type of illness, because no illness is pretty. It's just, no illness is pretty. So people say, oh, you're so strong, you're so strong. I had to change my mindset. Strong people get weak as well. So I may look strong, but I've changed my mindset. I control what I can control and don't stress on what I can't control. So that's just the way it is. And I know it's easier said than done, but it just takes practice, and you just have to practice. So
I thank you so much for all that information you just shared. And I was listening to, like you said, the word treatment, because those that have sickle cell, they go through treatment as well. And then do they give you all ports? If you have cancer, they give you ports?
There's a lot of a lot of different circumstances when it comes to ports. Like, getting a port is a surgery. Anytime you're put under with anesthesia, it's still considered a surgery. So we do get ports, but it really depends. Like, when I was diagnosed, I was still young. So the doctor felt like, she's still young, let me give her a small port so no one can see it, because I was so young. An older person, you might see a bulging port out of their chest. And then you got some people that's just too fragile for a port. So they have to get their treatment through their veins in their arms. So not everyone gets support. It just depends on age, health, all of those things just play a factor in whether they're going to get a port or not. So you guys sickle cell patients get ports for their treatment?
Yes. And when they get a certain age, they have to be over 18.
Okay. I'm not really sure when it comes, you know what? I think I have seen, you know what? I need to do research on that because I'm not really sure if children get ports because um, I don't come in contact with children because children have their own hospital for cancer
Right.
patients. So, yeah. So I'm
Right.
not sure about that.
Okay, so I know that you both illnesses get treatments,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's similarity in ports. I know
Mm-hmm.
pain is just excruciating. Pain is just pain. It's
Mm-hmm.
pain is just that, what it is. It's pain.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just trying to, as an organization, even as an individual, trying to see, a better way to push this. And the only thing I can do is just keep going the way I'm going, keep educating, keep
Yes.
talking about it. If I keep talking about it, then it'll stay in the forefront of the minds and the ears of people so they will know we just not jumping from August to October. We're going to go August to September. We're going to celebrate sickle cell individuals. We're going to talk about sickle cell awareness and we're going to educate on it. So that's
Mhm.
what my reason was for asking that, to see
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
would.
doing because I just don't hear it enough.
I mean, I would if it was me, I would find doctors that are familiar with sickle cell because there are a few. I would find those doctors and maybe find out as much information as you can about sickle cell, about a person with sickle cell, things that could probably help them. Um, like I said, we all deal with excruciating pain, but I find ways to kind of alleviate that pain besides prescribed medication, maybe stretching before I get out of bed, stretching before I get into bed, um, all different kind of things. Walking, if you're able to walk because walking is very good for you. So you just got to find ways to make yourself feel better.
Okay.
Music is my therapy. I love music. Like you could be see how I'm looking right now. I could have one earpiece in my ear listening to music and you wouldn't even know it. Because music is my therapy. I listen to it all day long. I mean, I took it out, but I'm just saying find what works for you, what makes you happy and what makes you feel better because that's a very hard task of feeling better. But I would definitely find doctors that know something about sickle cell, even if it's a small amount. They might could tell you something that could help you in your crusade because it is a crusade for you. So I would definitely do that or speak to more advocates in different states, different counties. They may have been doing it longer than you and know a little more than you. Communicate with them. That's all you can do.
Yeah, that's good advice. Very good advice to give. Yes. So you said that, okay, there's a question. Are sickle cell treatments covered by insurance? Yes. That's a part of their treatment. Yes, it is covered. I believe the illnesses through cancer too, because with I know with sickle cell, they get Medicaid and Medicare. They get both because it's known as a disability. They get Medicaid and Medicare.
Okay.
So their treatments are covered. Yes.
And a lot of insurance companies, they cover for cancer. So it wouldn't hurt to ask your insurance company to cover for sickle cell. It's just, it's not like they can, I don't know, can they drop you?
So I learned, I was sitting in an orientation at Halifax. They're a hospital that they accept if you don't have any insurance, they can't turn you away.
Yeah.
They still have
Mhm.
to treat you. You don't
Yep.
know what the treatment could be, but they still would see you. And
But
I know there are some hospitals out in the United States where if you don't have insurance, depending on the level of that hospital in that area, they probably cannot see you because there are certain rules and regulations for those hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
But I know
Yeah, so
here, if you go
depends
to
on what,
Halifax, you will be seen.
yep. Having
Hmm.
help too. So That's good to know. But I mean, I think
Yes.
it's important if anybody's on and they got sickle cell questions for Kiana. I mean, now's the time to ask those questions and see what she can answer for you.
And I'm still learning. I'm so glad I don't think I know everything. I'm so glad I don't think I'm a genius. I'm still
Mm-hmm.
learning. I'm still educating myself. I'm still watching videos. I'm still, now that I'm a part of the National Association,
Mm-hmm.
I put myself in position to learn from the other organizations. I ask questions when we go into meetings, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
still learning and I'm going to continue to learn from different people because I just want to learn more to share with everyone else.
So you're even open to listen to someone that might have sickle cell that's listening.
Of course, I would love, even if I've never met them before, I would love for them to, want to come on and share their experience because there's a lot of experiences that have not been shared because they're afraid to say something because of the mistreatment.
Right.
I know I spoke to a lady who lives in North Carolina, and because the city she lives in North Carolina, she has sickle cell, the doctor will not see her. She has to travel 2 hours to see a sickle cell doctor. She says she always, when she goes once a month for her treatment, she packs up her children and they get a hotel and stay in that area. And I said, oh, absolutely not. I was so geared up and ready to go in, but I had to listen to understand exactly what it was going on there,
So the
And a lot of
mistreatment
times in anything, we have to just listen.
So the mistreatment you think is from ignorance, not knowing about sickle cell?
Mm-mm. I don't think it's from ignorance. I think it's because there are no doctors in that area. She's in a small town in North Carolina. So like for us, we're in Daytona. We have the privilege of Halifax. We have the privilege of Advent Health, So where she resides, there is no, she doesn't have a hospital there. She in her primary care is just that to see like physicals, basic stuff. So she has to go somewhere else. So either she moves, relocates to be closer, or she continues to take that journey.
Okay.
And that's what I found out. It's a lot of. There are not a lot of sickle cell doctors like right in the areas, and they're called hematologists.
Mm-hmm.
It's a question. If I donate blood, will that help a patient? Definitely. Definitely, because the more blood that is donated, the more it will help those that get blood transfusion. Definitely. And
Very
thank you
good.
for being a donor. Whoever you are, thank you for being a donor. And I need to do more blood drives here. Just link up with other community partners and do blood drives at least once every 3 months.
And you did a blood drive last year too, I remember.
I did 2. I did 3. I did 3 blood drives last year. I sure did.
Yeah.
So I need to do more.
That can definitely help because sickle cell is a blood disease.
Yes, it is definitely in the blood. It is inherited blood disorder. My goodness. And I just really, my heart goes out to those that are dealing with this illness because it's inherited. That's like somebody giving you something. You didn't ask for it, but you got it, So they do their best and they live their best way they can with it,
Oh yeah. Definitely no. Yeah, so people just, sometimes people are afraid to divulge sicknesses, illness, or things that they go through. And when that happens, it causes, not having a lot of people to advocate. So, or to come in and help you advocate. So it's important that people dealing with sickle cell speak up more, because if they speak up more, then that could allow you to expand, and the people that need help will be able to get the help that they need. So you have to be willing to say, okay, I'm a sickle cell patient, or I'm a sickle cell person with the trait, and I want that help, or I want that help for my child. I don't want my child to go through anything, I want my child to be able to have all the services they need, So that's important. If you could, just kind of spread the word more, kind of, even if you do speaking, if you speak maybe once a week, make it a consistent speech once a week until you get more and more people onto your live that could expand that way, and then that'll help you grow as well. That'll bring in people that are dealing with it, whether they have the trait, whether they, their kids might, be suffering with the trait, or, whatever the case may be. Just bring them in, educate them, speak with them, let them know that you're here. Because if they feel like they don't have any help, and like you said, with cancer patients, there's a lot of organizations that'll, come out and help, but those things took time. When they didn't know a lot about cancer, they didn't know much about cancer. They were afraid of cancer. So they had to continue doing research, continue building, continue, when people started dealing with it themselves or having relatives dealing with it, then they're more interested in it because they're like, I understand now. I have a family member that's going through it. Let me go ahead and help. Let me donate. Let me volunteer my time. Let me find out a little bit more about it. And it just grew and grew from there. And look at the cancer research. It's amazing.
It's great. It's time for us to do a video break. And I'm going to touch on those things that you just said. And so we'll be right back.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Remember me? Hello. Do you remember me? Yeah. Do you remember me? I'm not the girl that I used to be. I always say yes, no was a test for me. You never know who's really free. Always being tested, the enemy or me. I fight alone, the enemy is me. Always in my mind, crisscross release. Mirror image of the girl that's standing right in front of me. Mentality. Mentality. Hello. Mentality. Hello. It's mentality. We're all puppets in this little social game. Hoping and wishing, hoping and praying. No, we won't be your next tragedy. We got the most high above me. Gotta learn to let it go. So much control. Lift your hands up. Come vibe with me. Mentality. You're amazing. Hair, skin, eyes. Don't listen to the lies. Don't paralyze your mind. Don't overthink. Just be a little clearer. You're amazing. Just look in the mirror. So strong, ambitious, a queen. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve. Regardless of any insecurities, you can do it. Just do it for you. Do it for you. Stay strong, you too. You got it, you're gonna pull through. I've been there, them insecurities, they don't go away unless you really dig deep. Queen bee, mommy mission, I'm on the road. Here's the better days, you gotta let them know. Mentality. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I'm not that girl that I used to be. Do you remember me? Do you? Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Take this pain away, la la. Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Take this pain away, la. Insecurities wash away, sunshine. Take my pain away, hello. Insecurities wash away, sunshine. dig deep. You gotta dig deep. It's bigger than a melody. You gotta dig deep. Check out the melody. What's your way? Check out the melody. It's washed away. Check out the melody. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Hold up. So how you made this? Run it up, kid. Won't I? See, I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? God told me go, I'm sliding. You just something crazy, Joe Biden. Tell me what up, not an option. You don't want no problems. Already won by a landslide. Throw your meat bound like my hands tied. Been under my feet, got my calf tired. And I ain't stepping off like a landmine. It's up and it's stuck like it's Enoch. Cause they hung y'all from that treetop. They splintered his hand and his feet up. But the rock steady, this beat pop. Rose on that tomb out that cemetery. Came through like who wrote this obituary. Evil big man, why you looking scary? Can't see my God like he wizard killer. Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
Say I won't hit up the club or Glow Nation. Tell them all put on Stomp by Kirk Frank. Glow saving that we headed to the radio station. Got power with us since we creating they whole playlist. Kanye West ain't the only one rapping about Jesus. Go to rolling louder with these sarcasms and all the demons. In the middle of my set, and I'm really from the West. Throw money in the air, but I really ain't impressed. I got jewels on my crown, now I'm shining big time. Living for the Lord, you don't know when the end time is. Devil sitting at a table with demons, they big plotting. What we gonna do with Miles, you know he a big problem. Hell's most wanted, got my poster on the wall. I done been in war, bullet holes on the wall. But I got heaven's armies like do whatever I
Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
They won't make your church meet, cause God really can. Glow Nation, they been on top with calling ceiling fans. I've been trying to get it. Press go, we call it praise advance. Don't try to doubt what Jesus can, he's more than a man. Stunning on the I've been shooting shots like he told me. I've been leaning back like I'm Kobe. Darkness came home, still seeking Christ, watching him mold. Know that these trials, they gon' grow me. I'm still holy stepping, I got holes in my socks. Big weapon, no guessing. God glow, don't need rocks. From heaven, still repping. Big sword, don't need glocks. Straight guessing, ain't question. Praise Christ, don't make bops. Still on attack. I've been keeping division with all living. Don't pivot division. Looking to get with the world giving, don't play. Don't care what they gon' say. God's plan, this ain't my way. Where we gon' stay?
Won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
You are watching and listening to the 24-hour marathon to spread sickle cell awareness and raise funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We are so grateful that you are here. Now, we've got a couple of announcements to make so that you know how you can see the broadcast. All right. We started this broadcast last night at 7 p.m. and we've been streaming all night. Well, earlier today, Facebook was pouting and they did not want to continue our stream. They pouted just a little bit. So we are live on YouTube. Search for Volusia Business Women and you will find the stream on YouTube, Volusia Business Women, women plural. Once you find it, please post it because we are still having trouble streaming to Facebook. The error message says this may be an issue on Facebook's end. Is it possible the stream has ended or deleted? Please keep trying and we'll let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook. You know, there's an error message. The devil is mad. And so we get around that by also streaming on YouTube. Just search for Evangelist Angie B. That's ANGIEBEE. We're on my YouTube page and we're also on YouTube live with Evangelist Angie B. Live with Evangelist Angie B. So check that out. We are live on Twitter, affectionately known as X. I have no idea why, but we're on Twitter. Search for Angie B Tour. It's all one word, ANGIEBEE Tour, Angie B Tour, and you will find the link there. We also want to give a big shout out to the Jericho Broadcast Network. They are streaming us live on their TV network, okay? So we may not be streaming officially to Facebook right now, but throughout the week, we will be streaming excerpts of this weekend to get ready for next weekend. So don't worry if you missed anything. We will still collect your donation, okay? So Shanita and Kiana will be returning in just a little bit. And we want to continue to play that little game that we played with Kiana earlier. One of the topics that we talked about earlier, Kiana, was testing for sickle cell when you go to get your marriage license, or even when's a good time to have the discussion that I got a trait. Do you have a trait? Do we want to, continue dating? And I was thrilled to be able to say that as an ordained evangelist and with the American Marriage Ministries as well, I include that question in my premarital counseling. there's a whole section in there where I say, okay, do you know your HIV status? Do you know if cancer runs in the family? Do you know if you got a sickle cell trait? These are conversations you want to have, sooner than later. Also, as it pertains to Alopecia Awareness Month, because we share this month with Sickle Cell Awareness Month, there's always a question about when do you let him know that you're wearing a wig, and when do you take the wig off, and so we have a lot of that in our premarital counseling questions. You want to talk about it. You definitely want to talk about it. So we're going to get back to Kiana and Shanita so they can continue with their conversation. We've got another break in about 30 minutes, but we're going to do a tally in just a little bit, see what our total has been. I think the last time we checked, we were around $280. And so I know that as soon as Kiana gets all those numbers together, she will have them for us. Okay. Welcome back, Kiana. Welcome back, Shanita. Thank you, ladies, for an exciting conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
We're back. And so I sent you the link. Did you get it in your inbox just now? Because I did. I was looking at Facebook as well. I'm glad Miss Angel B explained to us, in fact, where we are. So I went to YouTube, Google Volusia Women in Business, and you got it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I listened to Angie and I went and found it on YouTube. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So
I don't know,
we're back.
I wasn't working on Facebook, so.
Okay, so to piggyback on what you said, you were talking in reference to, giving me ideas to do. So one thing that I did before with sickle cell was the support groups. So with support groups, it helps those that have sickle cell come together so they can talk amongst one another and have a speaker sometimes to elaborate and take back their concerns, their questions, their thoughts to the medical field. 9 times out of 10, they cannot talk when they're in a crisis. When they're in that pain, they cannot even talk. They be in so much pain. I've seen it. So that's why I'm there, on their behalf. Now, I'm actually grateful that I partnered with a doctor. Her name is Dr. Simone. She has an organization called SMA Healthcare. She's giving me a lot of brochures. And she's a doctor that has sickle cell. So she can relate closely to what they're going on, what's going on in the medical field. She's an African-American female. She has over 150 advocates that she does an actual training, and she trains them to be advocates. And so I'm so glad I partnered with her. So that's helping us to get a lot of things going. As far as like when I first met her, which was last year, via phone, I met her physically this year. And one of my clients here in Daytona, he couldn't get things right with his primary care doctor. So I put him on a 3-way call with her because she knows doctors in different areas. And he had got a new primary care physician, and now things are going better for him. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about right there. We reach one, we teach one, we help one. So that can go and help somebody else. So that's what it's about. And there was something else you had said. Oh, that's what it was. Those people that have the anemia, a lot of times they don't know what to say. They don't know how to ask questions. They don't know what to say. So that's how the support group meetings are very important. So we did one already for Orlando chapter. So now what I'm trying to do is get the one for St. John's or St. Augustine area. So I found a young lady there. I had to advocate for in the hospital in St. Augustine. So she's going gung-ho, but she's in the hospital a lot of times. And so, that's kind of hard for her to try to be moving and doing when she's constantly in the hospital.
I'll help out in St. Augustine. That's where my church is. I'm there the first and the third Sunday of the month. We have afternoon service, and they feed us after service. So put me down.
They would like that fellowship.
Put me down for St. Augustine. Yes, put me down and tell her she can call me anytime.
I sure will. I sure will make that connection. And so that's very good to hear. That's so good to hear. I love networking, and I know you do too. Like putting people together. I know you do. You have that eye. Yeah.
And let me ask you, how often do they have crises?
A lot. I know one of my clients in Orlando, she's in the hospital every week. Every single week. And then when I would talk to her and she's in the hospital, she'll get out. Say, for instance, she go in on a Monday, get out on a Wednesday. Friday, she's back in. And I can't tell you how to prevent what or how to stop, whatever causes it. I just know to tell them to dress properly for the weather. And I've seen some younger clients when it's cold here. We don't get a lot of cold, but we do get cold when we get cold. So I say like we get it in November, if we get it in November. And I've seen me getting ready to take a client to the pharmacy. And it's cold outside because I have on a t-shirt, I have on a shirt, I have on a jacket, and they have on little shorts. And I just tell them, you got to be mindful what you wear because your body, that makes your body sick. Yes. I know it's cool to wear clothes and you might be not cold, you might be warm and hot. But when that crisis take effect, oh my God.
Right. Now, I hate to keep jumping in, but I do have something to say to that. When I was a freshman in college up in Dayton, Ohio, and we was way out in the woods, we had a cornfield next to our campus, But my dorm mate that had sickle cell, we really needed to be more compassionate for her because it seemed like she went into crisis every time we had a big test coming up. We all in there studying, and she is in pain. And we, we kids, we like, well, can you take that? I mean, we really didn't know. And thank God her boyfriend would come over and try to help calm her down. But it just seemed like every time we had a big test or the RAs was coming to inspect anything stressful. If we got too much snow on the ground, it seemed like and that's what I have learned later in life as I live with mental illness is that your body doesn't know the difference between good stress and bad stress. It just knows stress. And if there's something going on with you, it's gonna flare it up. So Kiana, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but the conversation.
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Keeping it interesting.
Yes. And it's all together, as far as stress, anxiety, panic attacks, that's all intertwined. And like she said, every time she got a test, that stress level, that anxiety, that's test anxiety would take over. And I feel like, and I'm not a doctor, but I feel like doing exercises to kind of get you ready, to calm you down, for something like that, especially when it's coming, you kind of have to try to prepare yourself, because we can fool the mind, just like, a lot of times we can control our own mind. Sometimes, like Angie was saying, mental illness, you don't really sometimes have that control. But if you do have that control, fool your mind, make your mind think everything is okay. Get ready for this test, because that test anxiety, I used to get test anxiety, and that was serious. Like, I was so smart in school, but when it got time to take tests, I just like panicked. I never studied for tests, never had to study because I knew all the information. But once it got time to taking that test, oh my goodness, it was severe test anxiety. And a lot of people struggle with that. So that added stress with the sickness, you got to learn how to, do something that's going to calm you down. Do something that's going to get you ready for what's to come. I know it's, like I said, harder than, it's easier said than done, but it can be done. It's just a process. Everything is a process. She's looking for.
This phone with the Zelle on it to try to see if there's anything on there.
So, guys, go ahead and donate. You know, sickle cell is, you'd be surprised how many people are suffering from sickle cell. You'd be surprised. They just don't speak about it. You know, you have a friend or a co-worker or someone that you know and they disappear for like a week. They might be having that crisis. You know, you never know. And donating to a foundation that has their back and that is willing to be there, and she's willing to be there in all aspects. That's what this is for. That's why we do these telethons and these these fundraisers for these different foundations. That's just like cancer has so many different foundations that people donate to. A cancer patient is able to call them up, apply online. You know, we need help for this. We need this. We need that. Sickle cell, lupus, all of them, they deserve the same treatment, the same exact thing. And I don't know, are there any sickle cell organizations do you know of?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Organizations that are that will help sickle cell patients when it comes to financially.
So I'm one of them because I've gotten calls from the ones in Orlando to see if I can help and assist with different things financially. And I get the finances if I go to a few years back. I would go straight to either a pastor of a church or I would go straight to somebody that's running for office.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I hope somebody that's listening, if somebody's running for office, go to them because if they give, they can say they gave.
And what I mean is, if it's make it something that's guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Something that you have a certain amount that every recipient is eligible for if they qualify, you know, because they put us through qualifications. You know, if you need help with something, you got to qualify for it. You know, if you're around here making tons of money, you're not going to qualify. So a lot of us don't qualify, but there are some that do qualify. And if you're not able to work because you're in crises, I mean, how are you going to survive? And it wouldn't disability. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like a one-time check. You got organizations that'll, you know, years ago when I first was diagnosed, I wasn't working that much because I had just found out and I was really in bad shape and I couldn't work. So, you know, getting help from those organizations, you have organizations that'll do $300 a year. Then you got some that'll do $2,000 a year. Then you got some that'll only do $1,500 once in your lifetime. You know, if you can, but you have to have regular donators. You have to be people that's okay. Every month you're going to pick up a check from them towards your organization so you can help sickle cell people.
We have a comment. Zaria Gentle says self-care, and self-care in reference to what you were saying. And I do know that now that I have a board, one rule that has been put into the place for Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, any client that goes into the hospital, we give them a $50 check. Because while they're in the hospital, they can't work. So the young lady I told you about that's in the hospital a lot, she can't work. Absolutely not. And so we have given her money for her being in the hospital. We do give her a $50 check when she goes into the hospital. For Christmas time, they get gift cards. So they do get things. And then if they need it, and I just get it. If I don't have it in the bank for the organization, or I have it now because I have to go through my board because I never had a board before. So if I don't talk to them and it's be like, okay, then I'll just give it to them. which is frowned upon. So I have to get away from that because I just had a situation where I did do that for a client and they didn't. It was a large amount, a very large amount, and they thought they had amnesia when it was time to return it. And so I learned from that. I learned from that.
Well, it's frowned upon because it's not, businesses have practices that they do. And
yes,
you're needed. You're needed in the sickle cell community. So if you're giving out of your pocket, how are you going to survive?
Exactly.
If you can't survive, then how are you going to continue to do what you're doing? And then they're left without an advocate. So that's why I frowned upon. Do what's in your limits, and you're good to go.
And here I come again, interrupting the intelligent conversation. I'm so sorry, but I have talked to people that, for a while, everybody was saying, I want to quit my job and start a business, or I want to quit my job and start a nonprofit. Okay. But you do know that the Small Business Administration tells you your business or nonprofit may not be able to pay you for the first 5 years. So, and even when it starts to pay you, you kind of need to reinvest. And so, I now hear people that say, truly intelligent people that say, well, I'm going to go get a job to fund my nonprofit, so my nonprofit can do what I want it to do. Okay. We really need to set up a system so that we are not bankrupting we're not paying our light bill to the nonprofit, and we're not expecting the light bill to, the nonprofit to pay our phone bill. Yes. We don't expect our firstborn child to support the baby child. Each child needs to learn how to support themselves. That is exactly what Shanita is saying. You're going to wear yourself out, and you're going to be standing in the need of prayer and not be able to do anything. So the board should be able to assist at growing the organization and making the organization self-sufficient, so that the CEO can still continue to be the face of and still continue to bring in income to live. I know we've seen too many stories in the news about somebody embezzled money from some organization or something here. Something. We ain't gonna claim any of that, but I have seen it happen because the frustration level comes in. I've been doing this for 10 years and I still ain't got. Well, we got to use wisdom. The Bible tells us in all things wisdom. And now my support doggy wants me to play with the toy, so I will leave y'all to your intelligent conversation.
And you're doing a great job. So regardless of what people say, you know that you're doing a good job. You know what I'm saying? So you can't go above and beyond when it's not required, or it's not expected, or it's not legal. Okay? Because in actuality, you already are going above and beyond. So it's time for everyone to rally together. And that goes for sickle cell patients, that goes for sickle cell doctors, that goes for sickle cell organizations, and that goes for supporters of sickle cell, meaning family, friends, whoever. Okay, you're going to have to rally together because it is, we don't want to see down the line, you're no longer able to do what you love to do. And, you like you said, you gave that person that money, and how would you expect for them to pay that back? I would have known that wasn't getting paid back. So don't do things like that. Use your organization, get regular donators. You might have an organization on here right now or someone that's a CEO that's willing to donate every month, just so sickle cell patients can have that You know what I'm saying? Have that calm in order to, when they go through their crises, they know they can't work 4 days. Okay, let me go ahead and help them out with a $500 stipend, to help them because they can't work. That 500 is going to help them. We don't want their lights to get turned off. We don't want them to lose their home, things like that. You don't want that to happen to them. So get you some regular donors that are willing to donate to your organization, because you've been doing this a long time. And it's time that you grow and expand to where you need to be to help the people that need to be helped. Because I'm not a sickle cell patient, but I deal with pain and deal with all those things. And I have, if I needed the support, there's places I can pick up the phone and call. Okay, and they need to be able to do that. And it can't be out of hand. It can't be this person over here, is calling you every month for money, because that's not how business works.
Okay, Kiana. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. We have a question. Well, we have a text that came in. It's not quite a question, but they said, let's stop talking and doing. And so when I replied, I'm like, give me an example. And they replied and said, she knows she needs donors. Who can get them for her? So let's do a challenge, okay? I mean, everything Shanita's saying is great, but I know I'd rather have Kiana at the hospital than having to ask a donor to do something. So let's do a challenge. If one or two are gathered, he is in the midst. So we want one or two people to say, okay, I may not be able to donate regularly, but I can put in a request at my job, or I can refer some people, or what
donate quarterly.
What can you do? What can you do? You may not be able to personally do it, but maybe a grant writer, or maybe your bank is doing something locally. Whoever send a text to the number that you now see at the screen, and you'll get a free gift. Just send a text. Oh, there's somebody messaging now. Just send a text and say, okay, this is what I can do. And we will send all this information over to Kiana. Kiana, we don't want you sitting here thinking, oh, I got so much to do. No, we want you sitting here thinking, we going to try to make it happen. So this challenge is going to run until 6 p.m. And at 6 p.m., we're going to give away the prize. So, Kiana, you got a minute to tell us what we up to so far?
I didn't get anything else. That's why I was looking at my phone. I didn't get anything else, so I just text the donor who I know is a millionaire and told me that if I needed anything, so I just sent that word out to see if that possibly could happen today or this evening, since it is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And if you notice, I'm very hesitant on asking people for money. Like, I'm hesitant. I'll do it just for a cause, but I'm hesitant about getting on here, and and this is a nonprofit. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to allocate, and fundraise and stuff. That's what I'm supposed to do. It's just, I don't know.
And you're not asking for it for yourself.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? You're asking for your organization. So what are you afraid of?
That's the thing too. I don't know.
Well, you need to scratch that fear. It's all mental. It's all mental. You've been here 24 hours and your donation is $281.
Well, the city did donate to me Tuesday.
Knock on some doors. text some phones. Sickle cell is real. It's real. And they said, you know, less talking and more action. You have a board now. So you know what? Take one of those board members and let them find donors. As a CEO, it's your job to give jobs.
Right.
It's
right.
your job to assign the jobs. So assign someone to find donors, grant writers. I'm not a part of the board. I'm a guest on here, but when she calls me, I'm here. I am here. So I don't know. We got to get these donors in because, you know, in business, you don't ever want to spend more than what you make. You just don't. So what do you want from people? Tell them what you want.
If whatever, and I see that I go with the whatever, and I never come up with a concrete number. So if because I know it's there, and this is a organization to where you can get it back. You know, you can get a donation letter stating that you did give. You can get the funding back. So if you can give $50 to $100, trust that is going towards this goal. This is going towards this nonprofit organization to make happen chances, to like make things happen. I don't just sit around and twiddle my thumbs. I literally make things happen. I literally go to the hospital. I literally physically make sure I go to bat for these individuals.
You do. You really do. So you want people to donate, you want people to spread the word, you want people.
Yes, I definitely want people to donate. Share with those that you know are donors. Share with those that you know have friends and know people that have died from this illness or is in the fight with this illness that you know it will help benefit them.
Tell people if you know somebody with sickle cell, tell them about you. Right?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, because I look for partnership. I look for networking. I look for different, yes, definitely. Even people who are fundraisers, who know how to fundraise, right. Come aboard so you can fundraise for me while I still do the work out in the vineyard or out in the, out.
Community.
I still want people to be able, if they know how to fundraise, they can fundraise for me.
Right. Okay. Well, everything takes time. Don't give up. Keep doing what you're doing. Eventually it's going to catch the right eye. And when it does, you'll be able to do great things with sickle cell. And like I said, I'm not a sickle cell patient, but I know people with the trait. I know people that were sick. They didn't show it to me all the time because, like I said, a lot of people hide it, but I know people that was living with it, dealing with it, and it's not fun. It's not fun. So, and it doesn't run in my family. I actually asked my auntie today because when I was on break, I went by to see her, delivering some clothes, and I said, Auntie, everything running our family, diabetes, high blood pressure, lupus, no, not lupus. No, I said, do we have sickle cell in our family? Do you know anybody that has sickle cell? And she was like, because remember I told you it's not my niece or my great niece, but great niece. She was like, no, nobody in the immediate family. And I'm like, wow, that's one thing that we don't have to deal with. But what about all the other things that's in our family? And Angie B talked about it. She talked about when did you discuss with somebody about your hereditary illnesses that could be passed on to your child? When do you talk about that? After you're already in love? No, I don't think that's a good idea. I think it should be, I don't know, everything's a topic these days. Everything's a topic. Everything is a debate, and everything is a discussion. So people have their own opinions. They have their own opinions. Time for a
video break, and we'll be right back.
a person have a child if they already have the trait? Irresponsible. So the first thing we don't do, we don't use our opinions to dictate how a person should and could not respond to having a family. So if a person has a trait, a lot of times I found out in this field, they did not know it. Even close to home, my children's uncle, he was born with the disease. His mom knew, and she had been taught by her family to specifically not talk to anyone with the trait. But her husband, who had been to the military, still not tested, because after 1988, it was not a mandated test. He had not been tested. And so when her baby was born, which is my children's uncle, he was crying and he had the symptoms as a baby would. Swollen hands, swollen feet, excessive crying. And when she took the baby back to check him, that's when they found out that he had the actual disease. And she screamed hysterically because she had been taught and it was instilled in her that you don't get with someone that has the trait. And a lot of times people don't know that they have the trait. And so, no, I would not say it's irresponsible. What I would say is a lot of education that needs to be out. The reason we're having our marathon is so that I can give the trait test to those, especially in the college years, that are not parents yet, so they would absolutely know if they have the trait or not. Let's go to the next question. They told me my daughter had the trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it. So that comes with education. When a person has a trait, you don't have the excessive symptoms that a person has with the disease, but your cells are not as hydrated, meaning the person will be tired more so than a person that doesn't have anything. The person will need more rest, but they won't be in and out of the hospital. So when it comes to what no one says, we have to self-educate ourselves. No matter what we don't know, we need to make sure that we do know. And I know in reference to the trait, there is a lot of information. You're welcome to reach out to me to get information on what to do when your child has the trait. Next question, please. Is sickle cell on the rise? I thought it was cured and gone. Yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. I personally can say that the FSCDR, the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease Research Organization in Hollywood, Florida, has brought their clinic duplicated to our area. It will be in New Smyrna Beach at the health department, in which I will be running the clinic. So yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. My goal is to put advocacy in every area that there's no advocacy. And in reference to, I thought it was cured and gone, sickle cell will never be gone because it's an inherited blood disease. Persons are born with it. And yes, there is a cure, in which is through stem cell treatment. Next question, please. Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Definitely. Sickle cell is a definite disability. Yes, and I encourage those that have it to definitely apply for disability, whether it's a child or an adult, because it is definitely on the list. Next question, please. Tell us more about stem cell treatment. How can I get it for my child? So stem cell treatment is a real serious treatment. And the way you can get help for it or information about it is you go to your primary care doctor and you ask them for a referral to go to a specialist, just like you would when you will need surgery. And it is an actual procedure in like surgery. And when you get the referral, you talk to the specialist, but it's just not like that. You have to have someone that's a match. And just like it is with kidneys, you have to have someone in your family that's a match that does not have the sickle cell disease or trait. And the way you get it for your child is you first start off by asking your primary care doctor, and then you get a referral to the specialist. And then that specialist, more than likely in our area, you will get referred to Shands in Gainesville, or even possibly in Orlando. So if you have any more questions in reference to that, I would also like to give more information depending on the specific questions for it. But it is a cure and it is help out here. Any more questions? Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Yes, definitely apply for disability because it is definitely out there. And actually, I remember going to Tallahassee and speaking to legislators from different areas in the state of Florida who let me know personally that sickle cell is not going anywhere. And now there are two representatives that are not like us. They are like others, another descent, and they're fighting in the state house of representatives to get more money and more funding because now they see that it's not a black only disease. There are Caucasians that have the actual trait and the disease because love does not choose who gets it and who doesn't. People come together and they match up all the time, and without knowledge and education of their background, that's how sickle cell continues to spread. Next question, please. What is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.? So there are different types of sickle cell. And then I want to explain or just state SS, SC, sickle beta plus, and it all is a part of the gene mutation because we know that sickle cell is formatted in our bloodstream, and that's how a person is born with it. So the different types of sickle cell is according to the types of it's according with DNA and with the blood types in our streams. A lot of people don't understand that we have different blood types within our blood levels, and that's really scientific. So I had to Google it to make sure I found the right question answer for you guys. So the sickle cell disease is caused by a mutation in the beta globin gene. So when you hear stuff like globin, that's really like our blood. And then our genes, that's a part of our characteristics and our makeup. When I go out to do education, I always explain we get our makeup and our characteristics from our parents. Everybody has a mother and a father, no matter where you go. And you get your nose, your eyes, your lips. Every formation that we have comes from our parents. So when the beta globin gene, it's in our blood makeup. And so this can result in an abnormal hemoglobin called sickle hemoglobin or HB. And the different types of sickle cell disease that are on the rise based on whether they're hemoglobin beta S gene, which is probably Spanish or another language to you all because this is all scientific and it deals with our bloodstreams. So there it comes from the gene mutation, which is our different genes that we have. And I hope I answered that question to the best of you all liking. And for me personally, Kiana Griffin, I would like to publicly thank Commissioner Barbara Gertman for believing in me and inspiring me to press on in spite of everything that's trying to go against sickle cell these days. I thank the city of Daytona Beach and Mayor Derek Henry for all of the communities that surround us. Thank you for your contribution to me, Commissioner Reed. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say that, Commissioner Reed, for her donation to me for $5,000. I appreciate you greatly. I also want to thank the Women's Symposium organization for recognizing me on last year for my hard work in the community with Bethune-Cookman University, which is also an alma mater. Thank you to Mrs. Joyce Cusack, who her son Alan was one of my clients. And all of the sickle cell organizations all over the entire world. Thank you also to the FSCDR, which is a Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease and Research under Dr. LeBronte Hall. They're responsible for us having a clinic in our area, and I'm excited because that will lessen the mistreatment and the in and out of the hospital visits for our sickle cell families and individuals. I want to especially thank my sickle cell individuals and families, Mr. Ethan Johnson and the staff at the health department, and Akesia especially as well. Special thanks to my production and promotions team at Angie B and Barty Productions, Lolo Social Media Promotions, Business with a Heart, and Angie B Productions. I greatly thank you guys. If you can see at the bottom, you will see the ways to reach out to me. You can also see ways to donate. Oh, and I cannot neglect to say I thank the Jacksonville Jaguars so very, very much for an opportunity to come there and raise awareness as I'm working, and I have a travel team with me and we go to the games, and I'm grateful from my heart for the Jacksonville Jaguars for that opportunity. I am currently covering Volusia counties, East and West, Flagler County, St. Johns County, Putnam counties, and as of today, I will have a discussion on Thursday to finalize me having the responsibility of Tri-County Sickle Cell, which is also in Orlando, which will cover Osceola, Orange, and Osceola, Orange, and I'm missing one, and Seminole counties. So as you can see, I have my plate full, and sickle cell is not going anywhere. And I'm grateful for this opportunity, grateful for this, just the press on my heart to run this race. I am a human rights advocate. I'm a sickle cell advocate, and I stand for the right and the treatment of sickle cell individuals all over. I have clients in New York, Connecticut, anywhere there's no advocacy, I make myself an advocate. And I thank you so much for your time this evening. Please stay tuned because we will be having a 24-hour telethon January 28th, 10 a.m. until January 29th, 10 a.m. If you would like a part of your business or organization to be spoken about or talked about within this segment, please let me know. Reach out. You'll see more advertisement all this week and all next week up to the time we will have our 24-hour telethon. You can donate funds because we're doing sickle cell treatment information. We're doing also getting ready to do sickle cell testing. I need to do trait testing. And for me to be able to do trait testing, the kit for 100 tests is $772. I've done it before, but now I need your help to go ahead and submit donations so that I can go ahead and get this again. The way right now you can get tested for your trait is through your primary care doctor. You will have to get a referral to go to either LabCorp or Quest Diagnostics, and then you still have to pay for the test. But if you go through me and my organization, it is free. I do the test, and it's a simple prick to the finger. You will get your results in a few minutes, close to almost like the COVID test. So I've done it before for Bethune-Cookman athletes years ago. So now it's time for more trait testing to be done. I greatly appreciate you all for your time tonight. Thank you so much for those that have been in this with me, have been encouraging me, praying for me in the background, talking to me, letting me know that, they're with me. And I can't thank you enough. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And let's continue to advocate for sickle cell everywhere.
Our hosts this evening are Kiana and Sonia B. They will be joining us in just a moment. We have special guests that will be popping in and out throughout the evening. And we have these special announcements for you that are now on the screen. September 29th, 2023, from 6 to 9:30 p.m., the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association presents A Night to Remember at the Michael and Libby Johnson Center for Civic Engagement at Bethune-Cookman University. If you'd like more information, send a text to the number that you're soon going to see scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and we will get everything to you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support. And please keep in mind, we will be with you for 24 hours in one form or another. Coming to the screen right now is our host, Kiana Long Hargret, and her special co-host this evening, Sonia B. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good evening.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Kiana. Welcome back.
How are you? Yes, there's a few difficulties.
Just a few.
Minor. But it's good to see you today. How was your day?
My day was great. How was yours?
It was long. It was
Yeah.
it was long.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Been a good day. It's been a good day.
Good. This has definitely been a great day for me. I was speaking with one of my friends who was talking about how she is beginning as she gets older to appreciate the small things in life. And my day started with my neighbor calling me and saying, I made some sourdough bagels. I would love for you to just come and get some. And I said, okay, I'll be right over. I came over and got them and tried to give her a donation for her nonprofit, and she wouldn't accept it. She just wanted to bless me with those, and that just started my day great because they are delicious. They were great with my coffee. It just started the day on a great time.
There's a book I saw the title. I didn't read the book, and it's called "Don't Sweat the Small Stuff."
Oh, yes. I've never read that book, but my mom used to have that book along with so many others that I remember. And sometimes I see people with sweatshirts that say that. And yeah, it's a great mantra to just always remember. I remember Oprah used to have a segment called Remember Your Spirit, where she just wanted people to remember the things that really touched them and made them happy, even if it made them sad. Just remember your spirit. And yeah, I agree with that, not sweating the small stuff. I don't always do it because I can go crazy about the smallest thing, but I try my best not to.
And I think as humans, that happens to all of us. The best of us, the least of us, the greatest of us. It happens because we're human beings and we're in
Yes.
a human body. We go
Yes.
through human experiences, and
Yes.
that's what it is. It's
Yes.
another thing that says you may forget the person's name. You may
But you won't forget how they made you
not
feel.
how they made you feel. And that is so
Yes.
true. That is
Yes.
so true.
Yes.
Yes, that is so true.
Mm.
And welcome everybody to the telethon of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And please join us. And before we go ahead and continue to speak and talk, I'm going to open us up with prayer. Lord, we thank you so much for this day. I thank you for this Friday in the month of September. I thank you for this telethon. I thank you so much for Queen Angie B. I thank you for how you watched over her, taking care of her body, touched her, oh God, even now. I thank you so much for my co-host here with me. Thank you so much for togetherness. Thank you for unity. Thank you so much for this organization. Bless it, oh God, everyone that's dealing with this illness in the name of sickle cell. Bless them, touch them right now, even those that are in the hospital right now. Give the doctors patience with them. Allow them to be at ease, oh God, and touch their bodies right now in the name of Jesus. Bless this telethon that monies can come to proceed and to continue this organization to continue to flourish. In your mighty name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
So my name is
Miss
Kiana.
Kiana.
I was going to just introduce myself to somebody. If you are just tuning in, this is the telethon of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and I'm Kiana Long Hargret, and I'm the CEO and the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And my co-host, she's going to introduce herself.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sonia B. Many of you may know my extraordinary sister, our producer, Angie B. She and I are actually blood sisters, and I am thrilled to be invited as a co-host on this telethon again this year. I guest hosted last year for a few hours, I believe, with our dear friend Larissa, and it's just been a blessing to me. I didn't know a lot about sickle cell, even though here in Michigan, I reside in Michigan, and we have a sickle cell anemia center that literally was in walking distance from my childhood home. We used to walk past it when we would go to church for choir rehearsal or anything. And I just never really knew what it was. I knew that it was something that was passed down from your parents or from different generations. I just didn't know how it affected your body. And last year I learned a few things about sickle cell. And so I definitely touch and agree with you, Miss Kiana, about praying for everyone who is suffering from this disease. And I just hope that everyone realizes it's not a small thing. It definitely is a small cell, but that small cell can change your life in a way that you never could have imagined.
Yes, it can affect greatly from the smallest person to the so
Yes.
that's why my concept is AIM. I added another A since last year. It was just AIME. So I just added another A because it's so many myths out there. So it's still advocacy, awareness is what I added. Inspiration, motivation, and education. All of those play a part in going around and talking to those that are living with this disease and those that don't know anything about it.
Yes. Yes. I admit, when I first learned about sickle cell, it was from T-Boz, one of the musicians I grew up with.
Oh wow.
And well,
TLC?
I didn't. Yes, not. I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't grow up. I mean, TLC was a part of my musical foundation, is what I
Me
mean.
too.
I wish I could say that I knew her,
Yes,
but
I hear you.
but yes, T-Boz did an interview one time
Oh,
saying
wow.
how she had sickle cell and that she was in so much pain sometimes before she came out on the stage, and she would either have to perform through it, or sometimes she would have to delay for a moment to get past that pain. And that's what made me start looking into sickle cell, because TLC, I'm sure if you recall, well, I mean, it's not like they're gone, but they are extraordinary dancers. And so for someone to say that they have joint pain and they are extraordinary dancers like that, it was something that I really wanted to explore more. That was my first to learning about sickle cell.
So we have a special guest who
There
is who's in the background, who would like to come on and ask questions. So I wanted to welcome Memorable Expressions to the show. Let's give her a hand as she comes. Hey, it's so good to see you. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jenny Denise Haywood. I am the owner of Memorable Expression 360 Photo Booth. We're here to capture all those special moments, make memories, memories, and memories. I do birthdays, corporate events. So yes, I make memories for my clients. And I do have a few questions. I too don't know a lot about sickle cell. As I was growing up, I heard a lot of people that had it, but I don't know much about it. But I do have a question. If sickle cell traits is not an illness, why are people being tested for it?
So it is an illness. I don't know who said it's not an illness. So it is actually an inherited disease. That's the correct term. It's an inherited disease that can only be transpired from a mom and a dad having the trait of sickle cell.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm sorry. Just to end the other part of your question is, so after 1988, it wasn't a mandated test.
Okay.
In 2006, it just became a mandated test all over the United States, all over the world, actually. So now you have to get tested for it. And it's amazing because you would think with all of the technology that we have, all of the new doctors and new surgeons and new people that we have learning so many things, that this would be just something of, something simple, but it's not. I have a friend who she's in her 40s, like me. We went to college together. She literally just found out she had sickle cell. Out of all the things that she had found out, the doctor said she had this, she had that, and this and that. She literally reached out to me at the beginning of the year and said, they told me I have sickle cell. I don't know anything about it. And that is so weird. And she's originally from Atlanta. And so I know in Atlanta, they do have a lot of good technology, good doctors.
Mm-hmm.
My first client is originally from Atlanta. He passed away. He was my very first sickle cell client, Trinity Range. And I know they had good doctors. And some of the doctors in Georgia wanted to meet me because of my gusto and my, my drive for this. But it's amazing to me that they still haven't, but of course not, because guess what? They're not finite. They're human beings. They're people just like we are. They go to school, they do a dissertation, they become a doctor, and they're not finite. They're not perfect. So of course, I just answered my own question. That's why they don't know, and they won't know because they're not God.
Gotcha. Okay. And the next question is, are people of African descent the only group affected?
Absolutely not. So the history of sickle cell derives from Sahara Africa. And in 1910, a client, well, I say a client, but it was a patient that was crying out in pain. So the doctor had the assistant to look into a microscope and look at his cells to see why was he hurting so bad. And they saw two shapes. One that was like this, a round shape, and one that was like this. They had never seen that before. So Dr. James B. Herrick in 1910, he named that cell shaped like this a sickle cell. And because it was found in Africa, that is the myth of why that people say it's the only African or African American disease or Black person's disease. It's all over the world. It's in the Mediterranean. It's in Asia. It's everywhere. I've met Caucasians that have the disease because love is spread all over the world. We're not prone to just one type of culture. When you love someone, you love. And so people have come together, made children. And that's why the education part is so important. To educate, to let people know you have to know your status. And then with that, my children's grandmother, she was raised up in their family. They have the trait. She knew without a shadow of doubt, do not talk to any guy that has the trait because sickle cell runs in the family. Well, her husband was in the service and he didn't get tested. And so when she had her knee baby, which is the baby before the last baby, she didn't understand why he was crying in the hospital. And when she did a live for me last year, she went to the hospital to find out why was her baby crying. His hands were swollen, his feet were swollen, because that's the indication for babies with sickle cell. Wow. And when they tested him, she screamed because she knows what a child goes through. She was raised up around it. And the doctors, sadly, told her, do not have any more children. You don't control who someone loves. Her and her husband had another baby. And the doctors told her to abort the baby. She said, I was not going to abort my baby. She had the baby, and I won't say the name, it's my children's aunt. And that aunt has nothing, no traits, no anything. So the numbers are not head on. Of course, the statistics say we're 1 in 4 chance. I've met a mother who had 3 children. All 3 of them had the disease, and 2 of them have already passed away.
Wow.
So the numbers are not head on or dead on. They're not perfect. They're just numbers for statistical purposes to show you a chance. And a chance is a gamble. It's not exact.
Yes.
That's a chance. But the most important thing is education and detection. So being detected with the trait test is what we're trying to do now.
Okay. One last question. Is there a cure for sickle cell?
Yes, there is. And so the cure is through stem cell treatment. It's an actual procedure. The procedure is $39,000. And so with that procedure, you have to have a match just like kidneys. You have to have a match of more so a sibling in your family that has the same mother and father that does not have the trait at all. How common is that? First of all, in our culture, a lot of times the children don't have the same 2 parents. So that's one. That's almost like a count out. Then you have to, it's the $39,000. You have to, go with that with the hospital. And then the third thing is that sibling cannot have the trait. Now, the 2 I just gave you the example of, the uncle and the aunt of my children, I told the uncle about it. And the sister was a perfect person to do it because she doesn't have anything, right? But he said he didn't want to put her through that. She has 2 children. And it's like almost recuperating. We know as mothers, when you have a baby, when you recuperate, you have to sit down, you have to wait out the time. And so that would be a lot. So he said he would not do it. He would just let it be. And a lot of times our sickle cell individuals just learn to cope. They have to cope in the emergency room in pain. They have to cope. It's just so sad. They taught themselves to cope with so much pain. The threshold is so high because of what they endure in their lives.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Questions.
Thank you.
That's very interesting. The $39,000 for a stem cell. Is it painful to have stem cells removed?
I would think they would, just like any other surgery, of course, being adhesion. I think I'm saying it correctly. I know anesthesia, put to sleep. And actually, I know a young lady who has gone through that process. She's actually sickle cell free. But she doesn't want to talk to anyone. She doesn't want to share her story. So mentally, I don't know what it has done to her. I don't know. It turned from me meeting her and, before the procedure, and she was really nice, to after the procedure, she was like, don't call me anymore. Maybe she doesn't want to think about it. Maybe she doesn't want to relive it. I was going through it in my mindset. What could possibly occur that she didn't want to share the story? I don't know. I can't say. But that's just me assuming and guessing.
Yeah.
But I did go attend a health fair in Deltona. And this lady is going to be at my banquet. And they have stem cell patches. Stem cell patches, and they're not that expensive because I can purchase them and I can give them out as examples. And I put one on. I don't have sickle cell, but I have arthritis. So what these stem cell patches do, they're about that round. I did have some to share, but I gave them out because people are really in pain. I knew I had one. I have one. When we're going to break, I'll grab it. It's a round patch. No medicine in it. It's just a patch, and it has, when you put it, you attach it right here at the tip of your spinal. It reactivates your stem cells to heal your own body. Wow. So in the pharmaceutical realm, they want us to take all this medication, which gives us side effects. And that side effect, it gives another side effect. And by the time you finish, you'll have dementia. You have Alzheimer's because you've taken so many pills and it has activated so many things in your brain stems. People don't understand that. That's how you get those illnesses, from all those medications. And with our culture, because we were underneath from slavery up until, we were eating things that were not healthy for us. But that's all we had back then. And it trickled up in our families. I'm from Alabama, so I know how to cook collard greens. I've gotten away from the smoked ham hock and all that stuff because it's not healthy for you. So I do the turkey necks because that's healthier. And with us eating properly, that's even with sickle cell people. Anyone eating properly has a great effect on our bodies and our lasting. Yes. It's just with sickle cell people, because their cells go from whole to sickle, it's worse for them. But for us, we can get the same diabetes, high blood pressure. We can get the same unhealthy illnesses. And for us, we also need to watch our diets. So I learned we all were born with stem cells. As we get older, things change. My walk is different. With arthritis, my walk is different. I'll be 47 tomorrow, and I can't run track like I used to at Mainland. I was in the paper for runners. I love running. I was running hurdles. And of course, as we get older, our bodies change.
Yes.
We can work a job, and I did CNA for 20 years, lifting patients. My right shoulder, I messed up my rotator cuff. But I trust God for my healing, and He healed me. I didn't have to have surgery. The doctor said, "Oh, just have surgery." That's their MO. Have surgery. I'm overweight. Thankfully, I lost 9 pounds. You know what doctor said? "Oh, just go. Let's have the sleeve." I'm not doing that because I know if I change my habits, because I love seafood, I love chicken. I did change it from so much fried chicken. But if I work on changing my habits and I work on bettering myself, then I can get away from all these illnesses and all this pain in my body. So
the frustrating thing about that, though, Sister Kiana, is when you are trying to do things better for yourself, like organic foods or healthier foods, they're more expensive. And that's where we as a community often drop the ball. It's easier to go get a $5 Happy Meal than to spend $20 for the same amount of chicken or the same amount of nourishment. And it's a sad thing that just to look for longevity in your health, it comes from different things that sometimes we don't have the resources to get. So that stem cell patch sounds great. I know it's not a substitute for eating well or exercising and things like that, but it definitely sounds like a way to get people to be a little more healthy, even if they can't put the fried chicken down like I can.
Like my mother. And we're from Alabama too, so.
What part?
From Demopolis, Selma, Alabama. I graduated from Selma, Alabama.
Okay, and I'm originally from the city of Montgomery, the capital.
I have 3 brothers there.
Oh, okay.
A small world.
Yes.
All right, it looks like we are going to what happened to our producer? So I know that our guest was at the Beauty Bazaar last weekend, it's my understanding. How did you enjoy it?
I loved it every moment. Yes, ma'am. It was
that your first one?
Last year I went as a guest. This year I came as a vendor. My 360 photo booth was there. Yes.
Oh, I'm sure everyone enjoyed that. Yes. Oh my gosh, I've been on the 360 one time with my daughter, and we just had such a great time.
Yes, make those memories. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. There's nothing like any type of memory that has to do with photos. It's just a wonderful thing. It is.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah. How did you learn about the Alopecia Beauty Bazaar?
Miss Angie B. She's amazing. Yes.
Yep. She is something else. I've known her for a little while. Angie B is my sister. She's 5 years older than me. Yes, she is. Yes.
Now, expressions. I want to ask you, how much is it for an event? Because I'm having my banquet next Friday, and I would love for you to come because we're honoring those that have sickle cell, and we're remembering those that are no longer with us that endured the fight, and they went on, but they were strong soldiers that they were here. And I would more than love for you to come, and I'm hoping someone who's watching can possibly donate the funds for you to be able to come, because I know this will be so memorable. I have babies that have just been born. They're probably a little bit older to come outside that will be there, that will be honored, because sickle cell clients, they don't get honored. Yes. They don't, and their lives are so different.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what are your prices?
Okay, I have a 2-hour rental for $400, 3-hour rental for $550, 4-hour rental for $700. And you have to do like $100 deposit, which goes toward your booking.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you offer any type of discount for nonprofits? Because, the Levi Long Association is a 501c3. We're getting close to the end of the year. You need those tax write-offs.
Yes, ma'am, I do. When I do it, I give like a $20 off of your selected package.
Amen. All right. Well, we definitely are believing God that some of our supporters this evening will dig in their pockets and, give a little bit that can go towards that 360, because that is always such a fun, memorable way to enjoy the evening and to keep pictures and video. That I mean, it's so great to see people. They're just going around, and that those videos, those are great.
Just have yes, ma'am. Yes. But I would definitely look at my calendar, and I will get with Miss Angela about it. Yes, ma'am.
That sounds good to me.
So, Miss Kiana, do we have a lot of guests this evening, or
so
are we just...
I love surprises. So just this person came on, I don't want to be like scheduled or timed or rehearsed. I just like to just happenstance.
Yeah.
So Miss Angie B knows the lineup. She's just gonna bring them as they come in. We're just gonna have open conversation as they come.
All right, sounds great. Well, memorable expressions. Are you also a photographer? Do you or is your business solely the 360 at this point?
The sole 360, yes, ma'am. God God blessed me with my 360 booth last year, October the 10th. And so October the 10th of this year be 1 year. God's
Yes.
grace. Yes,
wow.
ma'am. Yes,
How's
ma'am.
it been? How's it been? Do you have a
Awesome.
lot of? Okay, that's
I
great.
mean, I have ups and downs, but I
Any
treat
That's every
yes,
business.
any business.
any business. Yes, ma'am. I'm thankful to God for any up, down, Yes.
Yes,
And I
yes,
because you love it. When you love something, it doesn't
I
matter.
love
The ups are ups and the downs seem like ups. Because when
yes.
you love what you're doing, it doesn't matter. Like me, I love what I do. Like, oh my goodness, I love helping people. I love taking care of people. It's like I get excited doing this versus clocking in on a job. Like, I'd rather just do this and go around the world teaching about sickle cell, going to different countries, advocating on behalf of people. And I'm grateful because I was just sharing with someone today. I'm here in Daytona, but I've called and advocated for someone in North Carolina. I've
Yeah.
advocated for someone in New York. I've literally called the hospital and advocated for them from Daytona, and the hospital is in New York.
Wow.
That's something I love to
Amazing.
do.
Yes. I know for Memorial Day, I wanted to share. Well, I like sharing my blessing that God have granted me. And so Memorial Day, this young gentleman, he been in the military. Oh my God, he retired. I forgot what it was. But anyway, he ended up passing away. And so that was a picture or a video that him and his family took. His son flew home from, I think, I can't remember what country he came back from, but he hadn't been home for like about 5 years. And so I was able to capture that moment for them. And he passed away by 2 to 3 weeks ago. And so his wife came to me and told me, she said that was memories. They would cherish that for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
Yes. So memories.
Yes. Oh, that is beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, it was a question. It says, are sickle cell and alopecia related diseases? So of course, when I don't know, I don't guess, I Google. And so I Googled, how are alopecia and sickle cell illnesses related? And so what Google told me was something in alopecia is the lower hair cortisol is among patients, and that's in those that have sickle cell. So they do lose their hair. They do lose their hair because they have so much medication. Do you know that people with sickle cell, as they're young children, they get morphine as early as babies?
Wow.
They get a small dosage. And so that's why their body has a high threshold, and they have to get that strong pain medicine because they come as babies getting medicine like that. So when a doctor looks at them and says, oh, you're looking for drugs. Well, the drugs that you put me on, the drugs that you attach my body to, that's the same drug I need to keep out of this pain.
Yeah. Yes. Wow.
So it is closely related. Closely related. Yes.
Very interesting.
Closely related. Yes.
Wow.
Kiana, we're going to do a slideshow. We would love for you to tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on the screen once the pictures go up.
Okay, so this is the Levi Long Sickle Cell's fundraising event, and it's called A Night to Remember.
A Mother's Heart, an anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forth. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology. Greetings. This is Evangelist Angie B. of Angie B. Productions. We recently received your press release distributed by blacknewsblackpr.com, and we are very interested in producing your audiobook. For more information, would you please call 407-914-6519 or send an email to angiebproductions@gmail.com, which is spelled ANGIEBEE productions@gmail.com. You may read our reviews and see our past assignments on Facebook. Just search for Angie B. Productions, ANGIEBEE. Each of our clients receive promotional videos, media interviews, and social media postings. We thank you for your consideration, and we hope to hear from you soon. Again, the number is 407-914-6519, or simply reply to this email. Thank you, and be blessed.
Hi, this is author Avalon Celeste Brown. I am the visionary of this project. Recently, I've been speaking to different nurses who have been expressing and voicing their challenges and their frustration while working in the field. So I decided to reach out to different nurses from different specialties and bring them together to create a book so that they can write about their experiences, their challenges, their frustrations that they experienced in nursing and how they overcame them and why those challenges did not make them quit. This is going to be a very important book for the next generation of nurses because they can see that they are not alone out there. The nurses before you have gone through these same type of challenges, these same frustration, but they never allowed it to make them quit because nursing is their passion. And this is what we want you to know. Keep your passion. Never let them make you quit.
Audiobook produced and promoted by Angie B. Productions. Not All Meets the Eye. Written by Samuel A. Jackson. Order a copy of this book by author Samuel A. Jackson. His daughter is asking many people to buy her daddy's book on Amazon the end of August 2023. It is guaranteed to stir your heart with a message written from the glory of God. Endorsed by Pastor Sammy L. Jackson. This book was written to share God's Word through experiences. We are about God's business. We invite you to support Christians Merging Together Ministry Foundations who endorse this book. Not All Meets the Eye, written by Samuel A. Jackson.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life, Jesus Christ. God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while you're testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on they wait, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the Spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, this shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what I got to, and you ain't gonna stop me. What you think, I'ma stop now? Dude, he's on top now. You just a Christ hater, you better stop hating. Shit, I keep on patiently waiting, cause I'ma take it from Satan. You better watch what you're saying to me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The devil think he's slick, and you know he really is. Slick enough that he can trick 95% of Christians I know don't even know they rolling with him like they was homies. Meanwhile, Christ is the one they claiming to represent, but he the one that's getting left out the game while they busy picking devils on their team. Can't believe what I've been seeing. They don't wanna hear it, but they gon' feel it when it all flipped. Don't say I didn't tell it like it is, and still I won't quit. I'ma keep on going till I can't no more, till I'm dying on that cross and it's finished. I'ma let y'all know what the saith the Lord, and you can call it what you want, but I just really wanna know who's really down for the cause, ready to die for the Lord. Is it about what you want? Is it about what he's done? This ain't about just hanging out and having fun. You must be kidding me. How many more gotta die for y'all to see he came to live in me? Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Ma, 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 ma.
We parents need to understand that our children may know the pitfalls that we taught them, yet they will sometimes have to drag themselves out of their own pits in order to learn to reach up for God instead of reaching up for us, steering them in the direction of God Almighty. That is the best way to raise an adult child. Why hearing God's voice is essential to motherhood. Written by Evangelist Angie B. and published by Ladero Press.
Ma!
Blue skies turn to the moonlight, trying to level up to new heights, struggling so hard, scars come when I try to do right, my eyes are the clouds storming through night, regardless I'ma go and choose life, I go through the dark, by faith when I try to lose sight, feels like I'm in the wilderness, days I'm fighting for my will to live, burnt out by all the hate and dismay, by all the bewilderment, weight of the world on my back, all I see is all I lack, praying that I don't collapse. If I lose balance, might fall and crack. Trying not to live by my emotions. The end is what I put my hope in. Is life frozen or is it loading? Blue skies turn to the moonlight. Trying to level up to new heights. Struggling so hard. Scars come when I try to do right. My eyes are the clouds storming through night. Regardless, I'ma go and choose life. I go through the dark by faith when I try to lose sight. Overwhelmed by my dreams. Overwhelmed by these schemes. Left and right, they try to pull them on me. Overwhelmed as I lean. Forward face in my hand. Trying to follow the plan. While it feels like the majority taking shortcuts and I'm sinking in the sand. God, I need a dose of hope the most I'm broke. Moving closer to the edge, down the slope so low. Trying to hold on until after the smoke clears. Blue skies turn to the moonlight. Trying to level up to new heights. Struggling so hard. Scars come when I try to do right. My eyes are the clouds storming through night. Regardless, I'ma go and choose life. I go through the dark by faith when I try to lose sight. Blue skies turn to the moonlight. Trying to level up to new heights. Struggling so hard. Scars come when I try to do right. My eyes are the clouds storming through night. Regardless, I'ma go and choose life. I go through the dark by faith when I try to lose sight. Feels like I'm in the wilderness. Days I'm fighting for my will to live. Burnt out by all the hate and dismay, by all the bewilderment. Weight of the world on my back. All I see is all I lack. Praying that I don't collapse. If I lose balance, might fall and crack. Trying not to live by my emotions. The end is what I put my hope in. Is life frozen or is it loading? Blue skies turn to the moonlight. Trying to level up to new heights. Struggling so hard. Scars come when I try to do right. My eyes are the clouds storming through night. Regardless, I'ma go and choose life. I go through the dark by faith when I try to lose sight. Overwhelmed by my dreams. Overwhelmed by these schemes. Left and right, they try to pull them on me. Overwhelmed as I lean. Forward face in my hand. Trying to follow the plan. While it feels like the majority taking shortcuts and I'm sinking in the sand. God, I need a dose of hope the most I'm broke. Moving closer to the edge, down the slope so low. Trying to hold on until after the smoke clears. Blue skies turn to the moonlight. Trying to level up to new heights. Struggling so hard. Scars come when I try to do right. My eyes are the clouds storming through night. Regardless, I'ma go and choose life. I go through the dark by faith when I try to lose sight.
Hey man, when they're checking on you, give me a call when you get this message. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's above me now, get your higher ups. I've been waiting on Jehovah like the Snyder Cut. Yeah, he's Nisi but fire's tucked. You should move when you see me like a fire truck. Yeah, see I'm all in your lane. Billy Batson when I call on his name. I get an upgrade. He's the same evermore, but he updates. That's why I'm up late. When he speaks, I can cut tape. So So I seek and I seek till I touch base. So I see and I taste Elohim's great. Clean plate, just ate Psalms 34:8. Wait, so dirty, need more grace. Yeah, I'm only worthy cause my Lord's great. Yeah, and he's pouring out favor galore. And he deserves all that praise. Who you saving it for? Let's go. Yeah, see I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you won't need no permission, yeah. See, I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you don't need no permission, yeah. I love you like a mug and you don't even know it. Running off on the plug and you don't even own it. Put a sun in the gap, ain't no need to close it. Some plants, some water, but the king will grow it. You know, death is not the end. It don't stop, blood clots, block sin. Plot twist, move plots to a sin. Came back with keys to the body, you should probably hop in, pop in like, Lord, I believe you did it. You gave everything you had just so we can get it. You hit us with a cross, that's a legal finish. Eating from the king's table, you can leave the dishes. Yeah, bear witness to this light, cause it shines bright. I don't wanna see you left, cause the time's right. Every branch will advance, cause the vines are right. Seek him now while the hours light. Yeah, see, I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you won't need no permission, yeah. See, I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you don't need no permission, yeah. Straight. God chase. The view from here. Come on. Yeah. I don't need no permission. God said do it. It's done. Let's go. Yeah, see, I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you won't need no permission, yeah. See, I was down for a minute, but then the sun came around for a visit. He told me all my sins were forgiven, so you can go slide, you won't need no permission, yeah.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, now we on the tippy top, yeah. Oh Lord, you so awesome, the way you love me is amazing. Can't nobody do me like you do me, Lord, I'm feeling so incredible. Put you above all things, Lord, ain't nobody on your level. You're pouring blessings out on me, dripping sauce down to my feet. If it wasn't for you, Lord, I'd be dead and gone, y'all, I gotta keep it straight. Canada, yeah, them blessings, they running up. We the new wave, ain't no stopping us. Ain't no Kevin, bro, get your weight up.
This year we runners up, yeah. And God been so good, it seem like all my blessings been double stuffed, yeah. So I stay on my knees and I'll never forget where he brought me from, yeah. Giving praise to the king and I give him my life till his kingdom come. But I'm still young, ay. Trending like a brand new way. We gon' get it in and we ain't never gonna change. Young and wild on GVOs all day. We gon' set the trend and we gon' do it while we say. Cause we saucy and safe. 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 Trending like a brand new way. We gon' get it in and we ain't never gonna change. Young and wild on GVOs all day. We gon' set the trend and we gon' do it while we say. Whole team on the come up. We ain't stressing about no problem. Really started from the bottom. Now we headed to the top, yeah. Ain't no quitting, we ain't stopping. Breaking rules, we ain't mobbing. Religion, we're moving, we stepping. No traditional moves while we rocking, yeah. Trending like a brand new wave. We gon' get it in and we ain't never gonna change. Young and wild on GVOs all day. We gon' set the trend and we gon' do it while we say. Cause we saucy and safe. Cause we saucy and safe. Cause we saucy and safe. Cause we saucy and safe.
Been saved for a minute now, G.O.D. is all who we call on. We ain't asking for no handouts, man, our faith in God is what put us on. setting trends with the best of them on. Mean to sound so arrogant, but the God that I serve so great, everything else irrelevant. Saucy and Savior. In Jesus' name, yeah, we pray. Yeah. Look to the sky and thank Him every day. Yeah. I don't care what the haters think, I don't care what they got to say. Mine on the go, never miss a point, going straight for the lay.
We don't really care what the devil gotta say, cause we gotta stay saucy and say, yeah. And we know haters gonna hate, but we love them anyway, cause we gotta stay saucy and say, yeah. We don't really care what the devil gotta say, cause we gotta stay saucy and say, yeah. And we know haters gonna hate, but we love them anyway, cause we gotta stay saucy and say, yeah. We don't really care, we don't really care, saucy and say, yeah. And we know haters gonna hate, love them anyway, cause we gotta stay saucy.
Hello, my DJ. Volume.
Jesus Christ said that the words that I speak to you, they are spirit and they are life.
Back with the kings of the jungle, came here to rumble, young man rumble. Still dope, no joke, no dope, on all the smoke, who wanna tumble? Wanna run with the out for the motherland, apex with the clouds that cut them in. Until the Lord found me in the gutter and put me on track, snap back like a rubber band.
From never say never could never be. Running my kingdom in parody. Posing some questions to answer by means of some mental telepathy. Lord's like, sincerely, why you keep calling me king? I ring, you respond rarely. Believe him who speak into hearts, winds, waves, hail, all supreme clarity.
Almighty Yeshua is the king. All power from the throne of the king. We will only receive orders from the king. Come together, queens and warriors of the king.
Mushishini napi, bati mwine mushimufyashi. Iba matisula bafuna kubanya munga ni chingerengere. Bati bonse ni bana bamono. Muri Yesu ife sitipenda. Abengi bafayo kubumfyo bulo shiba. I'm the child of the king.
Forever live the king. Almighty Yeshua is the king. All power from the throne of the king. We will only receive orders from the king. Come together, queens and warriors of the king. Out the mud, straight out the gutter. Slide through the hood real smooth like butter. Clean out the closet, clear out the clutter with a full-time queen, no part-time lover. No side beats, y'all won't get me running on
combat ridicule. When I'm for short, I feel unworthy to get with you. My soul cries, thirsty inside for a drink. I can taste it, unworthy inside when I think of your greatness. Hurts me inside when I make a mistake. I learned in my mind some examples of greatness. Behold, his creations, the seasons, the weather, instincts, behavior, the creatures together. With all of the nature, they singing forever. They praising the Savior, the King up in heaven, the greatest of beings, the creation of things, explain true things. The Creator's a beast, and you know what I mean when I say he's a beast. I mean off the chains, all his ways is unique. Perfect creations, worthy of praising. Word is amazing, sure to save us. Perfect creation.
My soul cries out for you, Lord. My soul, Lord. My soul longs for you. My soul. My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you.
We worship you, Lord. We worship you, Lord. We worship you, Lord.
GCE, I like this one. I'm that new danger, yes Lord, that new ranger. No morphine, endorphin, I bruise angels. Leave corpses, of course the flesh strangle. Prayer closet, the coffin that I came from. God's favorite, resurrect like Thriller. Full metal flex was I can resurrect Dilla. Magilla, while y'all go hard, I go Rilla. From shore to river, Christ the door delivers. Consider this warning, life preserving informant. Paladin forever, battle sin till it's dormant. Coreless, I still trail God like a tow truck. XG, I got still tread on the Cobra, yeah. I move words like a Ouija board, yeah. I got drip, no squeegee for it, yeah. I got clips if you need them, boy. See, I'm a trip, that's why I need you, Lord. Straight.
Love you, yes, I love you. Without you, Lord, I'd be crazy for sure. Love you, yes, I love you. Created for your glory, I was made, yeah, for you. That's why I'm in need of you. That's why I was made for you. That's why I'm in need of you.
I'm that new 007 headed for heaven. Bond servant, no leaven, style of a reverend. The gap closed from the lamb floor to Evans. No sitcom, I drop bombs all on your headrest. I'm locked net, suplex, this is a cage match. Yeah, tap the flesh out till he come back. And this is all submission. Speak the word with conviction. I swing the sword like a cat from Thundera. Where your heart is, that's where your treasure. And if you're falling far, God will come and fetch you. Send an angel, send a sign, he'll bless you. This ain't a lecture, this is life in activation. Elevate you, celebrate you to a brand new creation. It's safe to say, it's Christ I'm trying to mimic. If death couldn't beat him, then what's a pandemic? Hey.
Love you, yes, I love you. Without you, Lord, I'd be crazy for sure. Love you, yes, I love you. Created for your glory, I was made, yeah, for you. That's why I'm in need of you. That's why I was made for you. That's why I'm in need of you, yeah. Motion, 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 motion. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find when it forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find when it forward.
sitting beside myself without a thing to pretend with, to get my ears rinsed clear. When I'm emerging from my home, you know exactly who I live with. Felt compelled to let them know that eternity is endless. Snapshots we see now are thumbnails and brief glimpses. Estranged from God, far off the mark is what sin is. Born with the credit card with no means for delinquent expenses.
Motion, 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 motion. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward.
Got familiar with my frail state, dropped my defenses, captured through ransom, bloody love, ended with sin distance. Before I responded, I pondered my whole existence. Come to find out with some of the Father's most valuable inventions, engraved with his features, developed some deep glitches, but revamped into new creatures as our old nature switches. Rebooted eyesight with the new kingdom intention, surrendered my will to his. That's a pivotal transition. Woo.
Motion, 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 motion. Suckers really fake like they cut from the same cloth. I was shot and left for dead and walked it off like a boss. Under the blood of Jesus, recovered from every loss. Won't complain about the price, I know exactly what it costs. Safety, I'm flipping off my shots, I'm getting out. Hitting every sucker, lost in the sauce. Your mind's out, you're off, your mind lost, you're lost, your mind's out. Trying to show you how to escape the matrix and sign off. Looked at my watch and looked at the world of times off. Why the devil tell them pump up the party, the signs off. Leading the blind off, leaving their minds off. Preservation of a whole generation is dying off. Village. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. One step at a time, going through it all. Seek you will find with it. Forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward motion, forward. Motion, 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 motion. Motion, motion.
Yo, I've been looking for the perfect beat so I can let my feelings leak and let the world at large know what exactly Jesus mean to me. I'm FREE, just what I was meant to be. When the SOM let his blood spill upon that tree. It ain't a tree to smoke or for you to take and roll. It's the cross of Christ and it can free your soul. Look 2,000 years ago, feel the flow of passion through the centuries. The one that is and is to come forever, he was meant to be God's son, the second person in the Trinity, the one. There ain't a Neo who can copy he. Yeah, he made the breath you breathe, he made your eyes to see, he made your neck and your head bobbing to this beat. He's preeminent, there ain't enough sentences. As often as you play and listen, do so in remembrance. So Martha Moby's got a full clip for the streets. Good looking and keep cooking, it's open, they believe. Didn't you know? He be looking for you. Didn't you know? About the roads with open doors. Didn't you know? He be looking for you. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? Didn't you know? Didn't you know? For you. Did you know? About the roads with open doors. Didn't you know? He be looking for you. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? It's my lifetime that these signs, these lifelines buying, I'm selling. Forget the world views, evolution, Big Bang, on that divine intelligence. All you need is one name, Jesus. Yeah, the author and the finisher, sparker and diminisher. Get this in your system, cause you need to upgrade your OS. And oh, don't worry why I'm so fresh, you can get it too. Anybody can get it right where you stand, on domestic and on foreign land. It's international. Ask more why we can't be broke, repping the king. Hey, come get this smoke. Didn't you know?
Yeah. Let me talk to him for a minute. First the fat boys break up. Now every day I wake up, the cereal in a stereo. Pick my tape up, blasting the rock Kim. Rapping Big Daddy Kane, years change. From Big and Puff to Jay and Dame. I wanted to see the fame, wanted to see my name in lights. What I write, shouted out by all the kids who recite my every word like I did with Nas lyrics. Not realizing words I was speaking was all spirit, y'all hear it. I remember Pac had me feeling violent. Anti-social, Big said move in silence. We stopped wearing jerseys. Jay told us to grow up and first started smoking when Dre told us to roll up. Snoop told me Jim with the juice, what I should pull up. It's no bluff, I live what they spoke, right or wrong. To them it was just a song, to me it was doing harm. It was what I was standing on until my innocence was gone, huh? I used to want to sign with the Rock until I got a sign from the Rock and that stopped. I used to hustle hard for a meal until I had to turn down a deal. Now that's real. I used to want the money and fame until I found out it's a game and that changed. I used to. Thank God I don't do the things I used to. I ain't saying every choice that I made was cause of music. I'm just saying some decisions I made, it helped me choose it. Moving to every word, not dancing but trying to live it. If you think you ain't influenced by music, then you don't get it. The alphabet, it was written with melody. Can't forget it, you thought that movie you watch and acting moved you, it didn't. The soundtrack is what lifted your spirits and brought you down. Tears that you cried came from feeling created sound. Now, what do we do with this? How can the music lift instead of cause destruction? How can we use the gift that's God-given? All prisons filled with potential was simple. We gotta change the mental, from parental to influential. Accountability at the root in every branch. Don't chop it down but build a tree. Ability starts with a seed. Stability is what we need. Reality ain't what we see. This music leaving casualties. Let's set them free. I used to wanna sign with the Rock until I got a sign from the Rock and that stopped. I used to hustle hard for a meal until I had to turn down a deal. Now that's real. I used to want the money and fame until I found out it's a game and that changed. I used to. Thank God I don't do the things I used to.
Hip hop has a negative, overwhelmingly negative impact on young people, especially young black people. Young black males in particular. The reason that it has an especially negative impact on young black males is that these hip-hop artists are predominantly black. They're predominantly black males, and so these individuals, these young people, are most likely to personally identify with them. And so the fast life that these rappers talk about a lot of times becomes a fantasy for these young people. And then when it becomes a fantasy, it turns into a reality. And then the fast life in reality, when you really do live it, a lot of times often means a fast death.
I wanna thank the Lord for waking me up this morning and starting me on my way. For starting me on my way. I'm gonna sing and shout and lift my hands, then do something's wrong with me. But if you do, that's okay, 'cause I'm gonna praise him anyway. Praise him anyway. Anyway, if you feel the way I feel, then you can join along. Join along. Do your thing while I sing this song. Go ahead and get your praise on. Get your praise on. I'm so glad he saved my life. Saved my life. Flying free. I can control the way I feel inside. When the Holy Ghost get on me. Hey, I don't know what you came to do. What you came to do. I came to lift him up. 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 I came to lift him up. Yeah. I don't know what you came to do. What you came to do. I came to lift him up. 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 I came to lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. Lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. I came to lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. Lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. Lift him up. If you feel the way I feel, then you can join along. Join along. You do your thing while I sing this song. Go ahead and get your praise on. I'm so glad he saved my life. So glad he set me free. I can control the way I feel inside. The Holy Ghost get on me. Hey, I don't know what you came to do. What you came to do. I came to lift him up. 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 I came to lift him up. Yeah. I don't know what you came to do. What you came to do. I came to lift him up. 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 I came to lift him up. Lift him up. Lift him up.
My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you. Give me strength to stand as I walk through this troubled land. When the sorrows consume the night, as cries of the weary fill up the sky. Is longing to feel your love surround me. My soul is thirsty for you. My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you. Distractions on every side, vain ambitions haunting my mind. This restlessness deep inside is out of control. You won't be denied. Oh, to feel your love around me. My soul is thirsty for you. My soul cries out for you. My soul cries out for you.
My soul cries out to the God that same in the physical, making a man a living witness in the mirror, in the image of the God that came to deliver you. Need a massage up in the rain, that's spiritual. Killing on my own mind, the brain gets critical. I'm in the middle of combat ridicule. When I'm for short, I feel unworthy to get with you. My soul cries, thirsty inside for a drink. I can taste it, unworthy inside when I think of your greatness. Hurts me inside when I make a mistake. I learned in my mind some examples of greatness. Behold, his creations of seasons of weather, instincts, behavior, the creatures together. With all of the nature, they singing forever. They praising the Savior, the King up in heaven, the greatest of beings, the creation of things, explain true things. The creator's a beast, and you know what I mean when I say he's a beast. I mean off the chains, all his ways is unique. Perfect creations, worthy of praising. Word is amazing, sure to save us. Perfect creation. worship you.